And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding me up. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up, tripping like I'm Jimmy.
Hello, and welcome back, one and all, the Midweek Master. Oh my dear God, we are so white right now. All right, that's better. Oh my God, the natural light. That's still pretty bright though. Holy crap. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you guys. I need to figure this out. It's because, so like, the door to my studio is white. Can you guys figure out why that might be a problem? It flashbangs, I swear. But yes, welcome back, one and all, to the Midweek Muster. We're kicking off strong and fun. We've got Anatan versus Voldemort, a Volda Esports showdown. And we should have B Numadan, Wham MSN, and hopefully Vortex's quarterfinals will help him there. We're waiting on Old Man and Smokes 20 a day to actually get the game penciled in. So fingers crossed that will be done. Hopefully very soon, actually. I'm hoping that they get arse in gear. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I hope they get it done, because technically if they don't get the round of 16 done today, someone's going to get FF'd. I've been kind of lenient, and it's getting a bit silly now. Like, we need to just be in a position, like, I get it, like, there was a qualifier and you were playing 11-hour stream or whatever, but like, then you just, in that case, make it an even bigger deal to push to have your game done on the Friday or something. You know, there's ways around this. So hopefully, I don't know, maybe they've already played it and we just don't know. In fact, I'm going to go check the profile in a second. But draft just completed for Voldemort versus Anatan. Reminder, guys, these are best of 5s now. Opening map is going to be Cliffside. And I already see some desirable picks there. Yeah, Voldemort got some diversity. English doesn't really come out often on Cliffside, but in theory can work. Delhi, always been a good one. Shushi is typically a go-to. Mongols also is quite nice. But we have seen that Voldemort is a really big fan of the Ottomans. He made that work remarkably well, if you guys remember, yesterday in his opening game up against Core. It was brutal just how effective that was. So, always some diversity in what he could do here, where he could go. But kicking the game up now. And the boys should be getting a lobby shortly. In fact, I'm just going to double check Kilyadi's account, see if they have actually, if they have actually played their round of 16 and they just failed to report it. I mean, that's still a silly mistake if they haven't reported it. But yeah, we did have to FF one player. Scatterbrained was not able to schedule in the end, which is why MSN is now lining up against WAM. Hopefully we'll see that later today. I imagine after MSN gets home from school. WAM usually is around from like 4 or 5 UK time. So fingers crossed they'll be ready to go. But just checking now. No, so yeah, Kilyadi is not played his round of 16 yet. Oh, one sec, let me hide this. Yeah, guys, by the way, reminder, it's exclamation mark and then sponsor. Although in this case, it'd be exclamation mark Gigabyte. Because we have multiple sponsors, so like having one of them fill the sponsor exclamation mark would be like very confusing. But be sure to check that out. So how are these two gonna kick off? Like, I wonder if Voldemort is just gonna go straight to the Ottomans, because I think there's some good picks here to ignore Otto. Like, I feel like Lancaster could work quite well, right? Feels somewhat of an underexplored matchup. Instead, it's gonna be Byzantine versus Delhi. Yeah, so Voldemort doing the expected and Anatan a little bit of a curveball here. Wouldn't really have anticipated an opening pick Biz on this map. Just because, like, if you look at the map pool, there's plenty of good maps for it, right? Like Gorge Dry Raver comes to mind. Actually, I guess Gorge is devalued due to the outpost rushes, so it does kind of make sense on Cliffside. It's not that it's a bad pick, it's just there's other picks there that maybe seemed more obvious, like House of Lancaster or Order of the Dragon. But we know that Anno likes to play these civs different, especially OTD. We've seen some very creative flows from that camp. So let me mark up Delhi. Cliffside. I cannot get rid of this Husky Throat. How did Antan give him the Ottomans? Because it's not a high value ban. Like, you're saying this as if he gave over the crown jewels and got nothing in return, dude. It's like Voldemort got crowned Prince of Malta, and then Anatan got given the French, Spanish, and English thrones, right? He got Byzantine, HRE, and French. And then he still gets like IU and rounds out House of Lancaster. Like, I would be quite happy if I was Anatan with this draft. Like, getting Biz, HRE, I see those as big wins. I feel like they're a bit more versatile than Shushi and Roos anyway. And then French is being hard slept on at the moment. I think a lot of people are starting to wake up to the fact that French is like no pushover. And they're still just as powerful and dominant as a pick as they have been in the past. Let me update Tal as well. Hello from Pakistan. Hello, Hafiz. You, mate, are in the minority. I don't think I have many Pakistani viewers. In general, I don't think I have many Asian viewers. Yeah, like Age of Empires 4 outside of China hasn't historically been very popular in Asia. So always cool to see new regions popping up. Let me actually get the chat windows up on both. I like to have them on the laptop and on the PC just because the monitor position. Born and raised in Canada, both parents from Pakistan. Interesting, but you live in Canada though, right? That's kind of the point, is that especially with where you would have been raised and what you would have been exposed to. Like, it makes more sense that like you tune into Age of Empires 4. For those that don't know, like in terms of demographics, like when you're looking at Age of Empires 4, you're talking about 50, and this is actually like quite consistent across Age of Empires boards, is you're looking at about a 50% audience in Europe and 25% in NA. Now, Age of Empires 2 does have a bit more popularity across broad scope Asia. Age of Empires 4 popular in the Middle East? I guess I'm not too surprised by that. Like, I think for Asia, especially like the hot zone of, you know, SEA, Age of Empires 1 is the go-to for many people there. But Age of Empires 2 also worked really well because you guys remember, like, you know, you probably were exposed to it yourself as how you probably got on board, is you would go into a school and you go on a PC and the PCs just had it installed on it. I think that was a really big part that helped in the early days. Also, like Age of Empires 4, if you look at the average earning of people in Asia, in a lot of countries, it's going to be lower than the West, right? That's a really big deal because Age of Empires 4 is not a cheap game, right? That's also why free-to-play games are phenomenally popular in Asia. Like, if I look at Age of Empires 4 on stream right now, yeah, it's £30. But that's, like, now. Whereas when it came out, I believe the full pricing was, like, £55. So, like, what, 60, 70 bucks? Which is a lot. No. Back to the original point, though. It's cool to see people coming in from different countries. I love it. I mean, it's nice to think that it can maybe catch on in those different countries. So I think like those type of countries also have a lot of sway in terms of just like raw count numbers. Like to explain it from a marketing perspective, like the buying power is seen as less, sure, but like in terms of raw number count, it's very valuable in many different ways. Because a view is a view in a like shallow perspective, if that makes sense. Like if you're talking to a sponsor and they don't ask demos or look for buying power, a view is a view. And funnily enough, a lot of sponsors kind of act that way. And it also, like, that helps a lot with, like, getting bigger tournaments, etc., etc. So, yeah. Definitely feels like a slept-on area for Age of Empires 4. So glad to see some people turning up. I mean, China's rocking hard, right? I'm surprised there hasn't been, like, a Chinese Age of Empires 4 LAN announced. I mean, there was one for AoE 2, right? But, like, 4 is just as popular. All right, boys. I think we're ready to go, though. Sorry, I just realized I didn't switch scenes. Oh, dude, my throat. I can't get away from it. Every single morning it begins with a coffin. I know someone's going to like KP Go Doctor. Yeah, I know. I need to do that. I just need to, like, phone up on the day. It's awkward because if we go live at, like, 12, I just don't have time on Mondays, Tuesdays, and so on. But let's get ready to go. Esports orgs in Age of Empires 4 is all fun and games until you make them kill each other. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We've got Anatand versus Voldemar, a Volda esports showdown, and a best of 5. Yes, that's right. We're back in our weekly formatting here. Week number 3 of the 40-week, $20,000 esports circuit Age of Empires 4. Your number one place to go if you love AoE 4 in the weekdays. Anatand, definitely a favored party here. Consistently on top, it feels like. He just won week number 2, beating Wham in the grand finals. But Voldemar is riding on a high. Got to give this guy credit where credit is due. He just qualified for the NA LAN. He's been improving day after day as we've been watching him. In fact, he had a phenomenal showing against Core 2-0ing him, and he didn't even make it look close. So yeah, props to him. We kick off on Cliffside. Delhi versus Byzantines. Delhi, a pick that has historically been seen here a lot due to how easily you can wall in the sacred sites to secure a win condition. Byzantines have come and gone. I think they were a little bit more popular back in the old meta where you had a really good mercenary rush timing because on such a short map, you could rush with lombos to block your opponent. Different style these days, typically, though. We've been seeing a lot more focus on systems. But this is going to be a game of aggro. Anatand with the berry opening means we're getting treated to some hippodrome action. Oh, yes. And interesting to do here as well because technically Anatand doesn't need to do this. Remember, guys, he's playing against Delhi. Delhi does not Dark Age rush. The reason why most Byzantine players have been doing this type of opening is because they get tower rushed. The reason tower rushes are so effective is because against Byzantines, you don't have to rush the gold, right? Which is difficult to do against most civs because if they rush gold when they see you rushing them from Spearman, the play is invalid or devalued. But with Byzantines, they're all about the liquid gold. Yeah, the olive oil makes the world go round. So quite often this play has been reserved for, you know, up against civs like Mongols, HRE, Japanese. Instead, he opts for it against the Delhi because he wants to ego chow the cavalry. All right, that's quite exciting to think about, actually. So, you know, you've got better horsemen versus temporarily better horsemen. So for Anatand, you know, the tricky thing whenever I've seen this build executed by Byzantines is very much if you press the button at the wrong moment, the game falls apart. That's not an exaggeration. I've watched it happen between the highest level players in major tournaments over and over again. So yeah, You got to be very careful when you press your nuke button here, which is going to be the Triumph, which gives you bonus damage on Horseman. You need to make sure you're in a position to use it. That means not using it defensively because your opponent will run away. That means not using it necessarily in the middle of the map because your opponent could run away. There is a value play, or there used to be, where you could use it in the middle of the map, but that was with the old Delhi Tower Victory build because they would normally only have 2 scholars, and if you killed both of those at the start, you were miles ahead. Ever since the Dome of Faith build took over, this Hippodrome strategy, the theory crafting of it, has been a little bit more flimsy. You want to create hype for AoE4 in your country? How can you do that? Localized content might be a way to go. Trying to drum up an audience, like locally. Also, events that draw notice. Running small localized tournaments might be an intriguing way, especially if you have like LAN cafes. You know, we were just talking about SEA countries. They're in particular in Southeast Asian countries. LAN cafes are still phenomenally popular, so like an easy way of potentially drumming up a lot of hype around AoE4. Outside that, you know, on a wider scope than just in your country, it helps to tune into tournaments like this and share it around. You know, I think the number one thing I tell people, if you want to like hype up and grow Age of Empires 4 in your country or globally, it's marketing. And, you know, marketing does have to happen to some degree on a Microsoft side, but it can also happen on a fan side. You know, if there are videos from Age of Empires that start trending into tens of thousands of views regularly, that's going to draw new viewership in from people who didn't know about AoE before. All right, Horseman beginning underway from Anatant. Voldemort. Oh, I just realized we didn't do predictions. We should have those up. It's very late for predictions, so I'm going to give you guys 1 minute to get those predickies in. In India, can we create hype centering Delhi? I mean, a Delhi-only tournament would be intriguing. I don't know how popular it would be because many people don't like mirrors. I don't know, maybe the upcoming DLC is a perfect moment to hype it up further in India. I mean, there is going to be a second Indian Civ in Age of Empires 4. More elephants. Awesome with the poke. So Voldemort going to be forced off the goal pretty early, but he has at least managed to scale up to 4 scholars, so it's not the end of the world for him. That means that he can get decent timings on his techs, as well as double production rates. What's interesting to me is that he started racks instead of stables. Reaction to the Hippodrome, of course, but like you could technically have went Ghazi just to poke. Like your opponent is out in the berries. If you came across here, you harass him the same way he now harasses you. Yeah, instead, he opts to just direct counter. But the problem with doing this, folks, is Anatan's already been gathering berries. What do you think this enables? Longbows. Yeah, this is the awkward ebb and flow of being baited into spin beginning. You're now counter-stepped. Because Anatan was always going to go Lombos, right? He already went Horseman. He wants to go Lombos, and you've given him the reason. Love this. I know, just getting into the 1-1-1 build with the Spearman coming as well. I wonder if Voldemar's going to realize it. You know, you can technically get away with Ghazi Spears for a little bit. The idea is that you'd raid with the Ghazi and keep the Spearman on defense. Some early walls, by the way. I love the way he's using the Spears for this. It is a kind of crazy wall, however. Yeah, the logic here isn't just to secure the sacred site. He's trying to prevent raids. So he's halving the potential avenues for Anatan to assault from. Voldemar, by the way, done great on the sheet. Yeah, sitting at 20 and there's still a few left over here. Anatan, however, has got 10. He's munching through them fast. He's already moving out to the second berry patch. Interesting. You know, Anatan, he has a really good spawn. We didn't mention this at the start, but the berry back on top of the deer as well. I mean, this is just kind of outrageous for your Voldemar because it's very hard to raid. You have to reach around the back of the opponent's base. You have got back berries as well, sure, but it's fair to say that Byzantines just gets a lot more value out of it initially. You know, it's that burst value of getting the mercenaries. Obviously, as you drag it out further, you are talking about the fact that, you know, Delhi, they do get 100 more food per berry, and they gather it incredibly fast. But yeah, never sleep on the power of Byzantines, especially with this system scaling. Level 3 now on the way. Pro Scout soon to complete is going to be a powerful one for Voldemar. Anatan doesn't really want to play towards Pro Scouts. We have seen some Hippodrome builds that utilize it, but not here. the Tughlaq and Delhi Sultanate is from Afghanistan. That's true. But like, if you think about it, like a lot of Indian history has this conundrum where the ruling bodies, the ruling castes, for a lot of the provinces, for a lot of your history, especially around the Age of Empires 4 timeline, were Muslim dynasties, right? Delhi was a very big one, but there was a lot in there. Like the thing that this, I mean, I kind of feel bad sometimes in Indian history because it just feels like other countries coming in and trying to tell you what to do, which when you try to put it on a historical platform does a lot of disservice to the amazing history of the region, right? So like, you know, when the Muslims were done ruling there, obviously we Brits came over and we decided to be a bit of a douchebag. But there is definitely a rich culture. It's just the problem is how you represent that on a civilization perspective, if that makes sense. All right, like you could go for something in the south maybe, but like, yeah, I'm thinking, for example, like Bengalis. I'm trying to remember, the Bengals, were they ruled by a Muslim overcast as well? I can't remember. They might have been. Actually, no, I think Bengalis may have, yeah, they were, but I think, it was a different, I don't know if it came from Afghanistan or it came from like the east. But like your best call, your best shout for a true Indian civ would probably be Vijayanagar. I always butchered that, so apologies. Which was a southern province state of Hinduis compared to most of the northern provinces that were, in fact, of the Middle Eastern descendants. So, Horseman been raiding through. Anatan has managed to snatch 2 kills so far. Yeah, TikTok goes the clock, because Voldemar, only one Sacred Sight's really not going to cut it, and that's getting decapped as well. He's scaling into archers, but right now his army isn't exactly outrageously high or scary. The Lombo count is, I think, more worrisome. Great strike there by Anatan to take down 2. Did cost him 1 Ghazi, but that's a worthwhile exchange. Rajput, yeah. Like, Rajput, I think, is the main one I hear talked about that could maybe work. I do not forget that Pakistan and India used to be one country. Because, you know, my country was kind of responsible for causing that civil war split. I mean, the tensions were brewing, but white men halfway around the world decided where the borders were going to be between the two countries, which was pretty disgraceful. In fact, if you guys ever want to enlighten your history and be a little bit shocked as to all the fundamental flaws of the Middle East and the political infrastructures these days, look no further than the involvement of, once again, white man from Europe. Yeah. A lot of the problems started to erupt after the end of World War I, when British and French people didn't honor the deal they made with the local tribes, and instead decided to arbitrarily carve up territory. Sorry about that. Voldemar. Quite a lot of Archer spear spam coming in now. His military lead isn't true, though. It's mainly just scholars here. And remember, the Hippodrome, there's 11 seconds of Triumph Charge. Anatan intentionally scaling to a lot of ponies here. He's going to bait him into the engagement. Backstab's going to try to come through, but nice mirrored movement there by Anatan. Let's put him up against a few spears here, though. And the Lombos may be a little bit pinned. Voldemar, it's a sandwich, but it's a thinly sliced loaf of bread on the top side. No, not able to pin him fully. Lombos just trying to now hide inside the spears. Mainly because that's the primary target for Voldemar. Like, you're not even caring about the spearman kills right now. Just trying to get rid of the Lombos to get ahead. Ghazi reserves are going to jump back into the fight. Limitane have been peeled away from the Lombo range. That's going to be them sniped and targeted down. Anatan, he's still got that longbow ball. That's the big concern here. After an exhausting fight on both sides, Voldemar has at least managed to secure Sacred Sites temporarily. The problem is, this longbow ball is going to keep on growing. Yeah, if he can find more olive oil, which he has now done on the north side. Keep in mind, your goal here is Voldemar, weirdly enough, is to some degree to actually keep Anatan in the feudal age. Now, I know that sounds really counterintuitive because you're playing against Sistans, but don't think about the Sistans here. Think about the other detail. Look at what he's doing. without Grand Winery, an olive oil transition isn't easily done. So this is Anatan's last mercenary source. So if Voldemar can keep wearing him down, the logic here is that Anatan's biggest threat, the Lombos, will eventually cease to exist. Unless he rushes castle. Voldemar. He has the right idea, but does he have the right timing here? Because Anatan is indeed looking to now rush up to Castle Age. The gathering around the deer, this is going to be fast. Who's coming in? Voldemar, I guess he's going to mirror? Probably feels like he can't dive quick enough. It is difficult to attack into Lombos. Especially after you lose all the Ghazi. And you are correct. Like, what we done at the end of World War I was part of it, and then World War II just exacerbated the factor after, you know, we'd already carved up Africa, and now we decided to look at the Middle East. So, Goldenhorn Tower on the way. I thought Voldemar was going to age up, but he's reinvested. I mean, it might just be the issue of, like, gaps in gathering. This does look a little bit weird. I do like they got the walls up. That's going to slow down a counter-offensive now, because Anatan with Lombos wants to leverage them. But Voldemar, this is the gap I'm worried about, man. Like, you're focused on the north side. I'd be more focused on this. This is a good short route from Anatan's base if he wants to send it. And yeah, I thought so. Anatan, he didn't use Triumph in that big fight, which is kind of shocking. I think if he had, this would have probably been Voldemar rolling over dead. Probably the big concern for him is that it was so close to Voldemar's base that if he activated, Voldemar would have just retreated. And remember what we said about that Triumph button. It is a press to win, but it can also be a press to lose. And Voldemar should be now heading for the House of Learning. Now that the age up is complete, like, there's no contesting in this age. You need to get out. Horseman Raid is going to be coming in. Textiles is there, though. So Voldemar actually just stands his ground. I mean, there's no Expilatores, and the Triumph wouldn't really cut it here. Does manage to get one worker kill, though. Still, TikTok goes the clock. Remember, Anatan, he's got those systems, which buffs his production rate. He pushes out men-at-arms every 14 seconds. This is a scary timing. And it's about to get a lot scary. Check this. Anatan catches him building the landmark straight away. Hasn't activated the Hippodrome, but the big force is on the way. They've Rangian the Cataphracts. Wasting a lot of time actually trying to break through into the Sacred Site, weirdly enough. Horseman will at least be scared away. I'm a bit concerned here because Voldemar, most of his defense force is to counter lightly armored units. Anatan is full steering into heavy. We've got additional Lombos coming because, well, that's just natural with the Olive Oil. The Goldenhorn Tower is going to push them for free anyway. Now the Cataphracts. There are Spearmen, but not many. Lombos do play perfect counter to them. Baits them forward. Voldemar needs to slow down. Yeah, that almost got very dicey. Lombos were about to be in range. House of Learning is going to complete. That's a lot of exposed villages for Voldemar that he should really just be sending back to work. Unless he wants to lose them. Cataphracts Rangian start to move in. He sticks the men-at-arms in as the front line. They've got the double ranged armor upgrade. They're taking no damage at all. Now the Cataphracts able to start sneaking around the flanks. Voldemar, if he can make his stand here, if he can get a War Elephant out, he can stabilize, but there might not be an army left by the time the War Elephant gets here. Cataphract just moving around the back now. There's still one Spearman alive, so should be able to block that play. But a lot of out time now. Voldemar, I mean, at this rate, half of his economy is not going to be working. Crossbow's coming out, but it's infantile at this stage. It's just one at a time, which means Lombos and Rangian can snipe them. Wow, just target fires down the archers. Doesn't even realize that he's got Lombos standing right next to Crossbow Elephant. Villagers are in trouble. Behind this, we have got Anatan now going towards relics. Something that Voldemar hasn't been able to think about because of pure chaos in his base. It's about to get a lot more chaotic. Voldemar, I think Anatan knows. Yeah, he heads for the berries. There's 25 workers out here. 2 Cataphracts will munch that up. So it looks like Voldemort, you know, he got the elephants out to hold in his base barely, but this is going to be the killing blow. Cataphracts on the food. And Voldemort also with nowhere to go. He's got one farm cluster to his name and nothing else he'll be able to gather. The deer is a forward spawn. And he immediately throws in the towel. Anatan able to take an early lead in this Volta Esports derby. Yeah. Just solid timings. I think that transition... the weird thing to me is like the fight in the middle by Anatan wasn't even the best it could have been. I think it actually like Triumph there would have rolled the game even faster. So in a sad way, Anatan kind of gave Voldemort a lifeline, but it still wasn't enough. So first game, going to Anachad. By the way, reminder to everyone in chat, when you see that link pop up, when you see the Yupu link pop up, important you click it. It helps out the channel more than you'll ever realize. We are right now doing an awareness campaign over Gigabyte's latest products. The big focus we've been talking about is the OLED monitors. These things are game changers. If you love vibrant colors, if you're a graphics nerd and you want to get more out of it, honestly, at this point, people overrate switching your settings from like medium to high. I think the color difference is actually really what's convincing me. And I've seen these OLEDs in action. I've got a mini LED, which is the worst version of OLEDs technically. And I can see the day and night comparison between that and the IPS monitor here. In fact, I'm talking to my Gigabyte guys now, and they should be sending out one of these monitors hopefully in the next few days so that I can get hands-on with one of their brand spanking new ones. I highly recommend checking them out. They've got high refresh rates. You can get them in 4K resolution or 2K resolution. And yeah, on top of that, to sweeten the pot, you can get your hands on a bunch of games here, including the newly released Metal Gear Solid game that just came out, I believe, today. Silent Hill, the new one's in there as well. Dune Awakening, which is going to be one of the standout games of the year. Phenomenal launch for that game. And plenty more. So be sure to check it out. And big shout out to them for sponsoring the channel. All right, guys. Let's get ready for our next game. These look like some very fast glasses. What can I say, dude? I've got to keep the bugs out of my eye when I move a million miles an hour. Actually, funny thing about these glasses, and by the way, don't go by yet because we're talking to our gunner guy to get the code refreshed. For some reason, it got disabled. They're intentionally more curved than standard glasses. And that was a design choice made by Gunner to stop as much air reaching your eyes so that your eyes dry out slow when you're playing games. Interesting little science about it, and I was a bit skeptical, but I actually kind of tested it myself because we had like some non-prescription lens ones, and I wore my contacts. And I gotta say, actually, like they're not lying about that. I was able to game for hours and hours without my eyes drying. Which, if anyone's tried gaming for hours and hours with eye contacts, you know where I'm going with this. Your eyes dry up really quickly because you don't blink as much. Metal Gear Solid's not running on a 4060. I mean, sounds to me like it's time for you to upgrade to a 9070 XT. Go get yourself on the Gigabyte ones. You can find those as well. They will also get you a bunch of games for free. I swear by the AMD, like 9070 XT, best bang for buck graphics card. When it comes to dollar per frame, like, yeah, AMD's winning on this current generation. Do I rehearse this ad? Nope. I just, I hate rigid, pre-recorded ad type stuff. I would rather in the moment. I like organic ads. I'm all about them. You know, the reason why I'm called Killer Pigeon is because I wing it. All right. Let's flip the scores. Metal Gear Solid Delta you can access early for a slightly higher price. They done one of those 2 days early access things. Last time we saw Voldemort involved with the Shu Shi, he completely annihilated his opponent from an age behind. This time, it might be his turn to get annihilated from an age ahead. Anasand on the Iabids is already leading in this Volta Esports Showdown. That's right, we have Team Orgs in Age of Empires 4, and we've got two of their players facing off in the quarterfinals. I thought they were teammates. It doesn't feel like it right now. Anatan with the Ibids going on to Dry Arabia up against Voldemar on Shu Shi. I mean, Pro Scout just seems to be a given here, right? I'm wondering what Anatan's plan is to combat that. Irobids has been getting a little bit more diversity on their builds recently, but for the most, it has started to gravitate back towards Growth Wing as a standard play, occasionally with Military Wing Reinforcement. Melee Wing Reinforcement usually feels good to harass your opponent and force a reaction. I don't know if you want it here, though, and the reason is your opponent, if he's going Pro Scouts, will build a Horseman accessible building anyway. He'll build a Stables. If you build into Desert Raiders and your opponent reacts with double Horsemen, it's not really that big of a deal for Voldemar because he would have already needed the Stables in the first place. Whereas, let's say you're against a Civ that wants the fast castle. If you go for the Desert Raider build, he then has to build an outpost. That's going to idle a villager, plus the fact it's going to require 100 wood. Maybe you force him to build a few archers, and then you can tech yourself. Because usually, Iobid's win con is reaching castle. And that is cool. Wait, what? Eco Wing Industry coming from Anatan. What is he up to? Well, we're not seeing him move out into stone, so it's not 2TC. He's looking for the ramped production. Yeah, so you build the production buildings in 20 seconds instead of 30, and you'll also get your hands on the wood necessary to build double production building. What an interesting idea. And I mean, normally this strategy looks best when you're going archers. The idea being is that you have all this wood, you can already build one archer range and start pumping out archers quick. But I don't think you want to be doing archers in the Shushi when they're going to do horsemen, right? Unless there's an IU plan where you go archer into spears. Spears is like the least built unit by Ibids, though. Most of the AMD cards don't use the melty connectors. Oh yeah, I heard about those recently. That's kind of dodgy. I can confirm no problems with my beautiful 7900 XTX card. This thing purrs like a beaut. Actually, I have had one small issue with recent firmware, which apparently is known by AMD and they're fixing it, which is like sometimes when I'm scrolling through like big text fields on Twitch, weirdly, and it's always Twitch, I get some like purple graphic like blocks pop up. But yeah, no issues in game. I've never had that in game. It's only in Twitch. And on chat, specifically. Like, if that is the biggest problem I have, then I'm very happy with my purchase. Medigarden coming in, by the way. That's a really good one. Voldemar, he gets the 36 food and 50 gold. That's going to accelerate him towards his Pro Scout timing, which you can clearly see is targeting by the fact he's got 3 villagers still on gold. Moment of truth from Anatan. What are we looking at here? 450 wood is a lot. Wait. Wait. Is he doing... What? We have Pro Scout Iobids. Okay, that's kind of sick. Double stable for 300 wood. He had the extra 150 in the bag for the Pro Scouts timing. Oh my god. Guys, look at the timing on this. Voldemar will have maybe a 10-second edge on his Pro Scout timing at this rate. Okay, he make it bigger. It's going to be 15 seconds. 15 to 20 seconds difference. That's crazy. What? Okay, that is sick, because before this, we used to see a Pro Scouts build. MSN was the one who was doing it a lot, which was Advancement Wing, which allowed you to save some resource and tech up faster to queue up Pro Scouts. But I kind of dig this more. You know, you get the ongoing value of a quicker build speed, and that injection of 300 wood is huge. You know, 300 wood, that would require you to use, what, 10 workers to gather that in a minute otherwise. That's so sick. And I don't think Voldemar's expecting it. Like, look at the way he's prepped. It's just scouts. He's got racks coming in now. Did he just assume he's going to be up against Desert Raiders, maybe? Scout will give a little bit of a poke at it. But he can now just snatch right now. I don't think Voldemar's going to realize it as long as Anatan doesn't take from this deer stack. Horseman is going to arrive. Nice little idle time forced on the gold. And yeah, here we go. Crafty Anatan. Wait, is he going to... Yep. He's just going to take from the east side. I love this because Voldemar, like, look at the way he's prepped this. Now that he has to switch Spearman, he's at 4 scouts, which means 1 full more grab here before he moves across. He might not realize these deer are disappearing. Because in the moment, you know, you're against Iobids. Why would you be checking the deer through the folk? You wouldn't. You just assume they're going to be there. Anatan has got extra scouts coming to take the deer from his side. I mean, he's actually beating Shushi on pro scouts. That's crazy. Oh. Well, this is a joy. I reckon is Rico maybe taking notes. I know he's very big on finding these new routes of Iabids himself with the Master Smith build. I don't think I've seen someone do this in tournaments. And Voldemort is like, wait a second. I meant to pro scouts. Why are you pro scouting? I'll let you follow up from Anatan as well, a crafty switch. Reminder, he builds these structures quicker. Doesn't take him 30 seconds, takes him 20. Yeah, so he just spends less time with his villagers wasting more time producing. Scout to be scared away. It looks like he's maybe trying to snatch from his opponent's side. He's at least going to go back for the rest of his deer. Banasan is fast on his way to securing about 60% of the deer on the map, which is great. Like, that's close to what you need to actually feel ahead. Remember, Shushi do get 20% more food via the taxman, so their deer last longer, or rather they get more food out of their deer. I mean, I'd recommend practicing Cliffside just because it's the type of map that will regularly come back into tournaments, to be honest with you. I can understand skepticism around something like Danu because you don't know if that's going to appear, but Cliffside is like, I don't know, like Cliffside has been a ladder map a lot in the past as well. And by the way, that's a big thing with KPMM. We try to balance new maps with ones that have been consistently present in the game in the past. Voldemort. Discovering something that has definitely not been popular. Pro Scouts Iabid. He now goes on the offensive. Chuganu moving up. But the deer are already all back. Yeah, so there's nothing to really block there for him. Anathan, he's hiding the archers. I don't think Voldemort has seen it yet. No, he's still just kind of lurking. Nano. He's at least going to try to keep some of the troops at home. So the longer Voldemort plays like this, the worse it's going to get, guys. If he doesn't realize it's archer mass, this army is going to die. Chug will definitely square up well, so as long as he reinvests there, it's not too bad. And Voldemort, yeah, he does get the info. So we have got 1-1-1. Horseman plus the Chug are going to be powerful here. This is also an awkward matchup for Iabids to play Desert Raider now for the debuff. Usually you want that debuff if your opponent has a lot of horsemen, but the problem here is if you go for it, Chugenu are one of the best units at killing Desert Raiders. Because Desert Raiders have no armor, they end up taking 12 damage from each Chug on a low HP unit. And I'm still just trying to prowl around on the flanks a little here. He knows he can't directly contest the army yet. Especially considering he does not have his blacksmith upgrades just yet. And I say can't directly contest it, but then again, like, Anno does need to get everything across here. He spent a lot of time chasing those horsemen wide. Also seems like he's holding extra Chug in reserve. The numbers don't quite make No, those are villagers. Yeah, so I don't know where all the Chug are. The numbers don't really support what he's doing, though. Pathing on that village. Alright, second kill for Anazand. Very reminiscent of game number 1, where Anno didn't get this huge hit that just GG'd the game. He just got these little trickle trades of a worker kill here, a worker kill there that put him ahead. Voldemort, the tricky part now is like, how do you break into this base? Because now that it's Pro Scouts, Anatan doesn't really need to come out. This is the thing that the Chug would feel really good if this was not Pro Scouts. And the wildness continues. It's advancement wing. Yeah, so why would Anno do this? The reason is that the Chug is blobbing, and he knows a dive is coming soon. So if he waits the extra 30 seconds or so, those 30 seconds could have been him getting 4 or 5 Gulam out, or a few Camel Lances ready. I actually think Gulam's a pretty strong play here for Anno. Like, Gulam's is very cost efficient. You have a lot of food off of the deer play. A lot of sheep in reserve as well. Like, he's got 18 sheep compared to Voldemort, who has none. are going to hop on the backside, so he will scout the tech up. Villagers will be protected. I know, not that much wood. Only enough for one extra production building here. I mean, there's no way he's just trying to play Cam Lancers plus Archers here, right? This is a very big army. Valdemar looking to posture even more aggressively. The Horseman is still raiding back in his base. Goes for the burn on the Blacksmith. Yeah, so he's just trying to deny Undermesh 2 because that's the #1 counter here to Chug. That's what would allow Anatan with Veterancy on Archers to contest. It's a great read there. Anatan, it is going to be the racks. We're getting Ghoulems. This is so smart. And so underrated. We so often see people just neglect Ghoulam play when it would save them in many Doom situations. You know, you're talking about a full feudal army that has no armor. Every single one of these units has 0 melee armor, meaning the Ghoulam spam is super effective. Tech up complete. Camel Lancers get queued. We should also be seeing it joined by Ghoulam. In fact, I would just say stick Ghoulam only. You've got 2,000 food. It's the best usage of your food gold ratio. Awesome, poking in again. Yeah, Anno 1900 here. Anno 2000. When are we getting to Anno 20... Is it 2022? No, not 2020. It'd be... Was it 2200? It was 2200, wasn't it? Yeah, Anno 2200 anywhere? No, okay, we actually have the investment. Okay, but he... Wait, so he doesn't go Ghoulam in the end? No, he goes straight to Camel Lancers. Sold a bunch of the food to get there. And now we get Ghoulam. A little bit of a weird order, because Anatan could have had Ghoulems already producing. Valdemar has really got no value here just standing like this. And yes, Ghoulam costs 120 food because they're a lot better version of a Men-at-Arms. At least in certain matchups. They kind of suck against heavily armored units because their value is the double strike. Otherwise, they're actually like pretty rough on the damage. You see 10 to 15. It's like a Men-at-Arms has 12 straight across the border waves. But the Ghoulems, they have this double strike. They also have 40 more HP than a standard Men-at-Arms. Not as versatile, I'd say, as Men-at-Arms, but really powerful here. Ram is going to get deleted. Ranged Armor 2 is already in for Anatan, so this Chug aren't actually hitting that hard. Yet you just saw them fail to get an archer kill there. 2 armor, carrying big here. Anatan starting to push that army away. Valdemar may have aged up, but he's been waiting on that veterancy, and the hats come in. So Chug have been upgraded, but the spearmen have not. They've been neglected, and they've also been exposed. Valdemar, he slips on the micro. Spears down. That means the Chug are now going to get pushed back. This is the moment that Anatan was waiting for. Camel Lancer count isn't huge, but it's big enough to absorb a lot of shots alongside the Ghoulam. And that's all Anno needs, because this trade right now is ridiculous. The archers are just winning the fight. Valdemar realizes the error of his ways, dives past it, but it's too little too late. Chug mass completely deleted. And this is rough, guys, because he did actively invest. He went for Steeled Arrow level 2. He got bolt magazines. He vetted them up. He spent a lot of resource on this Chuganu play just for it to get counted. Now the March of Death begins. Anatan already steering into the Dervish play, so he's going to be looking for the relics next. Right over here. Camel Lancer count is very lacking for Anatan. But these archers are going to maintain value because Valdemar is trying to react with spears instead of just Lancers. Which, like, makes sense. If your opponent's just going into Camel Lancers now, you just get wiped. And no, the next Anno will be Pax Romana. I think it's Anno 17... 117 or 112 or something. Anno 117 is the next one. Hopefully, if done right, basically the successor to Caesar. I'm hoping. I'm really freaking hoping. Voldemar's going to be hoping for a big mistake from Anatan. This is a tough position to be in. Remember, due to the Pro Scouts play, they ended up splitting the deer. Actually, Anno got more of it. Voldemar desperately foraging the last of the berries. Lancers are starting to arrive in the base. But he's got way too small of an army, and I think he knows that. Anatan starts to dive in. Wondering, where's the counterplay? Where's the pressure? It's gone. He's deleted. Voldemar now 2-0 down because of Anatan's crafty and nefarious Crow Scout Iabids. Wow. I don't know, man. Like, these type of games I'm always not sure of. Like, was it close? But was it really cool to see Pro Scouts IU? Most definitely. New Ibid build. Beats Pro Scouts, I guess. Like, that's kind of crazy, guys. Remember, Shushi are meant to be the best Civ at Pro Scout timing in the game. And he pretty much mirrored it, right? He was only 20 seconds out, but he got more deer. That's wild. Voldemar video of him going to the VES boot camp. Interesting. Haven't seen it. So 2-0 up. Glad to hear they're trying to create content though. Like, I think there's a lot of complaints at the moment in Apex, a game that I love, about org support and like content creation, etc. And I'm on board with the idea that like the majority of players do not do themselves any favor. They create zero value for the org, and yes, a lot of orgs don't create value back. But it's a mutual issue of like, you know, you're being given a platform, and if you're not using it yourself and just expecting the org to do it for you, you're going to be sorely disappointed. One of the biggest failures, time and time again, of pro players is just assuming that they can just win at the game and that's good enough. You know, esports isn't big enough. Even on like the League of Legends level, it's not realistically big enough to just be all that. You know, you need to find ways of sustaining yourself. All right. Apologies, I forgot to do predictions before. Set up now for game number 3. You guys are usually gambaholics chewing my ear off. But looks like next we're going to front range, and it's going to be Anatan's unstoppable Order of the Dragon. We have not seen him lose with this Civ on this map. He's been an absolute bull in the China store with it. Where the Nuggets yesterday, and did I read? Is there really an announcement? Because if there isn't, and you're like running this back again, I'm gonna unmod you. Link me the announcement. Farman just realized he's about to lose his sword. What he does next must be perfectly diplomatic. Chat, has he got it? Or is he hoping the game will just start and I'll forget? Oh. Only a tier 2 sub will save him now. Alright, chat. He's taking a long time to get a link. All right. Oh, here we go. Is he safe? All right, Grandpa got a link. So you just randomly grabbed basically anything you desperately find. Chat. He panicked. 19th of August? This is not an announcement. That's not an announcement. I'm going to let chat decide your fate. I've got a game to cast with no glasses, apparently. Farman is so dead. All right. Let's see. We got it marked up? We have indeed. Oh, wait. No, we need to flip. And then we need to flip. I'm going to blow your mind. Order of the Dragon is broken. At least on this map. Welcome back to the channel for our tournament series between Anatan and Voldemar. Front Range, a new map that has been featured not only here in KPM, but also will be featured in an American LAN, has looked intriguingly different. The meta is not what you're used to on Dry Arabia. The civs that dominate are very different because Order of the Dragon has been unbeaten, especially in the hands of this legend. Anatan, he's showing you exactly why as well. Front Range, a map that rewards presence due to a lack of safe food. Players on the ball are big and thriving, but Voldemar has got a reaction to that play. Hello! No, Anatan, you can't get away with that, my friend. So, wait, Voldemar says thank you very much for doing the hard work. Oh, that's incredible. So Voldemar, like normally you have to make a lot of effort here, right? Killing the boar can lose you a villager if you're not careful. You take heavy damage, you waste time. Not Voldy. He waits until Anatan kills it and then takes it away. All right, that right there is play of the day. No doubt about it. that is clippable and shippable, folks. You should be slapping that up on Reddit. We talk about deer yoinks. We talk about relic yoinks. But rarely do you speak of the boy yoink. Just slaps free on there, moves in for the outpost rush now. Okay, yeah, Voldemort, chill. I think, yeah, he realized that if he does that and it gets seen, which is likely because there's nothing else for the scout to do, then it'll just get burned and he'll waste time. What a great start, man. And much needed for Voldemort. Reminder, he's 2-0 down. This is the best of 5. He's out if he loses this. And wait, no, Anatan, don't do it. Is he actually gonna... He's gonna try to take Voldemar's ball. Yeah, because Voldemar, like, this was a reactionary play. He was meant to just eat his own ball and then saw the play. The issue here is Anno is going to be seen by the mill. But, guys, the cool thing about being Order of the Dragon is your build speed is quicker. So with 5 villagers, he should be able to get it up before these guys would get back. See, clearly the mistake, Voldemar, was not pulling the other 5 villagers to the second ball. Oh my god, could you imagine if he'd done that? The levels of brain if he had actually done that. Well, mill's being built now. No signs of an outpost. Ah, the spearman. Yeah, so he can't go for an outpost rush now. Alright, instead Voldemar will have to go for an age up. Longbows makes a lot of sense with English on this map. I'm not a big fan of Abbey of Kings because Abbey of Kings usually means you want a 2TC, and 2TC feels like a quick way of losing. Yeah, I think we've had a few people try Abbey of Kings so far on this map, and it's just fallen flat every... No, guys, don't say it. There's still hope. That it's fine. As long as Voldemort doesn't start gathering the stone, it's fine. If he does start gathering the stone, I'm going to need a lot of Fs in chat. Because we have seen B try 2TC with Ottomans against Order of the Dragon. And Anatan completely wiped him. Like, Anatan, all he really needs for this type of build is mime work into men-at-arms spam. I am hoping this is not a move on the stone. He's only got 6 on wood, so like this could work with Voldemort playing 1 TC aggro. Idea being here is like if you went longbow, your opponent will go men at arms. But if you go Abbey of Kings, you can build horsemen and you can just pull back to heal them, right? So the idea is you gradually beat down men at arms. But mine work is now on the way, Fano. I am a bit curious as to how Voldemort's going to get home, by the way. I guess we just hunker down and go for the berries and deer afterwards, right? Because, like, he's got some way to go with this ball, but when he tries to get home, he's going to be seen very early. Yeah, Voldemort, just keep an eye on things. Has got the king coming, but Anatan with the correct reaction. This is another thing that's really nice about Order of the Dragon on this map. If the ball play is optimal for 8, that means you need double outposts, but for Order of the Dragon, 5 villages is good enough. So it means you don't have to spend another 100 wood to defend the spot. And I wonder, is Anno going to do full commitment feudal? Or is this going to be just partial commitment into castle? I mean, we don't have him queuing up a minute. There we go. It's on the way. So maybe 2 or 3 men-at-arms maximum and then castle. Like, that's been quite good for Anatan on this map, historically. Also allows you to skip by the issue of the healing. Because then you just get into these unkillable men-at-arms. What? Mirrored MAA was not on my bingo card. Is Voldemar worried that there's going to be Gilded Archers, maybe? I'm trying to think otherwise why you would do this. Into Men-at-Arms. I mean, technically, if you micro it right, you can pull back and you can heal your guys with your king. But that king healing aura takes quite a while to kick in. You have to be tagged as not in combat anymore, and that takes a few seconds to happen. So it's not as simple as just like when you have scholars and you keep pulling back and healing. It's very different. What an intriguing oddity. Voldemort is going to be Lombo Men-at-Arms. Okay, so Anno, if he just does Horseman. No, he actually does go for the Archers. Okay, good signs for Voldy then. Maybe it's going to make the idea of pulling away injured targets more difficult, but it's going to enable his Lombos is the idea. Lombos, which by the way, do okay into Men-at-Arms anyway, due to the higher base damage. Reminder, Archers are normally 5 damage. These guys have 20% more than a standard Archer, which is definitely worth the premium price. Yeah, it's ridiculously good value if you think about it. You know, you pay about, what, 15% more than a standard Archer, but for that, you get extra 2 tower range, and you get 1 more damage. You are slower, sure, but definitely worth it. Well, I understand. You'll think this is worth the Men-at-Arms, just unkillable currently. The burn damage too high. Voldemort not even trying for the repair. He's going to have to scramble out of here. Villagers are going to get chased, but I think that might be a bit futile. The movement speed isn't great on these Men-at-Arms. No, so Voldemort will be able to formation shuffle his way out of danger. And Anatan will do what every Order of the Dragon player does in this situation. Select all, A-click. Hit anything that's close to you, because otherwise you're going to get kited. Double Gilded Archers here. And wait, the villagers, that's dangerous. That's really, really dangerous. Gilded Archers mop this up. Voldemort, what the hell? Oh, no. Formation shuffling might save him again, which is just outrageous. Remember, Gilded Archers are quicker than wheelbarrow-less villagers. A good micro, he's just target firing onto the Archers. Voldemort, I can't believe this, man. After the ball yoink, how is this unraveled so quickly? I mean, it's kind of simple, right? Why are we on Men-at-Arms as English against Gilded ones? I think that's the part of Voldemar's strat that doesn't really make much sense. The Abbey of Kings is irrelevant. It hasn't done anything in this game. Like, for this type of build, he probably would have been better off just going Council Hall. Because think about it, that the king couldn't heal anyone. That fight was just non-stop. So now you invested 150 wood to get into Longbow slower, instead of having Longbow access for free. If the king was at least raiding into the base, I could maybe see it. But even then, it's very hard for English kings to kill Gilded Villagers due to the 65 HP instead of 50. Yeah, so this just looks like it's going to be a speedy snuff out. I know, just content as can be, by the way, because now, after he's done with this ball, he comes back for his own again. 960 food left on that. Absolutely worth the mill investment into the push-off. Voldemort. I guess it's time to start gathering that stone. We might as well 2TC at this point. Then we can at least blame the 2TC build. The reason why Voldemar's trying to defend the far ball is he has nowhere else to go. Anatan outplayed him. The goal here for Voldy, the ideal one would have been you secure this ball, then when it gets harassed, you walk back to this ball. But Anatan sneaking around and taking this ball away was next level big brain. He shut out the reserve play from Voldemar. He put what was a losing situation into a full win. Now Voldemar is the one without any good food source. You know, he's out of sheep. He's going to have to start adding in farms soon. I mean, you're seeing English on berries, never a good sign. I don't mind the idea of English being on berries when they're ahead, but this is him trying to play catch up right now. Nanotand. It's going to give him another thing to have to catch up on. Blue's about to go castle. Burgrave would just end the game straight away. Regnitz gives you scalability, and he does have the outposts out in the middle of the map, so I don't necessarily mind Regnitz here. You are that far ahead. But it gives a small chance for Voldemort to do something, whereas Burgrave just completely suppresses him. Just run and attack Anatan's boar? He can't. How can he go here when there's an outpost? It's not going to work. Like, Gilded villages are a lot better at defending exposed outposts than standard villages. They're tankier, and they're more efficient on, like, the garrison slots, right? Like, you're seeing him now try this, but fortification's now right in the way. Burgrave on the way. And the Lombos are way too far away. Yeah, Anatan played that remarkably well. Just min-max the repair. And now Target Fire's going to come in. The Lombos have died too fast here. So, folks, looks like Anatan is going to be making it through to another semi-finals where he might match up against his former team member B. A matchup that consistently delivers fireworks. Unless Numadon has something to say about it. Yeah, make no mistake about it. That is not etched in stone just yet, as Numadon last week was able to beat B 3-1. We'll check in a little bit later to find out if there's going to be revenge or a repeat. But for now, despite the incredible beginning to this game for the English, it is going to be another defeat. Dude, I'm so upset because the Gigabrain levels of that plan and then it just like failing so quickly makes for a really bad upload. Which is a shame, because it was a really, really smart idea. Okay, so, checking in now on the boyos. I think we're hoping to hear from B soon, so fingers crossed. I don't know if Numadon is available early in the day, but Myriad and Kilyadi are struggling to figure out their schedules. And we're I would expect WAM MSN to be in a few hours, probably. Because MSN has school, and WAM usually isn't available until, like, 4 or 5 p.m., right? In UK time. So, we should definitely have WAM MSN today, just a little bit later. MSN... Oh, wait, MSN, are you, like, off today? I thought you were in school. But WAM, usually I'd say, is around probably 2 hours from now-ish. I just got... Whoa, school's over already? Damn, that's short school. So, in terms of results, let me just add this up here. So, we now know our first semi-finalist will be Anatand. And the goal would be... Like, ideally, it would be nice to actually have a semi-finals today, but we'll see if it's feasible. If not, we'll look to try and cast them all on the Thursday and then do third place match on the Friday. Yeah, Kilyadi Mirren has been a bit of a struggle. My hopes is that they're available to play in like the next 2 hours. And then that would set up nicely for when Vortex is available. Because quarterfinals, like round of 16, I don't know. Like, I don't know if we're going to have to start penalizing people because I don't want to say I don't think Kilyadi and Myriad are repeat offenders. I think they're usually quite good with this. But we're going to probably have to try and keep a log because if there is kind of a similar regularity of some people doing this or having this type of scheduling issue, we need to flag it and like incentivize forward scheduling. Just because otherwise it compromises the tournament. Like right now, Vortex is available, right? But he can't play his game until they played theirs, which then has a staggered effect. Like if you look at the bracket right now, you'll see you now have the situation where WAM and MSN could play and be through to their semi-finals before Kilyadi and Myriad resolve. So yeah, I need to try and figure out the best case scenario for that. Like I said, most players have been good for it. I don't think Kilyadi and Myriad have been a problem, so I'm not flagging them in particular. It's just this happens, and it's like, I mean, all rounds best of 5 qualifier on the weekend probably didn't help the matter. But like in the past, there has been a few people that are repeat offenders for just being really lazy on like scheduling. Not going to name names. Like I said, most players have been really good with this. Because like in a cool world, I I wouldn't mind, like, considering the matchups we've seen here, I wouldn't mind having, like, RO 16B best of fives. But if we can't get smooth scheduling, then making an earlier round a best of five is not a great option, you know what I mean? Like, originally I was actually conceiving of, like, a world in which we'd make the semifinals break off into double elim. So you'd have upper bracket finals into finals, and then you have lower brackets. So, like, there'd be more chances to recover. But, like, that would have added in, I think it's 3 extra series. And also with, like, open scheduling, it's just a nightmare, which is unfortunate. But while we wait to hear back from the lads on the next series, I think we can look to cast some pub games. Wait, what's either 2 p.m. or 4 p.m.? What, when you finish your school? Or when Wham is around? Like, yeah, that's the time I'd probably expect from him. 1 second. Alright, I need to send those rates across to my creators later. Ah, when you finish school. Got you. I think when I was, like, younger, it was always, I want to say 3:30, I think. B next? Yeah, B series will most probably be the one next. We're just waiting for B to wake up. So that we can get confirmation. As I think, like, B usually gets on for, like, now or an hour from now. Because he's got, like, kiddos, and I think he likes to... I think the idea of B is he likes to spend the mornings with his kids and then get into, like, playing AoE4 and tournaments, whatever, in the evening. Which is smart. It makes sense of the scheduling. By the way, guys, Week 4 is open for sign-up. So if you go across to Start GG, if you want a chance to play in these and compete against some of your favorite players, now is the time. Go ahead, click through, sign up. You never know who's going to be there. I think we had some interesting names. Like, if I have a look back at the round of 32 graphic for you guys. Yeah, look at that. It's not all just pros appearing, right? Rob turned up. We had Zvez, Red Darksider, Marco Tambi, Guts was in there, Bystripped, Asukic, Bexter, you know, quite a few. Our legend Hussein also making another one. So yeah, if you guys want to have a little taster of what it's like to be a pro player, sign up and experience something very different to when you play pub games, because, you know, you have to think about drafting. You have to think about more than just the one game. Become #1 YouTube fan. Oh, what? Has it done that thing where it's got like a number next to you? I think that's like based on the biggest chatter, right? Oh, wait. All right, that's Kick W. So Benny on YouTube is like, this will make me your #1 YouTube fan. You guys ready for this? Do you see the number next to his name? He's still got a 2. I'm sorry, I had to do it. Oh dear. But yes, let's get ready. We'll do like a few pub game casts while we wait for the next series. In fact, do you guys want Louis MT versus May, or would you like Kaiser Johan versus Gigliardi? You guys are going to say Louis versus May, aren't you? Yeah. We haven't watched Louis in a bit. He's been a little bit missing from the weeklies. I did bump him. I was like, by the way, they're back on. And I got like the most blunt okay imaginable. I was like, all right. Did I do something to upset? I don't know. He's probably just busy. I don't know if he's like just trying to be a bit more secretive now. Which I don't think being more secretive is like the value play for him necessarily. Like, he actually seemed to be on a high one from playing all the KPMMs. But maybe he's having a holiday or something at the moment. Oh my god, there's so many Mays. I'm trying to find his profile now. The quickest way to do this would probably be to go to someone else's profile and then click across to that May. Because there's so many Mays. Okay, so we'll go to Ravane. And he had a game against May. I just need to find it. And then that'll get us to the correct one for a Louis game. biggest yapper? I mean, yeah, dude, I literally get paid to yap. Bro, that's my whole career. What's the point? Oh, for God's sake, has Ravane played too many games for me to find May for his profile? I think he has, which is a ball ache. Give me a sec, guys. We'll get that Louis game. Who knows? We'll probably have time for both. So he played against a guy called Conviction, who's also played too many games. I'm going to have to click through all the May profiles, aren't I? I hate life so much right now. Unless I can find... Oh, wait. Maybe this guy? Yep, some guy called Eto-chan might be saving our life here. Or rather, saving my sanity. God bless. Thank God. I was going to get so tedious otherwise. May's the one with a general gold icon, but like 4 to 5 stars. Oh, okay. I mean, like, my favorite part was when you're like, your way is easier. I was like, well, technically my way is easier. I have found him. Blessed beings, we have done it. We will be getting our May versus Louis game. Big pog. Oh, dude, there's actually a Recon versus May game as well. Hoo. Crackley's favorite opponent? Isn't he Beastie's favorite opponent too? I thought he's everyone's favorite opponent. Alright, let's have a May day. Alright, let's switch over this one. And do we have pubcasting set? Ah, that's right. I need to change the overlay. Give me a sec. Sorry, guys. I thought I did have the other trim. In fact, where the hell is the trim? What? Ah, there it is. Uno momento, s'il vous plaît. There we go. Well, yeah, the reason why that guy is like number 2 biggest yapper is because I'm number 1 biggest yapper. Checkmate, that's how it works. Alright, let's get ready to go. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Today, I have the pleasure, privilege, and possible insanity of providing you with footage of the most prolific Delhi spammer in Age of Empires 4. Meet May. It's been a while since we've shown him off. This man seems to do one thing and one thing only, whether he's doing it in 1v1s or in team environments, whatever it may be. May only plays Delhi. I think the only time I've seen him play something that is not Delhi is when he is in a free-for-all. Today, he matches up against the scariest man on the ladder. Yes, this is One Trick Pony versus top of the pack. Louis MT almost has 2,500 elo right now. He is by far the scariest boy on the ladder. Let's see what our One Trick Delhi boy can do against him. Map is going to be gorge. Louis MT with the HRE pick. May taking to the Delhi. Interesting matchup, actually. HRE, I think, have started to look decent in this one again. There was a time where HRE were just complete bullies against Delhi back in the old days when Delhi didn't have the Ghazi, the unique light cav. Then the meta came with the Ghazi rival, where all of a sudden Delhi were bullying HRE time and time again. You couldn't just fast castle, and you couldn't really long feudal either. But in recent times, I think HRE, you know, the rival pro scouts, the mine work builds, they've got options on the table again. In fact, I'm a really big fan in particular of mine work. Louis, on the other hand, seems to be a really big fan of stone gathering. I think we've got... Is he going to be trying to F... No. This is... Wait, is he 2TCing against Delhi? And yeah, I did look at his match history. You need to look a little bit closer. If you look at May's match history, the only reason you're seeing Mongol picks is because he plays free-for-all games. If you look at 1v1s... In fact, here you go. I'll help you out with it. Deli, 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 deli. Deli, deli, like he picks Mongols in team games, but if it's 1v1, deli, 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 deli. He's a man of a single focus. Yeah, Louis, 2TC Archon. How best to use Mindwork? Mindwork is really good for aggressive timings. In fact, Mindwork is a great way of practicing and honing your skills at attacking, because it gives you a blacksmith timing much quicker than any other Civ as feasible. It also allows you to play out onto the map. So, you know, the way you utilize Mindwork, you need to be willing to be present out on pocketed resources. And it's all about attack timings. Now, Mindwork against Civs like French, for example, maybe not as desirable. But usually these Civs that aren't the best at attacking, or these mid-tier Civs at attacking, is where HRE Mindwork can be good. Delhi, I think, like, actually Mindwork can be pretty strong, because your all-pike spears are really powerful. But even outside that, it's the fact that you get your blacksmith tech so fast that archer blobbing can be pretty potent with spears. And the thing you have to remember is, like, actually, you know, Archon, great. 35% buff, potential normal economy, great. But building the prelates individually isn't bad either. They buff 9 villagers. You get 35% more gathering per villager. Which means these guys give you an extra 315% gathering rate. So they give you an extra 3 villagers. But you sacrifice a villager production to build one. Even with that detail in mind, it's still a desirable play, and it also sets you up really nicely to pick up relics at the start of Castle Age. Here, though, Louis, I mean, we see Archon a lot on Gorge, right? The big tree line behind you, you'll always be able to gather from. Very powerful. And also the setup, not that great. Like, he only got wood here. I wonder if Louis was contemplating Pro Scouts, but, like, I don't think you Pro Scout plus 2 TC, right? So, instead, we'll likely see the TC drop maybe towards the deer here. The only worry is if Ghazi come out too quickly, you get caught building up, you die. Which is why I'm kind of just expecting him to build on the gold. Pretty underwhelming TC placement, but has become the norm. We very rarely see people do pocket TCs anymore. Yeah. Instead, just the logic here is with how good people have gotten at attacking in Feudal Age, if you go for a loose 2C, you're often going to get ram rushed. Now, I do think that this is one of the civs that doesn't really have to fear that as much, because you do have the E-repairs, but Louis is not willing to take the risk. Yeah, reminder, we're checking out a ladder game here, which is why you can see we haven't got the midweek muster UI. We're waiting for our next series to kick off, which will likely be B versus Numidan. But seeing as we have some time to fill, I figured we'd go and check in on 2 players that aren't in the KPMM. But they are at the top of the leaderboard. Like, guys, this is battle between 1st and 3rd. Technically, it's battle between 1st and 2nd, because I'm not sure if 2nd place is Louis' alternate account or someone else. I think it is. So Louis right now, I mean, dude, he's the 2025 BC/Dumu. Like, look at this. It's all about Louis. Boy, scary, man. Commitment to the grind, respectable. Mate. Hunting for targets that he's not really going to find here. Sheep haul went pretty well for him. 18 sheep, only 9 for Louis, which means he's going to have to start rushing into farms quick. And the goal will be to have all quarterfinals on the Tuesday, yes. That's meant to be when they get scheduled, so fingers crossed. Louis now into the spears as expected, but this is great for May. He can just rush sacred sites now. I say it's great for May. May is very different in how he approaches Delhi. Like, he more often goes all in when he can just play macro. I've seen this so often, not just with, like, Delhi. You know, oh, yes, just with Delhi, but, like, he's in the same pool of players as Ravane with that. If you guys remember, we watched a lot of Ravane with HRE, for example, and he always goes for these mass spear blobs. Like, even when he goes Burgrave, he rushes them. May, it's all about Ghazi. Yeah, he's been a little bit controversial at times due to a certain animation with Ghazi. Let's just say this kid has really good APM. And by the way, because now we've opened that can of worms, when it comes to animation cancelling, it's not really exploitation, technically. It's utilization of a game mechanic flaw. So for the purpose of, like, non-tournament play, etc., is like he's not doing anything bannable or whatever. All right, triple sacred site now locked in. I know some people gave me heat for that, but like, I'm sorry. I lean in the idea of like, if it's really something that shouldn't be in the game, then it would be fixed. And I think we've had issues with like Ghazi attacks for quite some time. Like, they still haven't fixed it, right? I was talking to one of the players the other day who went up against May on the ladder, and he said he wasn't using it. So props to May for not doing it, but like, you know, if he did, if it still was in the game and he was able to anim cancel, it's really not on him. It's like the fact the game needs to be gone. Does lie in the area deleting fish. Relic got rid of that. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, if you're not getting rid of it, then like, and a player keeps utilizing it, like, come on. It's I've always leaned on this side of it's really hard to police animation canceling anyway, for good reason. You know, it's very different than when you intentionally relic duplicate. Like, relic duplication is very obvious exploitation of game mechanics in an unintended way that like skews the experience. But even then, like, banning people for it feels weird. It's just, it needs to be fixed. But with animation canceling, like, it's so subjective, you can't. Like, you can't really police it. It's silly. We had situations in the early days of KPMM where you had to kind of police it with the Desert Raider meta, where they had animation canceling. And it's like, you're basically telling players to play worse. It feels really weird. Very Civ killing, deleting boar allowed? Yes. And all, like, this is that's a great example, by the way. So, Berry Civs, like the Muslim Civs killing boar makes the boar disappear. And I personally think that's silly. But here's the thing. It's been in the game for ages, and the devs have not fixed it, even though it should theoretically be a very easy fix. I say theoretically because spaghetti code, right? Don't know how they've coded it. But once again, like, theoretically an easy fix, but they never fixed it. Which suggests it was intended behavior. Nay. Nice little ride in there. Gets a single worker kill. He does have that tech up advantage, so we are going to see him rushing relics. In fact, May should be capable of getting almost every relic straight away. Yeah, Louis, knowing this, like, is this a Burgrave timing? He's got a decent number of farms. Because he shouldn't really be able to get relics, but May, he's dropping the ball here. Or dropping the relic, shall I say. Fails to bring that one home. So Louis might actually still have a window towards double relic. Damn. I mean, I was getting ready to praise May for his timing, but he dropped the ball. He's going to drop another relic. Can't run away here. Louis MT with the marching drill is just too swift. So T-Swift. No, we're not going down that avenue. Regnants? There's got to be Regnants, right? Like, Louis... Yeah. Wait, no, he actually does go Burgrave. He doesn't think he'll be able to get him. Wow, what the sacrifice to make. I mean, even just 2 relics Regnants would feel pretty damn good here, but he says no. So Louis instead is going to try to leverage that farm area we talked about. And can't blame him. He's already sitting up at 15 farms. He's got 18 spears in the field, and he's still got some berries. So this is going to be a full vomit. And spears actually counterplays everything May has. This crap behavior makes the game worse. So does feudal walls, but that's been left in the game, right? Once again, like, yeah, it might make the game worse, but that's on the developers to remove it. May able to snipe out several workers, man. May is struggling here. Louis MC, that was a great raid. Remember, the marching drills makes him so quick. And, like, the final thing I'll say on animation canceling is, like, a bannable offense or whatever, is the other way that I would measure whether, like, an exploitation is bannable, etc., is how easy is it to do? Right? So, like, relic duplication is a bannable offense, I believe, because the process through which you have to go, especially to duplicate multiple relics, is, like, I mean, it's very obvious exploitation, right? Like, we had this issue back in AoE 4's release. It wasn't something you accidentally done multiple times. But, you know, running by with horsemen and hitting too fast, that could easily just happen. And also, the other thing you got to remember is, like, people might see that as intended behavior anyway. They might go, hey, this seems broken, but you attacking fast like that doesn't strike your brain immediately as this wasn't intended. Whereas turning 2 relics into 15, 20, 30. You guys remember those early days of AoE4 where people done that? That's very obvious bug exploitation. And dude, these spears are destroying, by the way. I love this. We were talking about Ravain's spear rush builds. Louis inspired, man. He's doing exactly that. It's so crafty because May, he didn't play Feudal long enough to scale archers. He opened the door to this. Louis, not able to get relics, of course, but definitely able to push extreme pressure in a game where he has a phenomenal worker lead. 62 now to 38. These spears are destroying everything. I mean, in an ideal world, Mindwork would have been cool here, but with Mindwork, he wouldn't have had this arc and timing. Also, props to Louis. We didn't even talk about this early on. The racks and blacksmith placement, everything intentional to optimize the area around the farms, but also hide what he was doing. May just wasn't expecting this level of aggression. Like right now, Louis MT has got 7 racks worth of production. There's an argument for why walls should be in feudal, but not for why boar should disappear. I think you're mistaking an argument with a good argument. And I think you could make an argument as to why boar disappears, but you couldn't make a good argument. And I feel the same about feudal walls. I don't think there's a good argument for their existence. Unless you're going with it's inviting to casuals. That might be like the closest one. Spears are just everywhere, man. The crazy part to me is despite it's just spear spam, May is still just going into crossbows. Like he's in some ways countering himself. Wait, whoa. Louis, I think he thought he baited him into archers. He's switching into men-at-arms, but even though he's going to be playing into counter, it doesn't matter because of what's happening everywhere. May doesn't even react. Louis MT, what a grab. Minus what, 8, 9 villagers? Great strike in there. And the wall's up from May to try and secure himself against these raids is going to be far too late. They've already found their damage. Incredible. I mean, the men-at-arms I'm not a fan of. And I think Louis, when he watches this replay, will feel the same. Like, from his perspective, he's expecting a counterplay. We're not seeing it, though. May, instead, is trying to play out of the hole with one idea and one idea only. This boy's saving up for Imperial. You can see by the way he's scaling scholars and the hold of resources. Problem is, marching drill spears deals with that pretty well. Well, to the whole boar thing, the bad argument to why boar disappears when Muslim Sibs attack it, so 2 things. One is they can't gather it. And that's a bad argument, by the way, because the boar's existence gets balanced out by berries. The civs that can't gather boar, except for Ottomans, get an extra 100 food per berry batch, right? So they make up for it. But the other technically bad argument... what the hell? The other technically bad argument you could have is that with the coding side of things, there's probably an element of, because of the automated behavior to pick up boar after you kill it, there's a possible flaw in the way they've coded it, in that Delhi, Abbasid, all these civs that can't gather boar, if they killed it, there might be an automated behavior that would make them start gathering from it. So, like I said, both bad arguments, right? But, especially the technical one isn't any worse of an argument than why stone walls exist in feudal age. All right, so May is on his way, and that I did not expect. Hisar Academy is a bit unusual, no? Yeah, but he has got the max scholar out here with the 5 relic grab. He can afford to just research everything fast by spamming scholars. So, like, props to him. His situation is ugly. So ugly, you need to be 15 drinks in to start thinking it looks pretty. But this will give him a lot of food fast with the research rates. What a wacky build. Louis, on the other hand, has a much clearer path here. Right? Black Riders is going to be on the menu because L's back is going to be on the menu. And Black Riders is pretty sick here, even though your opponent has crossbows, like for raiding purposes. I mean, we're still at a point in the game where Mei is playing pocket resources. He also doesn't have castles up because 42 workers, like, you can't build castles. That's impossible. Does Mei go for the food landmark? He does it a lot, does he? I mean, I would have thought it was a play into HRE, but just because of spear spam. Spear spam destroys gunpowder elephants because of the marching drills. Like, HRE is too fast. Mei's guy? I don't know if we actually know. Because I don't think they've ever publicly revealed themselves. I think, like, in gaming, we all just have this instinctive habit of saying he, right? Which is, in fairness, it is pushed by a logic that the majority of gamers are men, at least publicly known, and statistics have continued to support that. However, in recent years, the amount of women playing games has been ramping up more and more. But it is genre specific. So, for example, there's actually quite a lot of people, quite a lot of girls that play FPSs such as Call of Duty. And that, by the way, I think is a ripple effect logic of easier to access. And when, like, a girl who girls have been, you know, less marketed towards in early years of gaming, see their brother or the, you know, boyfriend or the dad, whoever it was going to be playing video games, they more often would see things like Call of Duty being played, right? So, like, I knew several girls who their games were like FIFA, Call of Duty, which are probably some of the most popular IPs that exist in the UK. At least consistently played. Louis? Let's get pinned in the corner. So crossbow's now upgraded. Tech up complete for him. I wonder, you know, are we going to see the Black Riders? Probably not in a rush. As long as Mei has crossbows, you don't really want to go for it. And I don't know if you're just being, like, you think you're being funny, but like Candy Crush comment? I'm pretty sure Candy Crush is primarily, like, played by a bunch of middle-aged men. So, checkmate on that. Flash in. Mei is allergic to micro, apparently. Wait, what? He just stands his ground with the crossbows, finally moves back. Royal Elephant's a bit problematic here. The Spearmen are already elited. Warlords are going to come in clutch. That'll reset him. Surprised it took that long, and unfortunately, Mei, I don't think you want to trigger all of them at once there. Yeah. If you stagger them, it means that Louis just has to keep worrying about diving in, which is where crossbows are really strong. It looks like Louis is scared enough to back off entirely for now. But that's only because it looks like he's playing for Sacred Sites.
Now you're my shooter.
And what is up, sort of? Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome back, everyone. We're watching a few pub games at the moment. I can confirm our next live series of KPMM is going to be in T-minus 2 hours between B and Numadon. And you do not want to miss that one. I actually think that might be the closest quarterfinal by far. No, I hope sort of had a good stream. Been loving watching his return to form, by the way. Sort of, what a mad lad. The 7th and 6th on the ladder consistently. Guy's a grinder. He's played more games than Louis even. Like, in terms of pub games played, I don't think anyone shines a torch. Actually, that's not true. There's that one player out of China that beats him. But outside that, in the top 50, nobody's played more games than sort of. Mei. He's going to have to defend on the farms. Louis just wants worker kills. It's all about just depressing. But props to him, you know, people saying this game's already over. Look at the size of Mei's army. I think you are heavily discrediting his position. He has tech advantage because all the techs are free. He has gold advantage long-term because he has 5 relics versus none. Louis definitely is ahead right now, but I think something that people often forget is that HRE suck in hyper late Imperial. Their advantage is their timings. They get there much quicker than other civs. But then, in terms of unique unit value, you know, you haven't got elephants, for example. You haven't got hand cannoneers that get more range. You have some quirky elements like movement speed, but, you know, there's a lot of civs that have better size to the hyper late game. And by the way, big shout out to Hero for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, mate. Remember, guys, get those subs rolling. Keep the support coming. You guys are what making all this content possible. Without you, it just doesn't work. Anyone see Beastie and May play that hour-long game? I've heard that May has a habit of playing a lot of very long games. Yeah, this guy, he's not one of those people who's got somewhere to be. You know, we know some people who hate long games, they just want to play fast. Right? Kilgardi, for example, always says that he hates playing past Feudal Age. But with May, you know, he's able to dominate in Feudal. He has Delhi for that, but he also appreciates the value of late game Delhi. Imperial Plus, this Civ's kind of wacky. So we do have Culverins coming in, which is really smart by Louis. He needs an answer to the elephants, and this is going to be the answer. Also pretty good at dealing with hand cannoneers, if that's the way May wants to go. Triple Sacred Site is a problem that May will have to answer soon, however. Yeah, it's a castle drop on every single one. I mean, Louis, he's done the right thing. Instead of headbutting this base on repeat, he said, you need to come to me. Yeah, full investment. Look at this. We've got all the techs to empower these castles. Right, we've got the reinforced defenses coming through for the tower buff. And then we've also got the boiling oil as well as the slate and stone construction. So very difficult to just burn these down. May is going to need bombards to clear the objective. Spears are getting ready to raid still. I think May might want to consider just some small stone walls. It's kind of underrated with these type of choke points. He has got castle drops coming in. Only one so far, but remember, that will give him access to village fortresses when he remembers it. Yeah, it would only take him 37 seconds to turn it into a TC. But I think May forgot. I mean, in fairness, with the size of armies, there wouldn't be much room for villages at this rate, but still. Kind of a big oversight. Cistercian Abbeys is now coming in from Louis. Maybe a slight oversight himself, but mainly because his farm count wasn't that high. Only 24. This is still just comical to me. Mate, now going to start knocking at the objectives. The spear raids are annoying. That's what HRE does so well. 1.38 movement speed spears. You can't really keep up with them. You can't really always get in position to block them. You know, even, like, what's going to chase them? Horsemen, Lancers? Well, they counter that. It's infuriating how good these spears can be. Frontline clash coming in. Louis MT knows he needs to do something about the bombards. Culverins try to go for the snipe in, but they're not about damage burst. They're actually about regular fire here. And the problem he's got is that there's already siege work. So May is far too tanky on the bombards. Castle doesn't have the emergency repairs. And he just wasted stone going for the cannon emplacement. Yeah, it's good. Okay, Wait, no, it actually did complete. The stone got wasted this second. It completes, it goes down. Goodness gracious, May now on the push. We'll get the decap. This game is not over. His army just so healthy. I mean, Louis, it's just raw spears. But we've got hand cannon in now scaling. The Culverins are wasting time on the elephants instead of getting the kills in the hand cannoneers. I think for Louis, it's probably a better idea to be killing the HCs because the spears counter the elephant anyway. So, like, you're kind of splitting details in a really weird way where you could be killing the elephant quicker and then getting rid of the thing that kills your spears. But instead, he's so hyper-fixated on one elephant kill, he's not stopping May from scaling the wing condition. Yeah, hand cannoneer count now up to 15. And remember, May can technically back up. He doesn't need to commit here. Oh, we have got creeping moves on the flanks from Louis, though, as he snuck in on the stone and the gold. Archers will be there to start counterplaying the Springles. Remember that the big problem here for Louis is just so far behind on techs. He's still playing catch-up. No elite army tactics. And the problem for May is... He uses Selectable Army, doesn't he? Yeah, he's a Selectable Army gamer. This reeks of Selectable Army because otherwise, why is no one on the Sacred Site? I hope he realizes now this would be like the most depressing way to lose a game after a great pushback. And May does not have tower victory, no. I don't think he would have been as bullyish in the early game otherwise. Then again, well, he wasn't able to hit his timing, so maybe tower victory would have been better, but he wouldn't have been prepped for the Imperial switch. L's back now in trouble. That's going to be a big loss. Yeah, remember, this thing's insanely tanky. Takes 25% less damage, has 50% more health than a standard landmark, and still it crumbles under the Delhi pressure. Louis now with the full switch into men-at-arms, but at this stage, your opponent still has hand cannoneers plus crossbows. It's not going to be easy. But Louis, like, I mean, he's basically trying to play front line plus this is your archer, right? He's treating Siege like a crossbowman here. It's very weird. He needs to be careful not to just go full men-at-arms for this very reason as well. May sniffed it out. If Louis goes only men-at-arms, then Ghazi are a great counterplay. They fight well into men-at-arms, but also they'll kill the siege. So Sacricide's now decapped. He's taken out 2 of them. That's going to be important because Louis will eventually run out of gold. Like, he's already tapped the 8k. Yeah, now, the crazier part to me is Louis trying to switch into mangonels with barely any gold left. Yeah, he's got the 2.2k, and then he'd have to trade. I don't know, this is getting a bit weird from Louis. Switching men-at-arms and mangoes when you're running out of gold was not on the bingo card. And props to May. I mean, you know, 75 eco, you want to say it's not a lot, but it doesn't matter. He's flexing a much bigger military force. He does want to start sacking these scholars, though. Like, this is way too many scholars. He's already researched everything. Okay, no, he hasn't. Wait, what? He keeps forgetting about the castle, guys. I mean, I don't think he needs much more eco right now, but, like, it's important because researching things, you just want to spam them. The Hisar Academy gives you food based on how many things you've researched. Still doing pretty good currently. 837 food now. May. So let's just stand his ground. Siege is slowly pushing him back here, though. He needs to be careful. Louis will get back behind the walls just before the Ghazi hop on top of him. I'm getting this creeping feeling this game is not done for quite some time. What is Delhi weakness? They can't eat ball? Whoa. Balance it. I mean, Delhi has a few different weaknesses, right? I'd say that the castle age, it can sometimes be a bit flimsy. I think that civs have gotten a lot better at playing feudal, and because of that, Delhi don't really dominate like they once did. Like, to me, Delhi still have a very strong, powerful ceiling in the late game, but they struggle more to get there currently. There's a lot of civs that are playing aggro feudal into fast castle really well that can test Delhi. So yeah, like, my advice to you is, like, if you're struggling with Delhi, look at civs that can actually fight them in that age, or get a quick enough castle to overwhelm them. You know, like HRE, I think is meant to normally be pretty good. Ottomans is phenomenal as well. May, we've got a mango switch. He likes the look of this build, and I don't blame him. Louis just paid for adjustable crossbars, but May already got it for free. He's going to be diving in, so he looks at the sniper out, gets one of the mangoes. Louis now with the military lead, though. Yeah, he's recovered. The siege is actually working. The problem here for May is all the walls. Some of them his own, actually. It makes it very hard to flank raid with Ghazi. So instead, it looks like May is just going to directly contest with just mass mango. Not a bad idea if you do keep the walls going up. But one problem for May is a lack of front line. And he's switching to men-at-arms, which will struggle against the HV MAA. Mango Wall looking good, though. Just scares the Springons off. And arms. I'm going to try to dive in. The Culverin's also great anti-siege here. May didn't think about that. Mango's getting sniped. Just with Crossbar's wall goes on to the villagers building up the castle. But cannot hang around. So Louis MT will keep that push going. Scholars are now getting sacked as well. The problem here is May, he just lacks a front line. He lacks anything to actually kill the siege. Yeah, he thought Mangoes was going to be the answer. But he's learning the hard way why Culverin's hard plays into you here. I mean, Bombards aren't going to feel that great either against Culverins. Culverins have extra tower range. They shoot first. Usually, I like rate Royal Cannons, like those type of cannons, the French ones, a bit higher than Culvs and Bombards. But no doubt about it, Culverins beat Bombards. Yeah, because Bombards have a very long deploy. Culverins are slower, but that's only advantageous when you're pushing. When you've got a stalemate like this, the Culverin's extra 0.5 tower range wins them the fight. The Louis, he's out of gold, and it is time. I was waiting for this, man. He secures the map at the most critical of moments. He just ran out of gold full. It's time to trade. Louis, he may only be able to afford spears, but that might be only what he needs for the next few minutes. Hey, keeps on retreating. That castle's going to make it much harder to counterpush this now. There is still exposure, and it looks like May is prepping. So he's got outposts up. He should know when the trade starts coming through. It will begin shortly. Siege begins. Louis just trying to minimize the production rates. Especially good to find the archery ranges, because May is just going hard into hand cannoneers. As you would expect for someone who has so much gold. Still, I think for May, maybe just sack some more of these scholars and go Ghazi. Ghazi plus hand cannoneers, just because there's so much siege, it's very hard for the spear ball to defend all of it. Mango shots coming in. Mines are going to be spreading out. Siege advantage is still with Louis. He goes for the straightaway snipe onto the Mangoes. Bombards are going to mirror that move, but they're getting a little bit too close now. We'll have to retreat. Yeah, Louis, as long as he's got those two Culverins, he feels a lot better. May, I mean, like, why does he really want this Scholar buff? I mean, Zeal is powerful, sure, but it's short-lived, and I think he's got bigger concerns here. Like, remember, he's locking in an eighth of his maximum population to Scholars here. No Elephants either, which is the unit that it makes most sense for. Like, especially if May's goal here is to be into Siege, the Scholars actually lose value because they can't heal Siege. Louis can't heal a dead castle, though. We'll have to retreat. He was just trying to buy the time. However, the time may not have been bought long enough. He only has 3 traders. This is very underwhelming from Louis. Yeah, like, this is turning into a siege game, and the more it becomes a siege game, the more worried I get for Louis. The interesting part is actually Louis' horsemen would be pretty effective here. Into hand cannoneer, a little bit of siege. Now that it's 4 bombards, he actually might need to go horsemen. Yeah, because we talked about Culverin beating bombards, but like, there's an exception to the rule. You know, it's like saying that a knight beats an archer. Well, yeah, that's true when it's like 1 archer v 1 knight, but you know, if it's like 20 archers v a knight, we've got a different conversation to be had. Man, he still has so much gold. I mean, look, he's got 2k over here, another 1,000. So he'll be out soon, but even when he is, remember, look at the gold gen here. He's got 650 passive gold a minute between the sacred sites and relics. Louis makes the right call, by the way. Pulling villagers forward. You can't afford to replace these, so you want to be repairing everything. Walls go up, May. I mean, of course, he's winning siege now, and Louis' entire army is melee. So walls is your best friend. Another keep drop over here. These are now also town centers. Main up to 103 eco, so fully stable. Ghazi are going to start flank raiding. Yes, just trying to slow Louis down. I think that May's aware that Louis has to be trading, and he's going to find it. 15 traders tall now. So May knows, but what's he going to do about it? Because Louis was a problem there. That death push that came in that shoved May all the way back to his base was with the last pieces, the scraps of gold he had. Now we're talking about a situation where he's going to have infinite gold, which makes a siege war feel quite inevitable. Would love to see Louis just set up some more walls here, by the way. You just want to try and create the Takeshi Castle's maze. You know, door upon door upon door that Mei would have to raid through to catch anything. It's also nice soft resets. Like, let's say Ghazi get into a back area. If they're chasing traders, but they get through a gate here, all of a sudden they can't keep chasing. They have to burn through. Yeah, just a cheap investment at this stage to keep traders alive. Spin being a little bit annoying on the flanks. This game is so freaking chaotic. Mei is going to take out the castle, but the spears are going to punish him there. That was not worth it. Mei loses 4 bombards to kill a castle. Reminder, bombards, they cost 850 resources each. That means 3,400 resources to kill 900. I'm sure stone is rarer, but you're going to have infinite gold to buy a new one. Also, I'm not sure he really needs the castle right now. Trade's infinite, but needs pop space. True. I would have focused on like a different angle though, which is look at the quality of army. It's not just the infinite gold. What matters more here is Mei's army, if they directly fight, obliterates Louis. Louis is going for the resource drain approach. Like, just look at the food. He's got 10,000 reserve. The problem is, this might work very well against the elephant build, but against Hisar Academy, Delhi don't fall behind in this strategy. No, I mean, it's not as big as 10,000, but he's already got 5,000 reserve. He's going to sack the Ghazi to slow down the spears, buys time for the hand cannons to arrive. And another thought here, guys. We're so deep in the game. Every tech has been taken. Louis MT actually doesn't have flank rotation advantage. It's a lie. Marching drills is quick, but forced march is even quicker. So if Mei remembers that button, he has this fantastic reaction ability that'll max his speed. Also allows him to get out of sticky situations like the one that's coming his way, because Louis is prepping a full horse switch. Biology, elite tech kid. Ghazi just trying to poke at the trade a bit, but it's up to 26. Mei, man, I feel like these scholars are griefing him. Like, they're reading books, but there's no books left. This is like being that person who says that they've read the Silmarillion. I said that wrong, didn't I? I'm not sure anyone would get that reference. We'll go for it anyway. It's like saying you've read the Silmarillion 15 times. Okay, that's cool and all. You're a big Lord of the Rings fan, but maybe get something new to read. I don't know, like have you ever considered like reading Sandman? You know, maybe there's like something else out there. It's like someone who says that they read a book every day, and that book is I'm going on a bear hunt because they've got kids they need to read to. I've read, like, my partner has read that story to our child 40 times. Give them something else, you know? Because these guys have nothing left to read. Mei has researched literally everything possible. I don't think there is anything left in any single building for him to get. So he just has 21 scholars that are doing nothing. And it really is the difference maker here. You can never get into the Silmarillion. I've never really tried, but my understanding of it is like you can't think of the Silmarillion like a traditional book. You have to read it like Wikipedia. I probably would enjoy it because I'm the type of person who enjoys opening up Warhammer Wikipedias. Horsemen. Still not raiding. No, they're just kind of bogging down the main fight. And call her your wife? She's not my wife, so that would be technically incorrect, mate. That's quite assumptuous to assume everyone's married. Man, I don't really know what May's game plan is. Like, it should be raiding, and I feel like a broken record, because I'm just going to say it again, like the Scholars, if he had 20 more pop space into Ghazi, he raids. Louis, like, the other thing to think about is, like, this is hand cannoneer versus better hand cannoneer. May isn't sniping out Siege, but the Siege is sniping out his gold cost units. So yeah, hand cannoneer is, like, just not really going to be long-lasting here. He's down to just the passive gold income now, I believe. Okay, no, he's got 2.4k here. Actually, okay, I'm impressed. He still has 4,000 gold remaining, despite spamming hand cannoneers. May has more. Yo, that's a good competition. May, who, by the way, is trading. He just added in 2 traders. He's got 94 palisades, 9 gates, 22 stonewall segments. I think Louis has more. Louis is, yeah, at 84 palisades, 12 gates. Actually, no, he's behind. Yeah, no stonewalls from Louis at all. Holy crap. May just creeping up now with the outpost. The Ghazi need to find a way into that corner, man. Like, this is the place. Louis just deleted a bunch of villages, so he's full shifting. 45 traders now. May. I don't like the way he's funneling now. Yeah, it's almost like he keeps forgetting about his bombards. The bombards that are also now at risk of being out of position, by the way. They get sniped. And also, if he backs up, he's going to lose them. The horsemen, remember. So yeah, May has to stand his ground here. Ah, this game is getting really weird. Horsemen are at least going to sneak in, but good mirroring by Louis. And oh my god. Louis! He's decided that playing HRE is lame. He wants to inherit the French throne. Mass knights at 45 minutes in. No way is May going to expect this. That's wild. 50 traders is how you afford it. Remember, this is a 0 relic HRE game. He's achieving this off of trade. I don't think May is going to see it coming. Luckily for him, Louis is at least going to reveal it early. Unluckily, it's going to be wave after wave. So here we go. Jumps on in. Corvoran's now sniping out the remaining bombard. After that, they'll start target firing down the hand cannoneers. Remember, these knights have 338 HP. It takes a lot of effort for hand cannoneers to get the kills. Spears are at least going to get eviscerated. Louis will back off for the moment. I think maybe for Louis, he was worried that his trade was going to get cut. So you had to push it. But probably a lot better there to wait until you got the 30 knights out and then just jump your opponent. Maybe it's that he's also worried about marching drills. We rarely see it, but guys, marching drills should be considered a get out of jail free card. When you see melee approaching you, you press one button and you're out. Yeah, like, believe it or not, all of these guys, they have the earliest version of the roller shoes, you know? The little ones where you like the Heelys. You can't see it because it's well embedded, but what happens is when they're under threat, they just tilt their heels back and then they go zooming off. When am I getting a Heely sponsor? I deserve after that. Ghazi now starting to struggle on this Knights. I mean, Ghazi beat Horseman for sure. Knights is a different affair. Really good intercept. So just cuts down the small group of raiders left. May. Oh my dear God, can we just get rid of them? Oh, this is classic university professor that should not be allowed to lecture anymore, but he has tenure, so you can't get rid of him. You just can't get rid of the university professors, man. Like, actually, it's even dumber than that. One of them isn't even doing it. He's not even pretending to research. This guy's been on a cigarette break for the last 20 minutes. How the hell has May got 60 hand cannoneers? Guys, when we want 130 knights, we turn to Miyamika. If we want 130 hand cannoneers, do we turn to May? Well, apparently not, because he just lost a bundle. What? From 60 to 40 in less than 30 seconds. Oh my god. Both of them trading out heavily there. The Knights just cleaving down the numbers, but Louis, look at the reacts. Oh yeah, no big deal, guys. I'm just going to queue up 40 more Knights. What are resources and how do I keep spending forever? This is ridiculous. May. Is he going to keep scaling traders? No. Okay, I don't mind that. Like, 15 traders I think is good enough with 5 relics. Mango. Oh, what? May, what the hell is going on here? He's just throwing them away. Ghazi are going to show up to try and counter this, but the damage may already be done. The hand cannoneers are gone. Only 20 left alive. Knight numbers now at an advantage. It is going to cost Louis siege, but Le Shrug, that's easily replaced. I can't believe that. May also just doing the cardinal sin. We see it so often. He forgot about the forced march button. And to make matters worse, he pulls the scholars when there's no cannoneers left. Oh my god. So he finally realizes that they've been on extended leave, but does so and then simultaneously throws away all the hand cannoneer lead. And that is freaking crazy. I'm kind of speechless with this game, man. This is chaotic beyond chaos. You know, Korn would see this and say, nah, dude, I don't know what to do with this. Zinch wouldn't have an idea of how to end this. There we go. We talked about Warhammer. Now I'm just going full nerd. Nurgle will be happy because you can just basically grow weeds out of everyone's dead bodies. And there has been plenty of death in this game. Destroyed value, 120,000 on each side. The problem you now have, if you're May here, is that Louis MT is playing full heavy cav. You're still playing hand cannoneer. Trade. Trade is the problem. You're not accessing his trade, but he can access yours. Now, this is a cool switch. I just kind of wish May had done it earlier. I mean, it's difficult in the spearman, right? But, like, his lances are better than HRE ones. Remember, he went for House of Learning. So the House of Learning would have given him the home blades. So his knights are better. Yeah, isn't the idea that when you get close to the hour mark, no one can afford gold anymore? About that. And May, oh my god. Gets pinned here, but he's chopped through. So his trade is about to be in trouble. And not just that, Louis MT is looking to break through these weird-ass walls. And this game just keeps getting odder and odder. Buys enough time for the hand cannoneers to show up. Goes for the re-wall. Catches him out. So Louis MT's raid is going to fail here. North side, it does get bogged down with the Ghazi. So he hasn't slipped into the trade route yet. For a reminder, folks, Louis MT's trade is miles ahead. 50 traders this entire time, allowing for 2,300 gold a minute. Which he is somehow spending, because he's queued up 62 knights. I feel like I only see these type of backlogs when I'm watching French games. But Louis has proven otherwise. Then again, Louis is a very French-sounding name. And Sacre Louis will look to stand his ground on the choke point. He is outnumbered right now. And May somehow got the hand cannoneer count up again, but needs to be careful that one mango. Oh, please. Like, are we just going to stand here? The scholars, they're not actually healing the hand cannoneers. No, so if he gets one more shot, they're going to start falling. Ooh, complete whiff. New knights arrive just in time, though. The mango really needs to be target fired down here by May. Instead, he ignores it. This is ridiculous. Hold! Hold! It's actually working. The mango finally gets reached, but the Lancer count He's got 11 left live. They're going to start leaking into the trade now. Louis MT not able to hold the choke point. Hand cannoneer count still at 24, but he needs reinforcements fast. Another Mango Rise, and that is going to be the killer. Once again, May does not move. Yeah, I think May have a sticky mouse here. He clicks the micro, and instead it just gets stuck. Because every time we just watch these hand cannoneers stand their ground. You know, because like any other reasonable person in the world, when giant rocks are falling from the sky, I mean, what's the worst that could happen, you know? Maybe it gives me a light concussion. Keep drop now coming in. Knights won't be able to stop that. But he already has Culverins hitting it. Not just that, May. He no longer has the blob. He's down to just 15 hand cannoneers. Yeah, like Louis is weak when the hand cannoneer mass is big because his knights can't just win then. There's not enough fighting going on because they're blocked by the choke points. But when the hand cannoneers are gone, with the siege as well, I mean, it's going to be the difference maker. You know, if this was just knights on knights, Louis would actually lose to Delhi knights. But it's the spears that's becoming problematic. Backstab is going to be there from the Ghazi. And it looks like, wait, are they going to get the clear? I think they might. No, wait, what was that puffing? It seemed like he was going to have the mangoes on the front side, and then something weird just happened there. I think he was maybe targeting the Culverin. Body blocker comes through, so Louis MT able to scare him away. All right, the good news is May can now have a real army, guys. Yeah, he only has 4 scholars. So, finally, he can build a real army. But it comes with a cursed price. May no longer has safe trade. He has less than 1,000 gold a minute. And he needs to somehow rebuild hand cannoneers he cannot afford. So instead, he's going to take that 13,000 wood and try to ram it into the HRE's face with archers. Which would be great if this was spear spam still. But that was 30 minutes ago. Now it's only knights. Oh my god. 54 in reserve. I mean, at this rate, Louis could afford to delete a few workers because he's going to have that bigger reserve. Like, it doesn't look like it because of this, but you have to do the maths on 53 knights in reserve, right? Because 53 knights in reserve, that means he's got, what, 6,000, 7,000 food? Actually, more than that. Sitting held up. He's got like 7,500 foodish. Just not there, not apparent on the number because it's held in reserve. So he actually has an insane amount of food. Maybe being given time to remap, by the way. But now it's a trash mob. No, this is less impressive. Mango shots coming in to scare back the range mass. Louis MT, a very tanky front line of knights. May, barely holding on. He's got a few hand cannoneers left alive, and that's going to be it. And it looks like Louis MT is on a trajectory course for a win. Yeah, it's May just barely holding on with spears. I mean, yes, the counter into knight, sure, but not one-to-one. So a few of them are going to break through. Louis MT, wait a second. Where are the reinforcements? They're coming. So we'll have to retreat for the moment. I think Louis, the only thing that's really missing here is some full production. Especially now that he's going men-at-arms. Like, his issue is his army dies and then it doesn't get back quick enough. By some miracle, by the way, May has somehow been able to afford 5 mangoes and another 3 in queue. I don't know if he really wants to be into mangoes here, though. Because Louis' full melee, right? And also, remember what we said about the Culverins? Like, Culverins are the anti-siege. Before, May was able to beat that back because he had 4 bombards. I don't think he can really afford that anymore. A bit weird from the mango. I guess that's a vision mango. What the hell? Louis, I like his spread a bit more here, though. Yep, gets a good splintering. That was a phenomenal trade. Triple mango takedown. Louis proving that line formation is better than screw it, let's all hold hands. You're back into this meat grinder again. Guys, this game is not going to end. I mean, by all rights, it should end. Like, mathematically, how does May keep up in gold quality with this income? Like, this is abysmal. He's doing a good job of sniping the remaining mangoes, though. I think the big challenge is, like, how do you get hand cannon the account up again? Spears are going to have to stand their ground, and it looks like deletion of the wall. Louis! May, he didn't notice that. Great sniping. Clears most of the mangoes out by getting rid of his own wall. That's such an underrated play. We rarely see people do that, but so worth it. And 2 mangoes left alive. Louis has sacked a lot of troops for this, though. So May, if he can just wedge himself into the trade now, the difference that it can make. Yeah, because May has sacked a lot of his eco. Right, he's down to 80. He's definitely running on borrowed time. You can see Louis MT started to block out the other trade posts, so trade won't be possible at this rate for May. Louis now losing his own trades. A bunch of them just walking headfirst into the army. Louis can't flash right now. He has to wait for the remax. I say as he just boldly punts in. I think he's just trying to scare him back. And May actually does take the bait. He retreats. Only for a moment, though. As he's freshened up with the new wave. Louis up to 5 culverins, by the way. Before he was trading mango to mango, this is much better. Has to be a little bit careful of the fact that your opponent has mass Ghazi. Not sure I rate this men-at-arms idea of like spearman knights maybe. But I think it's because Louis has so much gold, he needs to spend it somehow, right? And that's sick. Guys, HRE is the worst civ in the game at building land snakes, but this might be the best situation to do it in. May has got collectively 80 plus melee units. Land snakes destroys this. He needs to get them elited up. Army is going to spread out. May has just queued up more and more melee behind this. It looks like he's going to start breaking through under the siege. As Ghazi try to dive for the backside of it. Land snakes are starting to join in though. The mangonel's mostly unguarded. May, has he realized there's a land snake switch yet? It's just a trickle at the moment, so it might not be fully apparent. Let's clear most of the siege though. It's a good strike in there. May also still blocking trade. Louis MT down to 21 traders. This is it. He needs to reclaim it. The lands can move out. He charges onto the mangoes. And May realizes he's now overextended. All of the production on the east side can backstab him here. So he needs to be careful about going any deeper. Still, he gets the info about the Lanch. But like, we aren't seeing a switch up here. No, he's sticking to Ghazi spears, gradually adding in more hand cannoneers. I mean, the problem is you can't afford the switch up. You could go archers, but I think that's where Louis' choice to not go spears is genius. I know I said about going them earlier, but because he went Lanch instead, having the men-at-arms here stops May from just using archers efficiently. And you're right. This is messy beyond belief, man. Like, I think we've had like 5 different times where it looked like one player was going to braid the other. May needs to be very careful about next steps, though, because he still has a gold problem. Like, it's worse than it's ever been. He only has 400 gold a minute. If he loses the mangoes, it's just melee blob into Lanch, which is a death sentence. May, well, where are the numbers, buddy? No, this is a little bit lacking. Hasn't kept up in the production. I'm impressed, though. Like, you know, he cleared Louis' backlog of knights pretty effectively. Still wasn't able to clear the trade fully. There's 22 traders remaining. Is the exhaustion setting? Oh my god, it is. We don't even see a final fight. GG gets called. He challenged the master of late game and was found wanting. Wild game. Let me know what you guys think of this one. An hour long between HRE and Delhi. Now, if you watch this game at 15 minutes in, you just assume an HRE win. But can we just appreciate how the #1 Delhi spammer somehow made this look close? He somehow pulled it through to an hour long and had us wondering if he was going to be the winner. That, to me, is incredible. Should have gone Tower Victory, if only. Number 1 Delhi spammer versus number 1 in the world. That'll make for an interesting game. Alright, guys. So, yeah, just to remind, we do have B versus Numadon coming up. It is going to be in an hour and a half. We'll have that live. So that'll be our second quarterfinals of the day. We're still waiting for confirmation on WAM, MSN, and Vortex's series. Because we do need Kilyadi and Murad to figure out something fast. If you're looking to do another game while we wait, Sort of and Recon played a game similar to this one on Light Horizon yesterday, Japan versus Hull. Interesting. Well, we do have another May one against Recon, which is Delhi versus Japanese. So we can do that. Or, if you guys want, we do have the mentioned Recon versus Sort of game. There is also Kaiser Johan versus Kilyadi. And that one's on Sunken Lands. So, which one do people want? Choices, choices. This game only existed because Delhi is broken? I mean, the win rate in competitive would suggest otherwise. I think this is like one of those classics if you let them get that late, right? Then sure. And also, keep the talk in English. We don't speak Spanish. Let's take the shortest one. Alright, let's go for the Sort of game. Let me see if I find it against the Trash Panda. I mean, who knows? We might have time for the Johan game as well. So. Which map did you say it was on? Hopefully it's here. Is it? Ah, yeah. Lancaster versus Japan. Enlightened Horizon. Okay, guys. We're going to have some Sort of gameplay. Sort of versus Recon. Should be an exciting one as well. Japan versus Lancaster. Oh, wrong scene. I love to do these check-ins with returning players, and this is a pretty amazing matchup. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We have got 2 players recently who have returned to Age of Empires 4 from other RTSs to see which one is progressing quicker. Recon going up against Sort of. That's right, we've got a StarCraft player and an Age of Mythology player to find out which plays Age of Empires 4 better. Sort of course, used to be an active pro in Age of Empires 4 at the same time as Recon, both of them making for different patches. Sort of returned to StarCraft for some time, while Recon took a punt and gambled with the new Age of Mythology retold. But both of them are back, proving that Age of Empires 4 continues to stand the test of time, and that there's something worth exploring in the minds of both of these players. We are going to be on Light Horizon, by the way, a fun map, and gotta say, one I have not been able to cast in a while. I've kind of been missing it, actually. It got a little bit boring. We were always seeing the same repetitive openings, and it was decided very quick, but this is why we take breaks from maps, right? It becomes refreshing when you come back to it. This is why I've talked about Dry Arabia getting a bit dry. Sorry, had to make that pun. Because we see it all the time. But Japan versus Lancaster is intriguing. I think House of Lancaster in particular is going to be... I don't know if I want to say nice to watch here. It's going to be different to watch because last time that we had this map that active, Lancaster was a very different civ in the way it was executed. So I am kind of curious to see how Sort of wants to try and approach this. And Japan is also a civ that's had to adapt since the DSHV meta has been crippled into the ground. But we are going to get the Samurai beginning. Yeah, and Sort of just spamming the spears. Remember, Lancaster have a better gathering rate out of the gate on Sheep, which usually allows them to contest most spear spamming civs. Sort of did go for a slightly forward Rax, but he didn't walk out. No, actually, neither player did. Now, that is an interesting evolution. Guys, if you remember, last time we saw Enlightened Horizon regularly, the meta was to walk a villager out and build a Rax here, and a house. The reason is, a Rax takes 30 seconds, and the house takes 15. So why is that important? One unit will capture a merchant camp in 1 minute. To be efficient, what you do is you would pull a villager out, you build a Rax which takes 30 seconds, you then produce a spearman which takes 15 seconds, and then the villager is free of responsibility. So Rax are 30, and while you're waiting the remaining 15, you build the house for 15. So it was perfectly optimal to minimize idle time on your villager and maximize game. We even saw evolutions of this, by the way, with Japan, where Japan started dropping sheep at their farmhouse because it's also a mill, so they could stay out there. Or another one, Knights Templar, was pretty effective here, because their villager could start chopping the straggler trees. But yeah, in this game, neither player doing it, so Enlightened Horizon definitely evolving. And hold on a sec. Why is that over there again? It keeps doing that. By the way, guys, if you want to evolve and up your gameplay experience, reminder to check out Gigabyte. We are going to be working with them this month about their monitors. I 100,000% recommend having a look at OLEDs if you haven't. Dude, I'm so freaking excited for this new OLED coming. I'm like a little school kid, like, clapping my hands. I've experienced OLEDs, and it really is a game changer. Like, in terms of graphical fidelity and enjoyment, it reminds me of when you went from, like, 60-frame monitors to 120. So, Burn's going to be coming through. Sort of already took gears, which is why we've already got the House Lancaster teching up. Recon will now look to mirror. Yeah, decent timing is going to be coming out from sort of... Recon, I'm not a big fan of this, though. He's spending a long time in the Feudal Age, in the Dark Age, rather. Yeah, this just feels a bit weird, actually. He's also going to end up losing his merchant camp to make matters worse, because of how delayed he was breaking out there. I don't think the Samurai done anything for him. I guess he was worried about sort of attacking directly into him. On top of that, it's not like Recon was getting an advantage elsewhere. You know, sheep department, they're even Stevens. It's not like he lost time walking out for efficient play onto berries. He's just overall losing out. You can see that Recon's not familiar with this map. Exactly, right? Sort of came back when I believe Enlightened Horizon was entering the game, if I'm not mistaken. Because sort of, I think, started picking up the game regularly again. I want to say April or May-ish. Difference is for Recon, he started picking up the game regularly about a month ago. So Enlightened Horizon, you know, yes, it's on the ladder, but in terms of your familiarity of practicing it for scrims, etc., like, it's not there. And we also do have to be real about the fact that sort of has played more games than any other player on this season on the ladder, which means he would have encountered a lot of Enlightened Horizon. And sort of, it is going to be the mana spam. So, Recon, Cure Storehouse on the way. What do you do now? So your opponent's going to be greeting. I think maybe your best play is to just try and FC here. Yumi is kind of intriguing to attack with, but I do find that this can be a very hard map to attack in the early game. Usually the best way to starve out an opponent on Enlightened Horizon is the mid game. Because in the mid game, they start playing out of the corner for the gold and for extra food. And that's when you can usually punish them. Can't wait for the 32.9 4K OLED. Interesting. You don't want to go down dual screen anymore? I'm a big fan of dual screen. I think playing like ultra wide in games feels very, very odd. And it's also like, for me as a streamer, it makes no sense because the majority of people are 16:9. So my stream would just look weird. I believe there is software you can get to essentially separate one monitor into two. I just think they usually have a lot of overhead. Yeah, I'll always swear by 2 monitor. 3 monitor, some people think it's that good, but I feel like quite often people just don't use the 3rd monitor. Sort of into Yeoman. Oh, wow. So we are going to get a bow on bow. Yeah, we talked about the Yumi idea for recon because normally Lancaster will just hunker down, build spears, build manas. Yumi are really good at punishing that because the manas will just end up usually overkilling. And the other interesting thing is that Yumi are great run-bys for kills. And that's important because Lancaster, when you use manas to defend yourself instead of outposts, you don't have anywhere for the villagers to be safe. So yeah, Sordov's read is correct here just to get cow play. Honestly, Hobbler would have been a lot better, but the problem is, because of the map, you don't do it. Enlightened Horizon is a lot of spear spam, so you're already discouraged from doing Hobbler. But for those playing this matchup on a normal map like Dry Arabia, Hobbler is incredibly powerful against Japan. Because the Yumi do less damage than standard archers, and Hobblers have more ranged armor than the standard horsemen. How's Japan been looking recently, by the way? Like, there was a lot of talk about them being the next Giga-busted Civ, but I'm not entirely convinced. I dig what sort of was saying the other day. He thinks Ibids is the Civ being slept on. I think it's Ibids and French, actually. Like, I think he's partially right, but French is also being slept on a lot. But in terms of, like, rank matchups, highest level, it's even showing. Ibids has the best win rate and has a decent number of picks. Lancaster mid a pack, Japan's slightly negative, but Japan, by the way, is the most played Civ at Conk Plus. Yeah, 1,000 games already played this season. Ymir OP? Yeah, but only if you can dive. I think the other reason why Sordov has to Yeoman here is because of a lack of gold. Like, if you try to scale Hobbler, you just don't have much gold to do so. Reminder, Hobbler are cheaper than standard horsemen, but they weirdly require gold instead of wood. Desert Raiders in your league slaps? Yeah, I think I've talked about the idea of this type of stuff before, is that those type of mechanics, like Desert Raiders, if someone puts a little bit of micro in, it's going to crush lower ranked players. But normally what happens in those type of metas is you complain about it, then the guy moves up above his rank and then gets punished for it. So it's kind of like a teeter-totter where I want to say low-ranked players don't like microing, or rather there's two categories, right? So you either have a low-ranked player that micros too much and then fails to do simple things like produce villages, or you have, and I think this is the more common thing at low rank, players who don't micro that much, but build a lot of base. I'm not even going to say build a lot of villages, because like if you look at the average villager scale in gold rank, usually most players think they've scaled maximum at 40 or 50 villages. Which is crazy, by the way, because at the pro level, it's closer to 100. And by the way, that has actually been tuned quite a bit, because there was a time where the meta was 140 villagers, and looking back in hindsight, I think it was terrible for the game. Now with these bigger armies, you have more opportunity to kind of flex and gain an advantage. So it's much more refreshing to see. Flood getting down the way. A little bit of chill pill moment, but to be expected, sort of just going to be going for the extra levels of manas. So we will see them just kind of hunker down. I find when you play Enlightened Horizon like this, it does inherently get to this point. And usually most civs, like the problem is you're going to have to come out of your corner, right? But that's where I think Lancaster specifically is so much more obnoxious than most. Because they can just camp in the corner reliably. Like he actually has enough gold technically to get into Imperial. If he does that, we're then talking about Scootage, the one that gives passive gold. Wonder, does Recon maybe just go for Yorishiro.TC secondary? Me and him have been talking a lot about Japanese openings and like castle timings. And you know, he didn't realize actually at first that you could Yorishiro drop the town center. Seriously. It was a new detail for him to discover. I'm sure he doesn't mind me saying. Like, I think it's actually refreshing for people to hear this. Like, he's learning those type of things because for like a lot of you, you tend to put pros on a pedestal that feels like it's earned, but there's still so much they just don't know. Like, I still remember Kilyadi when we explained that French get their castles cheaper. He was like, huh? All of a sudden, I'm seeing Kilyadi spam French and do really well with it. So, you know, like, pro players know a lot, but they don't necessarily know everything. We were talking today, and there's, like, a very interesting detail that I didn't realize about Yoroshiras. I don't know if you guys knew this, because I don't think I've ever seen it used in pro play in a meaningful way. But if you Yoroshira drop a Wonder, it gets extra health. It gets 4,000 more HP if you Yoroshira drop a Wonder. One's in chat if you knew that. It's such a weird niche detail. Because, like, when do you ever see Wonders anyway? Especially in 1v1s. Wait, what's this talking about? Beastie? How many villages meta now? Reddit tells you 100, Beastie tells 150. Does Beastie still do 150 that regularly, though? I've seen some games where he does it, but a lot of players lean more towards, I'd say, about like a 120 villager cap out, and that they're happy with. Like, some civs can do 100 because of their efficiency. Like, I think Byzantines is cool at like 100, 110 max. Lancaster can do like 80 or 90. Because the manors. Like, manors are worth 2.5 villages each, which means you've got an extra 22.5 villages with them. Actually, it's even more than that because of scutage, so it's more like 3.5. Actually, 3 villages. So you end up with an extra 27 workers worth. And then even Ottomans is another one where I think Ottoman players have started to recalibrate, and they're being a bit lighter on village count for good reason. Because the military schools allow you to. And you actually want to have a bigger military to do things with anyway. Because the way the Ottomans work is Ottomans, more than any civ in the late game, should just be constantly fighting. Not full lose your army and go again type fighting. They want to fight before that. Because with Ottomans, if you're fully popped, your military schools aren't doing anything. What about Knights Templar? Knights Templar is interestingly different, actually. I think as you get into the hyper late game, you can be at like 95 workers. It depends on your choice. If you go for example, the Condottiero commandery, all that really matters is that you have a lot of castles. Because Condottiero only costs gold. So as long as you have your full trade route, you know, your pilgrims, you can just vomit an army. You don't actually need food or wood. Yeah, which makes them a very polarizing civ, actually, compared to most. There aren't that many examples of single resource unit types that are effective. Like, the other one is Malian Scouts. Ooh. Hello. Surround coming in from Recon. He's going to force the wall low, sort of. Stepped up to try and win the relic game. I mean, this would be the difference maker. Otherwise, they're going to be at a 2-2 split. And it looks like Recon is going to be able to deny. Yeah, the Mount Samurai's a little bit too strong here. The Yumi, even just standing their ground as the Yeomen have to retreat. It's a good find there by Recon. Will allow him to secure the third relic. It's a 3-2 split. And Mount Samurai with the Yumi are really great at chasing this down. Remember, Yumi are actually quicker than Yeomen. They are worse individually on stats, but in these type of positions where there's a heavily armored unit chasing you, it's very difficult for Yeomen to turn around. Sort of now in desperation, trying to rush up the defenses, but second wave now arriving and more Yumi into spears. Perfect situation. Recon essentially able to just stand his ground with the light archers. And will force sort of off that second goal. Guys, this is huge. This is a really important point in the game. Sort of has already eaten all of his gold. So he has 2 relics of resource gen and nothing else. Great position for Recon to be in. I think the only way you make a mistake now is if you overextend. Really, Recon, the number 1 goal focus here should be just suffocating. Smother your opponent. Don't let him get out. Where this can only go wrong, I think, is if he overcommits, because it is a white tower defense. Behind this, by the way, he did go for the Yoroshiro drop. So he went Stables, TC, and I believe Forge. Great position for Recon. Still, I wouldn't say it's over just yet. You guys know why? We're watching Lancaster. It's like, if there's anything, if there's any civ that can get away with these type of situations right now, Lancaster's the one. Especially now that he's getting the final manners. So yeah. Not just that, actually, sort of has got a way of rebolstering army fast with the levies. Unfortunately, they are gold-based, and he does not have access to much gold. And reminder, this is not a KPMM game. This is a pub game. The next KPMM series will be between B and Numidan. That's a little bit later. So to fill in the gap while we wait for the next live series, we decided to hop into some good old pub action. Watching two familiar faces from the history of Age of Empires 4 return and get familiar with the game. I think Sort of, by the way, has also benefited immensely from the time zone he's in. Louis MT is a hard grinder when it comes to ladder play, and he's active in the hours where Sort of's around, at least on the tail end of his stream. So it's like Sort of gets to start the day warming up, and then Louis comes on, which is really cool for practice. Also gives him overlap into Dumu, who, I mean, Dumu is the type of guy that will grind out those late games in wacky ways, right? So it gives you that mixture of experience going deeper, which I think is the thing that Sort of's missing right now. We've praised Sort of for his early mid-game presence. That's where he's been looking ridiculously effective. Almost able to, in fact, beat one of the favorites in WAM in our KPMM. But the late game is usually where it is unwinding, because the late game is something you need a lot more time practicing and versing in. No doubt about it. Mark my words. You give Sort of another month or two, that's where it's just training against Louis and Dumu on the ladder a lot will come in handy. I think what's interesting in this game, though, is that Sort of wasn't able to be that Raider in Feudal Age, and I think that's credit to Recon. Recon is really good at reading these early timings. It's playing to his advantage. Like, if you looked at the Recon Vortex series earlier in the week, you know, some people saying, oh yeah, Vortex rolled over him. Sure, but like I think that was just Civ mismatch. Recon's intent in those matchups was to attack, which I think is the right thought process to have. You know, even if it's the wrong matchup, sure, that's one thing, but the current meta rewards a lot of aggro, dark and feudal. Castle rushes are still popular, but like when you think about the value of pro scouts and a lot of the maps in rotation, these aggressive civs have been rewarded more than the greedy civs. Like, you know, 2TC meta is completely dead, right? Like, we just don't see it anymore. Sort of. Just getting into the Yeoman now. He did go for the Shire Levy, though, which makes his count not actually that impressive. Remember, Shire Levy gives you an extra 17 Yeoman like that. So the fact that he's only neck and neck with Recon isn't crazily out of control. But one thing that is crazy to me is Recon got backed off the gold entirely. Yeah, this is sort of... I mean, this is meant to be suffocation and death. All of a sudden, he's got to be feeling quite confident. Recon is going to try to punish that, though. He's going to be rotating with the Mount Samurai, but it's difficult. For sort of, you know, he can split and defend this area quite nicely. I think the only weakness is sort of is this. A wall's probably worth it to just stop the Mountain Samurai ever going in. And then you can just camp the gold. And no, the goal will be to have the quarterfinals be today. We're working hard on that. Some players had scheduling issues, which I'm hoping does not become a theme. My hopes is that with us continuously escalating the prize pool of KPMM, people take it more and more serious and make sure they're scheduled ahead of time. Because otherwise, like, you know, it puts us in a position where we have to penalize, which I do not want to do. 2TC, by the way. So Recon is prepping for the late game. I think this is smart from this current position. You failed to secure the gold and block your opponent out indefinitely, and you know he's going to be scaling manas, so you need some sort of comeuppance. Would like to see him focus on Sacred Sites, though. I think that's maybe Recon's one weak point here, is like they should have been snatched for free for him. You've got to understand why he hasn't postured there, though. Both of them have very fast archers. So if one player steers the whole army north side, their base is going to get dove, because this is how long it takes to get in the main. That's quick, right? Like, let's make a comparison between getting into the main versus getting to the Sacred Site. Yeah, that was a lot more dragging. That's double the distance. So that's why you're seeing Recon not just park here. Because the other sucky part about Japan, I really feel for them on this one. Outside of Mongols, they're the only civ that can't build castles in Castle. So that makes Sacred Site win conditions inherently very hard for Recon and the Japanese. It's why we rarely see them go for it. Because the best thing they can do is some pitiful outposts. Recon. Let's push sort of back towards his base here. I think he just wants to buy time for the Imperial timing. A little bit dangerous into Lancaster, but I think you have strategies. The only awkward thing I really see here, you don't really want to be playing ranged on ranged into Imperial Age. That's where Yeoman feel pretty solid. I guess actually like Yumi aren't too bad because of the percentile scaling with Bannerman though. You can't really do hand cannoneer into Yeoman either, which is a problem. What is interesting actually is if both of these sides spam spears in the late game, Japanese spears are actually better. Yeah, seriously guys. So think about what you get from Lancaster spears. You get the -1 debuff, which is pretty strong. But Japan, I think a lot of people still sleep on Japanese spears in late game. Not sure if we're going to see him here because at the moment Sortov's on Yeoman, but if he switches off a Yo, the reason why Japanese spears are really good in late is they get Bannerman buff, which gives them like an extra 1.5 damage or so. They also get an extra melee attack. And that also makes it very interesting for Samurai if he does go for the full switch, because we have got Earlsguard coming. Now, Earlsguard are quicker than Samurai. However, Samurai have substantially more damage. Unless Sortov wants to build 4 castles, which he only has 1, he won't be able to contest Odachi deck, which is the one that gives the +4 damage to the Samurai. Nice. A little bit of a raid-in. Looks like the walls didn't come up quick enough. And that is unfortunate as well, because Recon's whole army is out of position. We'll bring through a few knights now, but that won't be a quick end to the raids. Recon is now steering for that sacred site. Yeah, but Wooden Walls isn't going to be very good to hold this back. Love this from Sortov. Second castle drop. I mean, if he truly does intend to think about Earlsguard, it's worth having more castles anyway. And he secures so much with this. Look at it. 4,800 stone and 8,000 gold. Now, you guys might be struggling to tell the blue from the teal. Are you guys struggling to tell blue from teal? Then you want to click on that link and get yourselves an OLED monitor. I'm looking at on my laptop right now, which has got the latest in tech there, and I can tell the difference straight away. My IPS is a little bit more washed. Actually, I don't know. What's worse? Orange on yellow or teal on blue? I feel like most people... With the different types of colorblind, isn't orange and yellow inherently more harder to differentiate than blue and teal? Am I interested in Dawn of War 4? Absolutely. I will definitely give it a spin when it comes out. I'm holding my breath, and I recommend people not to pre-order. It's a different developer, and I always have love for Warhammer. Warhammer 40k is my favorite universe. You know, like, you know how big of a fan Henry Cavill is? Like, me too. If I had to choose any celebrity that I could collab with, he'd be the boy. He's a gamer, and he also has the game choices and the world choices I love. Now, Samurai able to chase Sortov away. Like, I wish we had the mod ability to stick Warhammer into Age of Empires 4. Sing shot, decent hit. Sortov is just such a big blob, but it feels like a lot of his army isn't attacking, right? Like, the difference here is that Recon is A-clicking and Sortov spending a lot of time running. Very weird. Castle drop should be enough to maybe scare Recon back. We've got Mango spam already. Very early for it. Usually you expect people to wait until Imperial. It might be a good call considering that Sortov has gone into crossbows. I think the reason he's running is the mangoes. Like, if you look at Sortov's army, half of it is ranged and the other half isn't good at killing mangoes. So, over a long wear and tear battle, he knows it's going to lose out there. Also, keep in mind that Sortov knows it's 2TC. He scouted this. So, it's not like Sortov is going to say, I can take this fight because I've got manners and I'm going to have more troops than you. Ha ha ha. He knows that if he loses his army, the re-vomit from Recon is going to be just as good, if not better. Played so many hours of Dawn 1 and 2. Yeah, I think 2 is overrated in a lot of ways. Like, the campaign was good, the survival was good. I don't think the multiplayer was, though. The multiplayer of Dawn of War 2, for me, the problem with it is it was just running away simulator. And you were incentivized to always run your units away and level them up. But Dawn of War 1, goated. Absolutely goated. Elsgard are really good against Siege. Are you talking about the dagger throw? It's not that good. 85% range resistance. Elsgard are good against Springalds. You're not wrong about that. That's the weird one, is that Elsgard actually do counter Springalds. Because the dagger throw does 17 damage, so 8 damage goes through. Right? So if you have 11 Elsgard, throw a dagger, you kill a Springald. A Mango, however, the maths is a lot more brutal. 85% resistance is rough to break through. Right? Because you do 17 damage, which means you've got about 2 damage per strike, which means you would need 26 dagger throws to kill a Mango. And yes, dagger damage is considered ranged. You can find out for yourself if you come into the game and you hover over. You can see that it says dagger, brackets ranged. You target down the Mangoes with your archers. In theory, that's not bad in Castle. I think he's more worried about the crossbows, though. Like, sort of could lose a lot of crossbows trying to trade out like that. Tech up timings from both of them. The weird part is Recon. He got baited hard. Oh, my God. Okay, the rest of the army's steering back. And sort of isn't rushing in. What? I'm shocked, man. I thought he'd dive deep with this, with a yeoman at least. Instead, he just walks in for the merchant camp. I think he's worried because he's teching. So allows the Mangoes to show up. Sink shot's going to be coming through. Not great. Kills a handful of Yumi. But we chased away. So we are going into Imperial on both sides. Looks like the army did get caught. So Recon will clear that. Scary situation up against Lancaster, though. Like, you see this threat of a military lead. And sort of now having Wingard is a really big deal. It allows him to get into Culverins. Also Robotiquins, which is pretty effective against Mass Samurai. I'm also just not a great fan of Onimusha in these situations. I think the Recon is just kind of stuck with them, but they don't have that much value. Like, it looked as if he was expecting Mass Olsgard, and we can see it's just 10. You can at least get biology down the line to help them a bit. It's just not crazy. No, the big boy techs. Padded Jax is a pretty sick one. Remember, it gives you +3 melee armor on both Yeoman and Spearman. So nice contest there, actually. It allows your Spearman to absorb a lot more blows. Remember, Samurai's biggest edge is the +4 damage from Odachi tech against infantry. But you've now offset 75% of that buff. So a lot of people think that with Lancaster, you know, it's like manas need to be nerfed. And I understand that. I understand where people are coming from. I would agree based on manas just not being fun to play against. But if you want to talk about the things that are broken, I actually think if you want to cripple Lancaster's late game win chance, the biggest change you can make is actually the Wingard. They've already made some. It used to be the gunpowder contingent was too good. They nerfed it. They still haven't nerfed Garrison Command. Garrison Command is way too good. You pay 450 resources to get 920 resources worth of units, and you get them quicker. Spearmen normally take 15 seconds, but you get 9 units in 30 seconds. That's why you see Lancaster win out with these imp rushes so often. But hold the phone. What? Have we got Recon? What? The body blockers. What a grab. Sort of's pinned. The Mango's going to catch up. I cannot believe he caught him like that. The crossbowman slow it down. If this had been just Yeoman, he would have been out and safe. But Recon, with the slow walk-in, catches him and cuts him down. That was disgusting. Oh my god, Recon. What a move. Now break into the base, but can he actually break said base is the problem. He's getting raided. It looks like we have got Spearman stabbing north side, but Robotica's going to be there to counterplay that. But that was sick, man. I feel bad I didn't do that the justice in the build-up because it just looks so casual. Right? It wasn't like this golden ambush that you normally see. It was just a slow walk-up and a cutoff. Unbelievable. Recon now torching the primary TC. There's a secondary behind this. Sordo's got a lot of catching up to do. He's even actively producing Elsgard. What a sick grab. Possibly the most casual pin I have seen in high level. Recon gets rid of the primary, just walks out the base. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Unbelievable. I got such a smile on my face from that one. That was phenomenal. So, Recon. What's he worried about? They had to back up. I mean, raids were coming in, but I feel like he could have just kept going there. I think for him, he just didn't quite know the state of sort of military force. You know, it's Lancaster, so you know they can just remax pretty fast. This is a surprising switch, by the way. Sort of is going into Mass Elsgard. He only has +2 damage from the House United effect. Or the House Unified. He could get another 2 damage. That's really important because it does scale in conjunction with military tactics. Which he's also lacking. No elite tactics here. Sorry, not military tactics. That's the one in King's Lords. Elite army tactics. I guess sort of needs more gold. He has snuck out to the north side corner now. And there is a third keep. Dude. Are we getting a Mass Elsgard? Against Japan, that's kind of crazy. But if you think about it, Japan gets that +4 damage advantage we talked about, but you can get +4 damage as well. And then it's a case of what's worth more. Deflective plus the extra 1 melee tech, or dagger throw AoE damage, because he did just get that tech. So remember, when you upgrade the Elsgard, the daggers are no longer perfectly accurate, but they throw 2 of them. And another little fun detail for you guys, not quite often realized by casuals, because we can't notice everything when we're zoomed out. Those dagger throws do AoE damage. Now, what's interesting about that is the AoE damage is quite small. It's very much like a Zutsu's blast radius. You can get +6 because of Billman? No, that would be +5. Bill Hook does -1 armor. Sort of has got a hand cannoneer switch coming. How intriguing. I mean, there's not really that much range bio, but you are doing this into mangoes. Yeoman makes sense because you can kite the mango shots, but hand cannoneers not so much. You get really close and you can't dodge quick. And this is indeed a pub game. We're waiting for our next live series. Sing shot. I mean, he gets a siege weapon, surprisingly enough. Sort of with the surround and recon. Oh, it's an overextension, surely. Look at the military count right now. Sort of able to leverage the numbers here. Snipes out a lot of the sieges. Double Mango left alive, but you can already see sort of dodging. He's got the magical footsteps to make sure he doesn't get hit easily. Recon still has got Samurai versus primarily no anti-armor units, so Recon will be able to stand his ground here. In fact, sort of kind of feels like maybe he should have more Elsgard coming out with this strategy. No crossbows following up, no upgrades for them, and he finally realizes this entire fight. Elite army tactics, like, I thought he would have had it earlier. Maybe he just kind of forgot about it, because remember when we talked about it, sort of had about 80 gold in reserve. He was pulling for the north side at the time, so probably just slipped his mind that he didn't have that critical tech. Now, one thing that's kind of cool about Sync Shot here is, like, yes, it won't do much damage against the Samurai, but you can actually use it to disable all the deflective armors before the fight starts. That's important for Elsgard spam afterwards, which I'm hoping sort of is considering here, because, like, Spear plus Yeoman, I'm not rating too highly against Mass Samurai. All right, what do you think, guys? Ones if you think Recon's going to win. Twos if you think sort of is. This one feels very hard to call. And you think purple and magenta are harder? Actually, yeah, on colorblind, that makes sense. Because also, I think like the most egregious colorblinds, I've heard a lot of people have issues with blue and purple. Do we at least have... we do not have Shogun. Okay, we have it over here. That's good then. I was a bit worried. I was like, how the hell are we 37 minutes in without tier 3 farms? But he does have it. So food income should remain pretty good. I believe Recon hasn't been using Tanegashima. That's good. The reason that's good is actually the most underrated play for Japan in the late game is to stockpile the tickets. Remember, Tanegashima Gunsmith generates you a ticket every 30 seconds. And you can use them to instantly deploy units. You can get Siege for 4 tickets, or you can get Gunpowder units for 1. So the value play here is, you know, you drag out a 10-minute Imperial back and forth. You don't use a Tanegashima once, that's 20 tickets. That means after you both wiped armies, you suddenly vomit out 20 units straight away that each cost 240 resources. That's a 5,000 resource army in less than 5 seconds. That's the value. And I think it's also often misused for that reason. Like, a lot of people like to just spam out a bombard for free. If you can hold out, you know, it reminds me of, if you guys are not familiar with this, Ayabids have a similar strat with Desert Raiders. The Desert Raider wing, if you're max popped, it will stockpile the spawns. So let's say you're max popped and you don't lose 7 units quick enough for, you know, 10 minutes. You're going to pump out 35 Desert Raiders straight away. Looks like we did have an attempt to go north from Recon, by the way. I don't think he was expecting sort of to just send it down the center. Yeah, this is looking a little bit awkward now. He's trying to lock in the next 8k. He did get the stone walls up, so that will slow sort of down. If he just realizes... Is there a dive here? Maybe not. His spearmen are mostly north, right? Which means... Oh, no. Guys, this army can't kill Mounted Samurai. No, no, no. All of his spears are north. Oh, God. Recon's got the perfect sandwich. This is a double-decker. Yeah, so Samurai can block the spears, and then the Mounted Samurai can eat everything else. What a timing for Recon. He charges forward. He's got the Samurai also moving in from the north side. Trying to turn this into a surround, and with the crossbows and hand cannon, slowing down the Yeoman. Retreat is more difficult for sort of. Formation shuffling is going to be outrageous here, by the way. Sing shot. He tries to use it to disable the deflective arm, but it's not going to matter. You're seeing it again for the second time. Recon with the slowest and most casual looking pin, but this time, sort of, will slip through. That's right. He covered his body in butter and manages just about to slip through the gap. Now with the Robotiquin defense, this should be good enough to hold. Reloads are coming through. I don't like this for Recon, guys. This is actually very hard now. Robotiquins, remember, they're anti-melee. Even the Mad Samurai going down. It's full Nagashino. It's like Nobunaga Oda just brought out the guns. Full Tom Cruise moment. He's just repairing through. The few archers there are not going to be quick enough to kill here. The bombards are moving in, targeting elsewhere. So Recon is going to lose that first wave. And sort of now with the re-rally, he goes for the Demi-Lancers. Going to come in clutch to chase away those bombards. Recon, realizing the overextension, will now leave. And look at that. Like, this Civ, man. Like, this is just ridiculous. He's pumping out 8 new spearmen every 20 seconds. Unbelievable. Lancaster, all the aces up their sleeve. I mean, props to sort of as well for holding on to the ticket that long. He didn't find a use for the Demi-Lancers early, so I had to pull at the end. Actually, wait, no, that wasn't the Demi-Lancer one. I think that was the final ticket, which we don't often see. Maybe not? I mean, the Demi-Lancer count... You get Demis on both ones, right? I always forget the final one because House of Lancaster never use it. But the Lancaster Castle, it has got the third one, which is called Exact Militia Program. And it gives a Demi-Lancer, an Earl's Guard, and a Yeoman. It's a very weird one. But I do believe he used the 2,500 resources to get that. Yeah, 2,500 is a lot, but if you think about the maths of it, like the size of the army you're going to pump out. Because the baseline is that you end up getting, I think it's 1 and then 1 extra per mana. So you're able to print 30 units straight away. And wait, Recon's trading? wait, he just started trading. No way. Mount Samurai will at least clear the demis. Okay, so sort of pushes Recon all the way back, but he won't be able to dive into the base. What an interesting switch into trade. I was not expecting this out of Japan. Dude, who's going to win this? I mean, sort of did just scout the trade at the very beginning, which is important. If he lets this get too big, then Recon can just try to wall the map and go siege. He's going to start burning in. He's got the Roboticum for the push. The Gunpowder contingent is definitely proving clutch here, but the Mounted Samurai are rotating around the back and sort of... This time, I don't think he's getting out for free, but it's 36 spears, so Recon is going to be an expensive fight. But he doesn't shy away from it. Keeps him around. He's waiting for the Robotiquins. Even good against sniping the Yeoman when they're this close. Gets the shots out. Mango full up's going to be there. Patiently waiting. He's cutting reinforcements. He's just not giving the full commitment into the spear mass. Instead, slowly grinding him down. And now, sort of forces the matter. It's a full stab to the north side. The Robotiquins are going to come in behind him. And it is going to be a munch-up. 32 Mounted Samurai will definitely beat the spears. Recon, an expensive type of unit to invest in. But that's why he's been investing into trade. Up to 13 traders, resecures his base. And now we have the long secure. Stonewall's coming in to make sure that the trade doesn't get harassed. But he will have to do something about this small group of Hobbler. The tricky trader returns, man. I've got a smile on my face because this is the Recon I remember. This guy loved trade more than 95% of players. If you could find a way to it, you can guarantee be rushing to it. And it's tricky for Hobblars to stop this as well. Like, lower base damage horsemen, right? Still, so far, the reaction hasn't been great from Recon. The Mounted Samurai are slow to jump in here. But they are going to be jumping in aggressively on the other side, sort of. The villagers? Recon, no way, no way. Okay, he turns onto the farmers, but that was a huge missed opportunity there. 30 villagers just running by, and he had the full body blocker to happen there. But now, sort of, that is ridiculous. How many villagers? I believe I just selected... Was that... That's not 70, surely. That's almost all of sort of's economy not working at the moment. Absolutely wild. Recon. Now getting that full wall up. Oh my god. Another castle drops him, sort of. As Recon just boldly walks up to claim the gold. Bit gluttonous. The Mount Samurai aren't here. They're actually engaging on the north side. So yeah, it looks like castle drop should be successful, even though there's bombards nearby. Actually, oh, they're all the way back here. This is a big manga reveal, though, and keep in mind, sort of, he went spear, hand cannoneer. Like, technically, Recon can kill him with just siege. If he just builds a few more Robotiquins, and by the way, he has been using those tickets to get some siege. What a wacky game. Dude, I'm glad that someone recommended this. And Enlightened Horizon, delivering again. Triple Sacred Site somehow locked in. That's not going to last unless Recon can stonewall this area. Sort of, this play into Hankan is... I understand the need against Mounted Samurai, but it doesn't feel great. Like, you haven't got a good answer to siege. In theory, you should have a good answer with Hobbler. But I think sort of maybe got a few too many villages. This is like the tricky part. If you do Yeoman Spears, you can afford to have only like 80 villages. But when you want hand cannoneers, that's much more taxing on your economy. Yeah, it's like 2.5 times the cost of a Yo. Interesting. Recon didn't go for Damaru armor. Damaru armor is really good for getting in position for raids and also getting new troops in. I definitely recommend it to players. It's 275 resources. It's usually seen as a bad tech because if one of your units gets deflective armor deactivated, the rest don't move quicker. But it's good for getting reinforcements in. Flash coming through. Recon with the weird walls. Siege is exposed though. Wait a second. Mad Samurai need to get in the way fast. Sink shots going to be underwhelming. A deletion of the wall. Actually, Recon welcomes the fight, weirdly enough. He might end up regretting it though. Sword off with the full surge. What just happened? The mounted samurai evaporate. Sort of from behind to an overwhelming lead now. It's a 3x on military. Recon, gold numbers don't look good right now. No, remember, he had, what, 40 mounted samurai, each costing 110 a pop? So to reallocate that army to get that again, that's 4,400 gold that he just does not have. Samurai definitely more affordable, so we'll try to remax into that. But guys, like Samurai into hand cannoneers is an even worse trade. You know, hand cannoneer and mounted Samurai, at least you have some teeth to bear. A Samurai on foot into 8C mass is not going to work. Especially now that Recon doesn't have siege. I mean, cute little raid, but is sort of going to survive long enough for it to matter. Well, Recon, rather. I mean, this should be the push, right? The only thing he's really missing is siege to kill the infrastructure. Sacred Site timer is still ticking, but he's camping the perfect position to stop the traders. That's the important detail. Remember, Recon is playing a gold-heavy Civ with no access to gold now. There's one vein left on the map, and it's in the center. Outside that, it's trade or bust. Well, he busts out the big boys. Triple Robotiquin. Remember, Swordov does have Yeoman and hand cannoneers, which can snipe those easily. Like, even hand cannoneers, you think that they could be countered because of the low range, but remember, hand cannoneers have got slightly more range than Robotiquins, so they can get the first shot off to kill. Let's let a little bit of raid from Swordov. He is decapping now. Okay, so win condition for Recon is gone. How does he win? I think it would require Swordov to be pretty complacent. And yeah, I mean, I'm glad we got there in the end. It's actually wild. This might be the first time that we've been almost an hour into a Lancaster game without Incendiary. Usually this is one of the highest priorities. Give me a big damage booster as well. Needs every little whittle he can get into Mass Samurai. No more gunpowder contingents is a little bit surprising. It's definitely a very quick way of clearing the melee mass. Still, I'm struggling to believe anymore, man. And it's been an incredible game between these two, by the way. Like, Recon, I think he played really, really well, but can't fault Swordov's defensive reactions. And then the difference maker, like, it did feel slightly like it's just lol Lancaster late game. Shame as well, if Recon was able to have that trade reliably for a few minutes at 30 traders, you probably just see Mass Mounted Samurai to roll over everything. Now it feels like it might be a tall order. It's going to try anyway. Even the Robotiquins are just trying to enter full melee mode to get the shots out. Sing shot's going to come through. Does splinter one of them. Sort of with the micro on point. Gets rid of all the Robotiquins. Recon able to push him away. And a surprising change here from Swordov. I wasn't anticipating Hobbler. I think what he's trying to do is just slowly mass more hand cannoneers and throw trash to cover it. Credit to him, actually. Like, this is going to work out very well because Recon is switching into Yumi. Yeah, guys, this isn't like a reactionary switch. Recon had no Yumi when the Hobblars were being scaled. I think the reason why Swordov's going hobbies anyway isn't about the Yumi. It's just about trade rage. He wants to keep Recon's number down because by some miracle, he has been maintaining 23 traders. Now you have to break off to deal with those Hobbler raids. The other annoying thing, apes together strong, right? When you've got the full samurai wave threatening, but when it turns into a split, that's when these range units will just wear you down. Castle drop now. Hobbler. That's going to fail, right? I mean, the traders are actually kind of tanking for you here, but nah, that castle's definitely not going up. Recon is going to fail to secure the trade. And the spears are following this up as well, so guaranteed this is not going up. That right there, a doubt castle finally appearing. Feels like it's been a while. Okay, actually, not quite a doubt castle. We're some way off. Doubt is offended that you put this pitiful effort in the same category as him. Recon now trying to counter-offensive, but what the siege? There's just so many siege push. Rams for the walls, I assume, because otherwise, like, you just want to use gunpowder contingent because it's cheaper. But choke point defense here, not a bad idea. The men at arms, they can't overwhelm you like this. Range wins when you fight in choke points. Sort of. It looks like he's done enough. A Recon, the trade is just not getting through anymore. The Rams clear the expensive castle. And Recon has just invested everything into this bush. So sort of is going to block out the key piece of economy. Unless Recon can find a miracle hit into those farms, I don't see this turning around. Sink Shot does decent damage. Hobbler follow-up. Recon has been broken. Demon Civ, once again, to haunt you in your nightmares. I'm getting kind of bored of this. I feel like all I do is post Lancaster wins. Something's got to change, man. GG to the boys. Reminder, we have got Numidan versus B coming in live in 40 minutes. So next quarterfinals live will be then. We're just doing some pub games while we wait for that series to be ready. But I think the highlight of that game has to be the absurdly casual walk-ins. It was a nice game. I couldn't believe I lost it, though. It feels so hard to lock down an enemy army in this game, even if it's overextended. It's also just like, that's the nature of Lancaster. Like, the mana spam really gives them a lot of power. I think in that game, in like hindsight, Recon, there's maybe like 2 moments. So I think the night raid on the farm area probably should have hit a bit harder than it did. But you didn't immediately react to like 40 villagers walking into you. And I think even earlier than that, you had a really good position in the game when you caught him trying to go for the 4k gold. And then it felt like you fell back to eco instead of fully commit there, right? Like, maybe those are the 2, like, big details. I think the biggest one to me is, like, the earlier point when you block the 4k gold. Because we were saying in the cast, like, if you block that 4k gold, if you just stop that gold entirely, game is over, right? Like, he can't function without that gold. They just win the game in mass, but I always lose. It can be. Wait, I'm trying to... You definitely had the Bannerman timing, right? I'm pretty sure you did have them there. I think you just need to be constricted without necessarily being full divey. Like, you can potentially scout him, and if you see he doesn't have many troops in his base, then you can dive, sure. But, like, otherwise, I would say, like, your clearer win condition is just stopping gold access. Like, the Sacred Site as a win condition is also awkward to try and aim for in Castle as Japan, as you learn. They're like one of the worst civs at going Sacred Site victories in Castle. And what's up, Minu? I see you with the Prime sub. Thank you very much, and welcome back to Swarm. Reminder, guys, if you have got Prime subs, drop them. It costs you absolutely nothing, and it helps out the channel, helps support us doing all this content. Ridiculous amount of content that we do. I think, like, what? We're on track right now. Probably to do, like, 130, 140 hours this month, I think. It's been a busy one. And it makes more and more tournaments like this possible. Or... if you haven't got a Prime sub, feel free to sub anyway. It means you don't have to worry about ads on that 140 hours of content. The commit to the fight in his base when you have free Roboticons change the momentum. Yeah, I think like there, the issue for Recon is twofold, right? Like, he noticed that the Roboticon's too late, and also the Lancaster Castle unit spam came in super clutch. Like, I think that was the big game changer. Is like, it wasn't just the Roboticons, it was that there was way too many units in the way for him to reach the Roboticons. One sec, let me double check something. Just being told about something on our sponsorship. Alright, guys. Hell yeah, this is pretty cool. So, we're going to be getting sent something awesome. I'm really excited about this. So, we're actually gonna be getting one of these. I've eyeballed them in the past. I've seen them like at an event, and I wanted one really badly. We're gonna be getting sent one of these. So keep an eye out for this on this stream. This is the FO32U2. This is a 4K OLED monitor from Gigabyte. And this thing looks like a beaut. Like I've seen it once in person, and I immediately talked to my Gigabyte guy about getting one sent out. So yeah, OLED is a few generations in now. So like in the earliest generations, they had an issue of like bleed through or like, you know, wearing down really fast. That seems to have been alleviated in a lot of cases now. But if you want pure color, like there's no joke, this sends it. The difference between OLED and IPS is like night and day. You straight away notice it on the color and the vibrancy. The other thing I'm looking forward to getting my hands on this with is like I play some FPSs, and a lot of those FPSs outside of Apex, if you're thinking of something like if you play like a Warzone type game or Escape from Tarkov, these darker games, I think Battlefield will have this as well. The other thing that OLEDs do really well is the pitch blacks. So the darkness, they capture dark coloring really well. Whereas, like, I don't know if you guys have had this. When I've played like IPS monitors and I play games like Escape from Tarkov or whatever, it feels like I have to turn my brightness up to see what's happening in the black. And then it almost becomes, I want to say like foggy, the way it looks on screen. So yeah, really excited about this. How much? This particular model, FO32U, I think it's on sale down at about £600. So is that like $700 right now? But this is a 32-inch monitor. I believe it's 240 hertz or 144. Yeah, no, it's the 240. And then it's got 4K resolution on OLED. That's actually a pretty good deal for basically top spec, top of the line. There are more affordable, by the way. I think they have the MO32, which is maybe like $100, $200 cheaper. And they have a lot of entry range. But we're going to be checking out this one, dude. I'm so freaking excited for this. It looks really, really cool. And I needed an updated one because like my old IPS was using NVIDIA tech. So I wasn't getting like the full AMD FreeSync. And dude, without getting full FreeSync, we were able to achieve a 4.5 KD on Battlefield. So clearly, I'm going to get this thing and we're going to be up at like 6+. Easy. But yeah, big shout out to Gigabyte again for that. Dude, I'm so excited to get my hands on with this. We'll definitely do an unboxing and a show off of it. Hell yeah. All right. So, probably got time for one more pub game before we hop into the B series. Can't run 4K, but you can run 2K. Yeah, but you can run that monitor at 2K instead of 4K. That's fine. That works fine. They also have a 2K monitor range, so there is a 2K one. I believe it's the FO27Q would be the one you'd be looking at, and there's a few different ones. I think they're onto the Q5P now, which is a 500 hertz refresh rate 2K monitor. Not sure you need 500 hertz, but like if you're a Counter-Strike person, that's actually feasible. But like, yeah, you can find those details on their website as well. And those, I believe, come in priced at... Let me have a look. Are they shipped yet? Those ones haven't shipped yet, but the previous ones, like the FO27Q4s or whatever, I believe they come in at like $500-600. Sounds like a lot for a monitor, I know, but like remember, this is like when 144 hertz monitors came out, and you were willing to like pay that. That's the like difference maker, really. So they are really, really good. Okay, give me a sec. We're gonna grab another game. Has the Trash Panda had any other interesting games, I wonder? Stroking my chin. Had some games against Ravane. KPMM over for the day? Nope. We've got another series coming up soon. Next up is B versus Numadon. In fact, seeing as everyone keeps asking, I'll just put that in the title. Up next, B versus Numadon. Oh, wait. We're capped on... I see why. Double Aurist at the end. Whoops. Oh, by the way, I keep talking about all this stuff, and I'm not even giving you YouTubers the ability to click. YouTubers! You guys are also superstars, so I know you'll activate. Click that link. It's as much an awareness campaign as a get your ass in there and buy. So clicking on the link and checking out the product range also does help us out. So thank you very much for that in advance. You've been grinding English? I noticed you have, Kaiser Johan. And I contemplated, like, watching one of those games. But something tells me I don't want to watch this game. Should we do... Let's do a Kaiser Johan versus Mahodo game. I need to open the door more, by the way. It's really hot. Holy crap. I mean, I'm getting, like, a strong breeze, but I'm still feeling super hot. Is this blowing hot? Not really. Order the Dragon versus English should be a fun one. So yeah, what will probably end up happening, I reckon we'll do the B versus Numadon live, and then I imagine I'll probably eat afterwards, and then hopefully when I get back, we'll have Wham versus MSN. We're still waiting on the Kilyadi Myriad one. We really need a quick solution to that. Alright, let me switch over. I wonder if I'm feeling kind of hotter. It's just been raining slightly, so it's got like that damp heat. I know how to intro this. He is the most disgusting player in the top 50. 50 games of English in a row. 100 of Abbas's before that. This man is insane. And I mean that in the... Please, we need to get you some help. This is crazy. Kaiser Johan, the Europa Universalist developer, has decided that English is pretty good. It wasn't enough to just try and oppress the French in that game and get the two thrones. He's now leaking it over into Age of Empires 4. Ridiculous. And by the way, guys, like, just to prove that we are not exaggerating at all, you guys ready for this? Here you go. We won't spoil the outcome of this game. Oh, wait, no, there's been some Japan in there. Props to you, mate. But, like, this guy has been non-stop English spamming. And before that, I think a few weeks back, we checked in on Kaiser Johan. And he just had page after page after page of Abasa games. Yeah, he's optimizing one civ at a time. Mahodo on the other side, Order the Dragon. This man has a little bit more diversity. He has been frequently present in the KPMMs. Actually, something that Johan hasn't, unfortunately. A little bit of a heartbreaker to see, but... I think maybe Johan's a little bit busy at the moment, you know, with like a certain Europa game that's due to release this year. That he's clearly going to get me a key early for, and then we'll obviously do some sort of show presenting. These are all clearly going to happen. But wait, no, actually, that's not a good reason, Kaiser Johan. You should definitely be entering the KPMMs. If you have enough time to play this many English games, which is basically going to be on average an hour long, you definitely have time to play tournament games. So, Mindwork coming in against Abbey of Kings. Ah, yes. This is the part that makes me convinced that Johan is, like, secretly a little bit crazy. How do you go from spending, like, 100 games playing Abbasids going multi-TC, to then go to English to spend 100 games playing multi-TC? Oh, this is horrible. All right, let's do X. Am I going to regret clicking on this video? Quite possibly. Mahodo with the Mindwork opening, I wonder if he's thinking about like a meta arms cheese. Like in theory, it's not bad against 2 TC builds, but the problem is that if English have Abbey of Kings, they can heal off the damage done. So you essentially have to keep diving non-stop. Might be more worth it for Mahodo to go Pro Scouts. He could also think about playing out onto the deer, but that just becomes tricky because the king can raid you. Used to love EU4. Me too. I haven't played as much in recent times. I just feel like I haven't got the time, or rather, I know if I go for it, I'm going to sink so much time. I think my dream is like European Versus 5 comes out and we can have like a day each week where we play it. And I'd love to see like a lot of regular faces tuning in, enjoying that. But we'll see how it goes. Like, I am hyped for that. I believe was it November 4th for EU5? Double checking. Yeah, November 4th. Wait a second. There's something important, though. Battlefield 6 release date. Okay, you're safe. I can do a month of Battlefield before switching over to Europa. So, second TC coming in. We're just going to stick with the 2x speed for the moment until we get to some aggression. Mahodo has gone for the Horseman, but this isn't about Horseman spam. This is about Pro Scouts. You can see by the gold massing, he's got 5 on gold. The timing wouldn't make sense for just fast castles, so we will be seeing Pro Scouts locking in. And it's a pretty damn good spawn for it, because Kaiser Johan's TC secures nothing other than gold. It does kind of secure his backside, so like he could try to wall here afterwards and then set up farm clusters here. With an eventual white tower drop, say, this area would be really good. So he has a really good spawn to just kind of camp. You always played in Europe when you played EU4? Mate, you're missing out. I can wholly recommend that India is very fun to play in. I think my most played areas, like Europe, I'm definitely there with you. It gets played a lot. But yes, also, I mean, Byzantine's probably my most ran through Civ. Alongside English, because, you know, British. But, like, India is a lot of fun. I'm not a big fan of China. I will, however, be attempting Japan in EU5. So, Horseman just looking, or rather Knight looking for a target to raid. Outpost is already up, which should make that difficult, though. So, Mahodo, it is now going to be a castle timing. Usually the play against 2TC here isn't Burgrave. Regnitz tends to be the go-to, at least with HRE. It is a bit different with Order the Dragon. You have to be sure you're going to get most relics. And I think this is the situation where you can be sure. Like, Johan has got no military units outside of the king. And that king is at risk, by the way. Yep, he tries to the body blocks. One more hit. That's all it takes. And he's going to get it as well. Mahodo, great micro there. Doesn't get contested at all. Yeah, Johan, it's really tricky to try and get those body blocks quick enough against Cav. If Johan likes body blocking, maybe it's time to spin up some Dota 2. Love EU5 coming out, but not looking forward to the DLC spam. I mean, I assume they're probably going to do the subscription service out of the gate this time, which just makes sense, because like mathematically they can probably make more money. I don't mind though. Like, I feel like I got a lot of value out of the DLCs in the EU4. And props to Paradox. I'm assuming they're going to keep the system from before, which was that if you played a multiplayer game, it went based off of the host DLC, not everyone's DLC. Which is just the fair way to do it, because it's like how you don't divide the player base, right? New Providence. I haven't done that type of playthrough. I'm trying to think what other Civs I played a lot of. I really, I think India, I can still recall the playthroughs I do. I'd usually play as, I keep butchering their name, Vijay Naga, I believe it was, and Bahamatis. Bengalis as well, for a trade build. Also had a lot of fun playing just the little Italian states. As you can tell, Johan clearly was a Brandenburg boy, right? We've all done a bit of Brandenburg. Guys, if you have not tried European Versus and you are a history fan, do it. Wholly recommend those games. Incredible. Actually, at this point, wait for EU5. So, we have got Knights coming out. And it was a Regnitz build as anticipated. So, Mahodo is going to be securing all relics. Johan's trying to spam spears. Very difficult to get spears in position to block all relics. He might be able to secure 2. Which is a nice dampener against Order the Dragon's timing. Keep in mind, Gilded Knights destroy Feudal Spears quite well. If you ain't playing Dutch, dude, Dutch is easy. You just get all infinite mercs, right? I mean, the start's a pain in the ass, but once you get that trade going. Good night. Okay, this is the fight you don't want. All the spears in one location. Good intercept. Mahodo just trying to whittle them down, but difficult. And I love that. Johan micros away the injured party, sends him all the way home. Yeah, props to him for that. He's min-maxing. Remember, he's got the Abbey of Kings to kiss the boo-boos better. What's the difference between EU and Civ? They look very... They're not similar even remotely. Completely different games. Even games like Europa Universalis compared to Crusader Kings is very different. So, like, if you played one and didn't enjoy it, I recommend trying the other. But, like, I think probably the standout most successful one, and I'm sure, I don't know if Johan can talk about it. It's probably just sales numbers, but I don't know if he's allowed to. I would assume Hearts of Iron is, like, now the most successful one, at least in recent years. Hearts of Iron has found a lot of sustainability out of multiplayer, which is an area where the other ones struggle a bit. Like, Europa is more of a single-player enjoyed experience. So you can multiplayer, but Hoy is the better one for that. And oh, what a grab! You wouldn't think that this man plays a game where you can just pause time and move your units around. We're talking about the Paradox games here. Great micro by Johan. Secures 2 night kills, which puts Mahodo 1,000 resources in the gutter. That was sick. Beautiful snatch and grab. And now tech up with Johan having a 20 worker lead. Pretty cushy position to be in. Oh, he has biggest MAU? I thought so, yeah. I've been trying to get in contact with a few of those boys because I'd love to actually bring them on board with the agency side. Big Boko and enjoy. If you guys want someone to watch Hoy for, his content is a superstar standout there. Mahodo? Actually, Johan, you know what you need to do? You need to try and organize some dev nights between the Paradox devs and the World's Edge devs on each other's games. That would be cool to see. Dude, that's content. Johan on the offensive. Has got the crossbow switch coming in, but Mahodo's doing the same. However, he's doing the same into mass spears, which feels sucky. Yeah, right now, Mahodo's the only one with a unit that's getting counted because he went into heavily armored. Which makes sense. Like, you go castle first, you should be going heavily armored. It's an advantage. Relic grab has been phenomenal, by the way. Mahodo has secured 4, and he's already camping the 5th, waiting for a monk to come in. So we'll be briefly on the way. Actually, one thing I'll say of E4, and this is from someone who has a lot of love for it, I think its late game gets bogged down. The good qualities get hidden behind the tedium. So I'm hoping with Europa 5, they've fixed a lot of like the mid-late game transition issues. Like, and I'm sure Johan knows where I'm going with this. Like you know, when your empire gets too big, walking from one side of the empire to the other was one of the most boring things imaginable. Like me being booming out of India, trying to reach Europe, put me to sleep. So fingers crossed. I'm looking forward to seeing what they've cooked up. I think like that was what Stellaris, the sci-fi game, I think was meant to fix, is this constant element of like random things that could happen in the game to keep you engaged from start to finish. Whereas like Europa Universalis 4, for most players, the experience is set yourself an objective for the first 100 years and achieve it or fail. Right? Because usually by then, it often felt like you became too big to fail. But I do appreciate that Paradox kept this sandboxy element about a lot of their games so that you could just kind of, to a certain degree, do what you want, right? There's a lot of silly things that exist in E4 that make it brilliant. Like, you know, you've got a lot of the creators that do things like culture converting 5 different times and then becoming the Emperor of Japan while starting as, like, province in Europe. Crossbows. We have got the Inspired Warriors tech. That's quite smart, actually. I like that from Mahodo. Rate it very highly. Just makes your crossbows incredibly tanky. Sadly, not tanky enough when Johan is the biggest Britney Spears fan going. Oh my god. He's just running them down. Dude, Johan's kind of making English Spears look broken. Wall's also going up, so he's going to secure flanks. He's got Boar in the corner, which I'd love to see him play for, but I think he might already have good enough food income off the farms. Johan could just realistically go Imperial now. Wouldn't be a bad idea. The Relic game has already been played out. Maybe he's a little bit worried that Order of the Dragon will catch up. Like, if you let them get Swabia drop, they'll close the villager distance quick. Maybe just lock Sacred Sites to give yourself a win con. We have got Horseman scaling as well. Just going to do a little bit of 2x because I don't want to be late for our live series between B and Numidan. One that I think promises to deliver fireworks. Good villagers. Wouldn't die that easily, but puny English ones with their poor dietaries will go down. So quad kill that night. Well played by Mahodo. There's pressure play coming in. Johan, it just tries to harass onto the gold. E5 lets you automate any aspect of the game. I'm assuming there's things you can toggle on or off that you can automate, though, for the sake of multiplayer, right? Because this almost comes back to the argument that you have in Age of Empires 4, where people talked about automated villages. Man, the riot over that, if you guys remember. Some players were so fervently against the thought of it. Okay, so what's the plan from these two? Because we talked about Imperial for Johan. I think Mahodo is looking for an attack point in Castle. It's just very difficult to do into English. Remember, English have got that obnoxious attack speed buff. They're one of the best defensive civs in the game because of Network of Castles. A reminder that when you end up max popped out, you're then looking for ways of maximizing the troops you have, and a 20% and 30% attack speed buff respectively is a phenomenal edge to have. Like, I don't think there is a civ that has, across the course of the game's existence, been a more annoying civ to play against for people than English. Anyone else, like, want to disagree with that? I'm not saying, like, right now, because I think right now people will list House of Lancaster over English, just because Lancaster is definitely a lot more present. But through the history of the game, this has been the obnoxious civ. Doesn't help that when you go down the ladder rankings, it's the most played still to this day. Actually, I think maybe in recent times it's falling off a bit, but yeah, from the very early days, it was destined to be English and French. Johan, now pushing it. Oh, hello. Oh, well, don't mind if I do. Be a shame if Mahodo stuck one of his relics out in the middle of nowhere, wouldn't it? Against a huge melee blob. Johan now with a dive in. Spearman barely exists. Mahodo, he's only got 3. The prelates are front lining for him right now, but this is a full swell horseman spear spam. And he's got double relic on the forward side. Mahodo just trying to carry this through with the gilded crossbowman. Horsemen are going to start leaking past, though. It's just a matter of time. His own crossbows are headbutting that front line, trying to break through. So Horseman will chase it away. Ram now moving across for the second tower. Is Mahodo about to go from 4 relics down to 2? It looks like it. Johan with a decent amount of crossbows to still play ranged. Wasn't the best micro, though. It felt like he just kind of headbutted his crossbows into the front line of Mahodo. Forgetting the extra range would make it hard to contest. E-Repairs is going to come out, but that second relic is up for grabs. Johan has not produced a monk, though. It's easy to overlook this, and Mahodo, of course, will not. Yeah, he's already started queuing up a new prelate, so looks like despite the opportunity, Johan will not take the gold away from Mahodo. And army will get mopped up. Gilded crossbow is just so good at this type of defense. And Johan now with a longbow switch. Yeah, I think like longbow spears makes a lot of sense here. It is a bit worrisome if your opponent goes into men-at-arms, but you don't have any reason to believe he'd MAA currently. And also, if he men-at-arms and that's the problem, that's something you can at least kite while prepping a counterplay. Johan says, why pick? Why not a little bit of everything? After all, when a man has 38 English farms, why not? You got 5 English Lombo Rush games in a row and became a Delhi main? Well, I would have thought the counterplay to that is you become a French main, no? Like, that sounds like the more sane counter. Just because, you know, French versus Delhi, at least I think on initial pickup, French is a lot more easy to follow for the majority of players. It looks like the Johan's getting ready for Imperial now, so we're going to just fast forward a little bit more as they get ready to fight. Mahodo has the right idea, though. He tries to step up. Unfortunately for him, he sees an outpost and kind of freaks out. But Mahodo doesn't want this to go into Imperial. He keeps investing. We've got Rams now on the way. Johan has the right idea, though. Like, you know, once you get the enclosures online, like, your income just surges. And the cool thing is, when you have this many farms, you can afford to keep building army while attacking. So yeah, you can see he's almost ready for Imp, and he's almost popped at the same time. Best of both worlds. Builds just enough to make sure that Mahodo can't counter-offensive. Mahodo, who is getting better on the farm count, he went 2 TC in the end, 40 farms now, so he is doing a good job of keeping up. I wonder if his mine is going to turn to a tech up as well. Wingard is going to be coming through, so Johan on his way into Imperial. Go for the 4x to complete the tech up. Mahodo probably should be counter-attacking once he hears that tech. Challenge is where? You know, like, what's your attack point here? Wait, is Cursing trolling himself? You only get ads if you're not subbed, which you are not. Remember, guys, subs do not auto-renew on either YouTube or Twitch, I believe. So, if you've been sub in the past, make sure you check that it's still active. And that's cool. We're getting Wingard Rangers. Johan, come on, dude. Like, he's doing all the cool things. That Spim and Blob play at the start of Castle was really cool. At the start of Mahodo's Castle. And now an immediate Ranger switch, not really your usual. But it makes a lot of sense into Gilded Crossbows. It's a good counterplay. Normally, we see Footman. Wingard Raiders is also incredible. Actually, Wingard Raiders would have been pretty good here. The Horsemen, anyway. Looks like it's going to be a break on the front tower. Another opportunity to snatch a relic. And this time, Johan does have a Monk. Not with the army yet. Horsemen are going to block on the flank. And what is up, Sananhi? I appreciate you, mate. Thank you for the gifted sub. Lombos. I'm going to start pushing that backline away. Tech up complete, so that should be enough to scare Johan off. You don't really want to be diving an Elsback. An Elsback with a relic on top of that, by the way. Yeah, this is a big boy now. So he will retreat. The Bombard's already been queued. And remember, Johan has got triple Sacred Sight, so Mahodo's feeling quite suffocated right now. He has at least got the 8k secured. But sadly, he's not playing the Civ that actually gets value out of Elsback. No, remember, if you play as English, you do get your hands... HRE, you do get your hands on the Black Riders. Sadly, there is no Gilded Black Rider. Sinderi also following up. Johan will have another edge here because I don't believe Mahodo is he rushing it? He should be, really. Gilded Crossbows is still a part of his defense. My only concern is Johan, if he goes rushing into Incendiary and Silk Bowstrings, like, you're just going to get counterplayed. Because you won't be able to reach, right? Another thing, there we go. I was about to say, it would be nice for Johan is getting the outposts up. So that's coming through now. Remember, that's going to give him the attack speed buff, and he has queued up Network of Citadels. Sadly, he's done so behind a Bombard that isn't being built. Oops. Easy to forget as well, which is unfortunate because the 30% buffer would be a big deal here in a range fight. A little bit shocked he didn't produce more Rangers. He's been trying, but it's the classic issue of English. More so than Lancaster. Lancaster doesn't seem to have the same issue. It's the pop block. Because with English, you know, the way you lose armies is a bit different, I feel like. I feel because Lancaster plays mainly spears, their spearmen get wiped quickly compared to English men-at-arms. The problem is often you don't get to use the Wingard because you're not losing troops quick enough. It's going to be a nice little trade out there. The archers with Incendiary scares him away. So Mahodo is just melee fighting into a full army. Not good. Mahodo barely a front line left alive as he gets sniped down. Starts to feel like the beginning of the end for the pole. Bombard is going to start sieging into the farms. Another outpost coming up. And this is the thing that I think just tilts people when they play against English. Ah, nice. I am able to counter offense. Okay, he has attack speed aura. The moment you walk back in range and see that glow, you hate life. Because now, talking about 6 tower range against eventually 8.5. Silk Bowstrings is on the way. Thank God they nerfed this, by the way. I remember when they first made the change and we discovered that if you go onto a wall with Lombos, and I feel disgusting because like my brain was immediately theory crafting this. If you go onto a wall with Lombos, you'd have more range than a TC. It's so stupid. Oh, man. Was it Stonewalls? I think they reduced it. Was it down from 2 tower range to 1? Because I think it used to be Bowstrings was 2 range and then Walls was 2. So Lombos would end up with 11 tower range, which was more range than Bombards had. Definitely more range than Mangoes had. I think that was when some people brought back the old English wall crawl. Do you guys remember that from when the game first came out? And then it got nerfed into the ground, so people stopped doing it. I remember when they made that change, we had, I think it was a show match between Anatan and B. And we just had, I believe it was Anatan slowly building walls across the map so that B's French Knights couldn't do anything. Anyway, Siege coming in, Mahodo. He's clutching his pearls right now. E-Repairs has been slowing down the siege, but like, this might be the one good fight he's currently going to get. He does have crossbow advantage on count. Target fire, like, yeah, Johan has enough to insta-kill. Frontline is going to fail him a little. So we'll have to start staggering away from this. So it looks like we are going to get a good defense. Mahodo able to scrape back control of his base, at least temporarily. Horseman trying to get those kills on the Bombards. Will secure at least one. TC still alive, and E-Repairs will now be allowed to come off cooldown. But remember, Johan has got the ticker going. Sacred Site win conditions on the way. Farm count. What's Johan up to? 58. Yeah, you're pretty much where you want to be. You can go up to like 70, 75 with English usually. Interesting that you just keep spamming men-at-arms into this. Like, I wonder if, yeah, Horseman would be a bit better. Not as tanky against the MAA, but gives you a double counterplay into the crossbows. Because you can just kite the men-at-arms, right? Like, maybe there's even a world in which we see Horseman hand cannoneer. Not often done by English. I feel like most of the time it's just men-at-arms and now occasionally Lombos. But like with the enclosure gold, you have plenty to work with to go hand cannoneer. I do like that we're getting more rangers. And if Johan keeps fighting, he should lose enough troops to get them out as well. Remember, rangers are just simply better Lombos. They have substantially higher damage. You can see right there, it's an extra, what's that, 4 damage? Not to mention extra 30 HP. And then finally, they come with an extra 1 tower range. Yes, because Wingard Rangers with Silk Bowstrings when it first came out was also very much breaking the game. I remember watching Hill and Dale games of English where they could just beat Siege with these. Because they ended up with 11.5 tower range. Not 11.5, sorry. It would have been 10 tower range. Yeah, 10 tower range against Siege. That's without a wall, by the way. It would have been 11.5 or 12 or no wall. Sometimes I do miss the most broken days of A4. Like, I am looking forward to the DLC releasing and it breaking a lot of things. You know, new mechanics on the map that break the game, new civs that break the game. And the reason is I think, in some ways, the game is at its funnest when you enter this explorative phase of what the hell. I was thinking about this recently with Payday 2, and the most fun I ever had with Payday 2 was in the earliest days. In the beta phase, when there was a lot of broken things, like bugs, etc., that just made the game memorable. sometimes it's harder to achieve that in a competitive game compared to a PvE. Because, like, when it's PvE, people might have a chuckle. When it's PvP, you get outraged that someone used X or Y to beat you. And that, by the way, is where I think the roguelike will especially be potentially very successful. Because it is going to be that PvE environment. Hodo, now with a Gilded Archer switch. Interesting idea with the armor. Like, you are quite tanky. I don't think he went vodka, no. So he doesn't have the immediate snipe with crossbows onto bombards. Jump in with the knights, though. He's going to be decent at clearing that front wave, but it looks like he hasn't got enough to keep on pushing. No. These obnoxiously tanky men-at-arms able to hold on. And 9 melee armor makes it very difficult to just immediately kill. Not to mention the bombards just kind of sniping into this. Johan probably needs to get some forward Raxes going. I think that's the thing that's missing. There we go, yeah. So he's going to have a quicker meta-arms wave, which has been his weak point. Because normally what happens is he wins the initial exchange, then he commits again, his line gets thinned, and then he loses Lombos on the retreat. But now, with the forward Raxes, you're seeing the ranger count go up. Actually, no, it's not. I got baited. The archer mass is kind of going up, but the ranger count is looking abysmal. Uh-oh. Silk bowstrings also now on the way from the Hodo. English might be the most obnoxious tug-of-war sim in the game. Culverins are also going to be great at winning the trades out against bombards normally. The problem is Johan has the attack speed as well as the repair. Does end up losing one of the siege weapons, however. Time is down to 3.5 minutes. I think my biggest worry here is despite Mahodo now starting to win the fights, Johan is going to be hunkered down with production advantage. Does need to get more troops out ASAP, but you're seeing Mahodo kind of lacking the melee for the push. His tower's going to become quite problematic. Culverins are trying to clear those fast. This attack speed is just ridiculous. Did he get scale armor? He did, and yet still it doesn't matter. Yeah, also just goes to the crossbow kills. I think Mahodo might actually have a problem clearing men-at-arms now. He's down to 6 crossbowmen. Gilded archers aren't terrible in a DPS, but, you know, 16 damage compared to a gilded crossbow that's going to do 51? That's a ridiculous difference. So these men-at-arms are going to start surviving a lot longer. Yeah, I mean, even when you map it out, like 16 damage, but you attack almost twice as quickly as crossbows, that's 32 versus 50 damage. And Hodo, I don't think he realized just how important those crossbows were. Maybe he did, just doesn't feel like he can afford it. I mean, despite the gold gathering on the flank, despite the 4 relics, his gold is struggling to hang in there. Johan, just making sure that he stands his ground here now. 2.5 minutes out. We've got, I believe, a cannon emplacement. Okay, sprue emplacement, another outpost set up, but that's going to get sniped. We've got a castle drop on the flank now. The knight did try to rotate. Yeah, but the castle's already in. So Johan, he's already addressed the weak points here. Mahodo doesn't have enough knights to now camp onto the sacred sites. Not against castles. Mahodo, it's unfortunate. If he had like 5 more minutes, I think weirdly enough, he might have solved this problem. Like, he mirrored the eco count. His archers were starting to look better. But he just doesn't have an answer. The tried and true classic. English men-at-arms in the late game, as per usual, take a crap on everyone else. And if you do want to absorb all their glory and beauty, be sure to click on that link and check out the Aorus OLED monitors. I'm looking at it right now on the laptop and it looks glorious. But also disgusting. The disgusting element is the English pick. Shame on Johan for 50 games of English. 50 games of English is quite a lot. For a lot of people, they go insane playing, you know, almost hour-long games because you're playing English. But the thing is, you got to remember, Johan comes from Europa Universalis. An hour-long session to complete one game sounds like you rage quit. Yeah, Europa Universe is the type of thing where one game can run you 40 hours. It explains a lot about Johan, doesn't it? Abbasid long games, English long games, is like, yeah, it just doesn't really feel like a sesh if it lasts less than 40 minutes. You know, just got to carve out the time. Castle drop now. I think this will be Mahodo's last attempt. We're down to just a minute left on the clock. And the villager pull is big. 45. I mean, it has to be. If this castle fails to go up, he's dead anyway. But the castle drop is being mirrored, and Johan, he's ready to fight. Has not got the volley. Wait, no, he does. There we go. Activate it just then. Gatling gun mode. Gets rid of the crossbow remass. Castle drop's going to be successful, but, like, how do you break in quick enough now? Target fire's on point. Johan, he knows there's only one thing left for Mahodo to do. It's going to be a pull of villagers onto the site to pause the timer, to buy what little time he can. As Johan will just stand his ground and run the clock down. I mean, these longbows, if they were gone, these pesky longbows, the crossbows could gradually secure this. But Johan with 11 Raxes on the sacred site, he's never going to stop. Truly a vile human being. I think it would be fair to say that the Geneva Convention rules should not apply for Johan. In fact, anyone who plays this many Abbasid in the English games, there probably should be no rules of war. Drop the mustard gas. Oh, God. Well, that is going to be it. Mahodo, he just doesn't have troops on the front line anymore to stand on the site. So Kaiser Johan and his non-stop one Civ spam is going to win. You are a filthy, disgusting human being. And I don't know what more dirty thing you could do next. Oh, God. Ridiculous. 100 games of KT next. Ooh, true. You have to play for mass keeps. By the way, guys, I don't know if you knew this. This is an interesting little piece of history for you. Did you guys know that in the World War, Germany tried to get America pulled up on war crime charges for the shotgun? And I learned about this the other day. In World War One, by the way, like Germany had less leg to stand on about war crimes in World War Two. But like it was interesting to hear about because the comical part is basically the complaint. Like, so the whole idea is like it's against the Geneva Convention if it's like it causes more suffering than is necessary. But it was ruled against them because basically, as was fairly highlighted by America, because something's very efficient at killing, you can't necessarily call it like an unfair death or like a suffering death. So they tried to get America like in trouble with the rest of the world because shotguns were too good. What's interesting though is that they tried to find the moral high ground after using mustard gas anyway. Like, you know, maybe a little bit of a failure to read the room. I always find these type of like tidbits about history interesting. Like, did you guys know that the Germans in World War II discovered nerve gas before the rest of the world? But this is the weird one. Apparently Hitler made the call that he thought it was a bad idea because his thought process actually at the time was very interesting because, like, you know, the West didn't discover like nerve gas until like a lot later. So his thought process was that it was too destructive because if we discovered it, they must have discovered it too. So that's actually a really scary thought. Is like, had they deployed nerve gas, we probably would all be talking German now. Because if you think about it, like that basically could have been the equivalent of discovering the nuke before the nuke. So yeah, scary thoughts about history, man. All right, we are ready though. It is time for B versus Numadon. I'm going to update the title now. Oh, you guys don't want more facts about the Reichsstates? Wait, what's the... You call it the Reichsland? The Reichsland is Warhammer. Kulyadi and Myriad delayed? Yeah, we're still trying to figure out the details. They've been taking their time a bit. Yeah, we do have WAM versus MSN scheduled in, though. So that's due at 6:30 UK time. So we've got plenty of games. It's just unfortunate that one side of the bracket has been heavily delayed. Series alternate world where Germans won? Yeah, Man in the High Castle. It's actually a really, really good show. I liked it. I especially highly rate the acting of... trying to remember his name. He played Time in Sandman. John Smith, played by Rufus Sewell. He was incredible in that. Like, I always rate villains, etc., by my ability to want to relate and believe in them, and then not be able to at the same time, you know? That's where David Tennant's performance in Jessica Jones is iconic. Are you invisible? Yes. It's just I was catching up in chat, so I saw above. I have indeed watched Man in the High Castle. Yeah. I think it went, like, so the problem is, I think in Man in the High Castle, it started off really strong. I think it ended really cool. But I think the middle let it down a little. Also, the rushed ending on, like, the big, like, revelation of things got, probably for the average viewer, very confusing. And I imagine they've done a better job in the books of explaining it all. I haven't read the books. So, Numu and B are getting set up now, by the way. So, we should be hopping in for game number 1 momentarily. Looking at the picks, we're getting Byzantine versus Malians for Cliffside. A little bit surprised with the Malian pick. I've seen 1 or 2 players doing this, but like Malian isn't necessarily like a powerful pick on Cliffside. At least when it comes to like your gold, you usually get screwed in the gold placements. So grateful to Soviets in World War II to beat the Germans. Hey, we were here as well, okay? Yeah, I'm a little bit of a history nerd. I do especially delve a lot into the World Wars. So grateful for the Romans for beating the Carthaginians. And I'm so grateful for the Ottomans beating the Byzantines. Were they after getting our ass whipped in Dunkirk? Bro. We held on. Alright? If our asses didn't hold on that island, we would have all been screwed. Don't even try and deny it. Where else would you have, like, staged a landing? You couldn't have used Portugal, because if Portugal entered World War II, then Spain would have entered as well, which would have been disastrous. In fact, shout out to Portugal. They've done everything possible to help the Allied forces without officially entering the war. They came very close to baiting Spain, or rather encouraging Spain, into entering the war on the side of the Axis forces when they allowed British fleets to use their harbors. Yeah, and don't get me started on World War I. Basically waiting until we've done all the hard work to join in. As an Italian, you shouldn't be allowed to talk. Mamma mia. Shout out to Johnston. Now that was the British. That was a British Civil War right there, mate. All right, looks like the boys are ready to go. So, loading up now. Mira's dodging and wants to play at 1 a.m. instead. You must be kidding. What's the real time you've been given, old man Kilyardi? Is he really given one? Dude, what? That's wild. I mean, I thought you were just lying because, like, 7 a.m., like 7 p.m. in your mind is 1 a.m., right? Hmm. I'd say coordinate with Tommy for like a solution on this. My thought is whoever's been delaying the most across the weekend and like Monday is like at fault. If you guys can't agree a time, that's my thought in it anyway. And I imagine Tommy will be the same. Usually in these situations, we'll basically look at like who has by far the most availability. Oh, I believe that Tommy set up a new chat between you guys and Vortex to try and figure things out. Well, yesterday from Miro would have made a little bit more sense because like he was in London. Like today, I don't know what kind of job he's doing that he's not available until 1 a.m. That's crazy. The problem is Myriad played the American qualifiers, which were like 11-hour days. Like in some ways, it was self-imposed torture into self-imposed confuzzlement. Because like this is running really far behind. Because like we need, yeah. All right, there we go. Like, holy crap, what job does Myriad do? Is he like, I never asked, is Myriad like in school plus a job or something, maybe? That's the only thing I can think that you'd be in a situation where like you're only available at 1 a.m. Anytime after work every day? Every single day? Yeah, I mean, like, there's a thing. Like, we create this in a way where we're very open on scheduling intentionally, and it does suck because we sometimes miss live games. But, like, the problem is when people hard commit to things on the weekend, like, what can we then do? You know what I mean? Like, I like to think that we're very reasonable scheduling, like, because technically the round of 16, and I don't want to have to do this, but, like, if it definitely becomes a regular occurrence, it's going to become a forced thing. Like, round of 16 is meant to be resolved by end of Monday. And then quarterfinals has to be resolved by end of Tuesday. Those are, like, the like, firm timings we put. And, like, round of 32, I think we were generous with, like, Sunday. And the thought is, like, you know, even if you have a job, realistically, you'll probably play your round of 32, round 16 on the weekend, which is quite feasible. They're best of threes. It's not a catch-all. It's not perfect. We already had an FF this week from Scatterbrained. It's a shame to have more, but yeah, I believe Kilyardi, Tommy has created something called Wednesday games in the Discord. With Deets there. Because, yeah, I can see it from Kuyo's perspective. Like, 1 a.m. If it's 1 a.m. UK time. Oh, wait, no. Okay, no. It says 1 a.m. your time. Got you. Yeah, that is still pretty late. That's a bit tough. All right, I'll let you guys figure that one out. Let's get ready. Do I have my admins to do predictions? Please. Right, let's get ready to go. There's been a rising star out of our weekly esports circuit in unexpected ways because former champion B slayed by Numadon last week. We now return in Midweek Muster number 3, our $20,000 esports circuit for a quarterfinals between these two. Last time they met in the third place match, Numadon took B down 3-1. It's time to see if vengeance is possible, or if Numadon isn't just going to be a rising star, he's going to be a stable one. Marlian's pick in game number 1 against B's Byzantines on Cliffside. Marlian's an interesting pick here, actually, but he got a weird spawn for it. This is pretty bad. Oh, God. That looks quite sad. The berries and the tree line to grief him. I mean, we were going to just talk about the reason why Marlians don't get picked here. And this is basically it. The spawns are horrible sometimes for the goal placement, but usually it's these ones that are horrible. The cliff sides tend to block you from getting full surrounds on your pit mines. Like, here is horrible. Here is horrible. But Numu just lucked out bad in a different way. Oh, that's brutal. I think he scouted it. No, he doesn't know either. Unless he's looked and seen the pebbles. All right, so predictions up. Get him in. Biz versus Marley is an interesting one, though. Marlians definitely have some good attack timings. Like, we were just talking to Killiardian. Immediately, it reminds me of his game against Lash the other week, where you had this kind of archer and go blob timing with Sofa. So definitely do not discredit Marlian's capabilities here. But yeah, the spawn start is definitely rough. Especially if B goes for an aggressive build, because he could block out both gold veins straight away. Probably looking at Grand Winery, I don't think you necessarily want Hippodrome in this matchup. It's somewhat feasible, in theory. I just don't know if I'd say it's warranted here. Because, like, the idea is Lombo plus Horseman's quite nice into Javelin Donzo. Especially if you have the buff. But considering he hasn't been gathering berries yet, and he's already on the system build, we should just be seeing the standard here. 5 system winery versus Calboom, who wins? I think if you drag it long enough as Byzantines and Feudal Age, you win. Because the idea is that, you know, it's better if you're able to rush Castle Age with full cow as Marlians, because that's just inherently a bigger value. Because it's fixed, not percentile. So, you know, if you get Calboom when you're both at 45 villages versus 60, well, you're better off as Marlians because now you have a bigger percent of advantage over your opponent in income. But the cool thing about Byzantines, and we've been seeing it a little bit more. For a while, when this system build came out, people were rushing Castle. But now, we're seeing a lot more people just playing into these big, longer feudal blobs, understanding that percentile advantage just swells bigger and bigger the longer you go. And also just initial timings, right? The initial production rates are really good for Byzantines because of the system build. As it's not just about buffing your economy, it's also going to buff your production rates. Numu. It's going to be setting up the mill early, but it doesn't set it up next to the berries. I mean, it doesn't really tell you that he's definitely just going to be spamming cow to eat. It looks like it's probably going to be Pro Scouts. Yeah, a good shout against Byzantines, because when you play Pro Scout Marlian like this, you don't need to rush into the deer. Whereas when you play against Shushi, China, these type of civs, they're going to be contesting you. When was the last time you saw a Byzantine player do Pro Scouts that's name isn't Anatand? Right, like it's not really your norm, especially when you go Grand Winery. Yeah, Byzantines is like the weirdest civ with Pro Scouts, because you either build a landmark which saves you 50 wood to go into the Pro Scouts, or you build a landmark that saves you 150 wood to go into the Pro Scouts. But either way, it's almost like the game is saying, hey, Pro Scouts. You just know you don't want to, especially with Grand Winery, because the olive oil is so important. Alright, how did you guys do on predictions? Let's have a ganders. 89% for B. I just want to remind people that gambled that Numadon did beat B 3-1. And it was an impressive victory by Numu. Yeah, Numadon has just become a lot more reliable, consistent. I mean, even at the end of the Midweek Muster Season 1, in the final week, he was the guy in the Grand Finals up against Wham, who did eventually win. But just last week, we saw Numadon not only beat B in third place, he almost beat Wham in the semis as well. Guy's been looking like a monster. And the interesting thing is, if he wins this week, it would put him on a collision course with our reigning champion Anatand in the semifinals. That would be one hell of a week, actually. Like, Numidan with the potential to beat B, then Wham, and then... B, then Anatan, then Wham, who are our 3 most accomplished players in Midweek Musters. Now, that's not to say Vortex, Kilgardi, all those others can't make it, but there is a crazy run available to Numu that starts here. And that is a crazy wall. Wait, what? I don't think I've ever watched a Malian player do this. Not this early anyway. We're 6 minutes in, and he's walling the central ramp. Good timing. Does make sense mathematically as well. Numidan will know that the system builds scales you into this timing. Wait. Alrighty then. I didn't caught me off guard. Sorry, I'm organizing things in the background. I didn't clock this. Yo, it's B and his 2TC build. All right, why Byzantine 2TC? Well, for a start, the detail is kind of hidden. When you see Byzantines on stone, you just assume that they're going for systems. This is the thing. Byzantines, alongside Malis, like, these are actually the 2 best civs at sneaking 2TC. Malians, because they don't need stone. Remember, they changed that a while back because it's wood and gold. But then Byzantines, because although they do need stone, you just assume it's to go for the systems. This is freaking genius, and it's super effective against Malians. Malians love to cow boom, and if you go 2TC, you build a worker lead to eclipse the cow boom value. But Numu, because of this, does get the attack point. Archer scaling on the way. Now the systems to follow up, so B. Double greed, but a lot easier form of greed once the TC's up, especially when it secures gold and berries like this. Kind of an interesting placement as well, because it means that B can just start flooding farms around the Grand Winery. What a cool build. And this is not the first time we've seen B do this. I believe it was a few weeks ago on Highview. I'll say it was against Wham or Anatan. Against Malians. And it worked so well for the same reason of like, haha, you didn't see this coming. But difference with this map, Cliffside is much shorter. So like Numu can find out quicker and then counterplay, right? It's not like Highview where there's a lot of hidden information. And you are correct. 2TC finish gives a lot of stone because with the Byzantines, you get stone given to you based on the size of things you build. So whenever you build a structure, you get a little rebate into stone. And it's based on the amount of tiles that the building fills. So TC being one of the fattest structures you can build, the fattest structure, you get a lot. Yeah, even olive groves. Olive groves, I believe, give 8 stone back for every one built. So it should just be full hunker down. B is actually going javelins, which is just odd to watch. But remember, Numidan, he went archers. He nibbled at the bait. Yeah, very different situation. I mean, normally this comp is on this side and this comp is on this side, right? Byzantines, the most done build is Horseman Longbow, while Malian's most done build historically has been Donzo Javelin. Numidan. Fulani isn't going to be too far away, but by the time he gets there, what? B's probably going to have a 10 worker lead at least, with a 28% buffer to that worker lead. And he's not going to be behind the Fulani. He's already crept out for the additional berries. Yeah, I think B's probably looking to catch Numidan as he techs up. Numu has switched into javelins, but credit to B now. With this play onto the 2 extra berry pockets, he will be able to scale similarly to Malians when it comes to javelins. Especially when he's already got this type of lead. He's about to go up to 12. Numu at 4. And the more that Numidan reinvests, the longer it's going to take to actually get the Fulani value. That's a problem because of this growing worker lead. And B's builds like this always just put a smile on your face. I love the creativity he brings to these weeklies. I think we're blessed to have quite a few players that are like that when it comes to the midweek musters. They respect it for this way of sharpening, of honing your skills, but also a way of testing new succulent builds. Well, some succulent, some sucky. Nimu. I think he's considering it. It's just difficult to now age up when B's on your front door like this. Yeah, Numidan, you can see he wants to go castle. Like, he's scaling Archer so far. This is the comp you want in the third age. Javelin Donzo are going to step up. Sofa try to sneak around, but the Sofa not going to be successful. So many spearmen here from B, and the Javelins, the numbers are with him, so this is a bad fight for Numidan. Tries to retreat away. Looks ugly for it. B just getting what he wants. A longer feudal age. A bigger worker lead. Now up by 13. Buffed by an extra 26%. Yeah, so he's up at like 65 workers to 40. Numidan has got the pit mines or whatever to add in another, like, what, 7 villages? Maybe 8. With the Mansa. And Fulani itself is going to be worth 20 when complete. So in some ways he is going to be ahead. But militarily, he just feels so far behind. Now talking about, what, 20 army to 40, a double up, and also good quality there for B. I like this. Just blocks out the gold. Stops Numidan from just rushing into mass Sofa. Stops the upgrades and also gives him something to attack. The pit mines are going to get burnt. Numidan, great reaction. Does sneak north side. Also out here on Deer. Love to see that. And it's really a good thing that Numidan didn't take the bait and go Pro Scouts, by the way. I think Pro Scouts would have made this 2TC feel better for B. You know, normally you think of Pro Scouts as something that beats 2TC, but I think Byzantines is a little bit different because of how quickly they return the value. My burn priority. We have got a sneak out by villagers, but Numidan is going to catch them perfectly timed there. Good news for B is he wasn't further out of the base. That could have been much worse. We'll start building spearmen to try and defend. Luckily for him, Numidan has not prioritized the veterancy on Sofa. He chooses archers first. B now backing up, probably considering an age up now. Decent amount of groves already, by the way. He's up to 12. Hey, not just Biz out javelining Mali, they're out spearing them too. Look at this. This is a weird chase, but in fairness for B, he wants to go over to the food anyway. Yeah, we'll pull a few onto the deer. Army. Now smashing it to the north side. B, I thought he'd just choose the tech up mirroring, but no. He wants damage. And why not? You built 40 of these spearmen. You got to try and find something, right? Tricky part, though, is that Numidan built these walls, not B. Yeah, a little bit surprised B, with all these villagers, didn't try to wall the center ramp, because it would have stopped things like this. Archers now diving into the Byzantine base. CC will idle. In fairness to B, his food source on the north side is safe. And the groves are working, so that's the most important thing, because remember, B does eventually need to go castle. So he needs to find a way of stockpiling 1,200 resources. Spearman? What? Numu. That's expensive. Luckily for him, the jabs didn't just snipe down the Sofa, which they could have done because it's only feudal Sofa still, rather. It's still Numu, just trying to creep around this army. Guy's like an Undertaker in the night. This person dead? That person dead? B? I mean, he's got the vision. Yeah, Outpost is going to see this coming a mile away. So Numidan, now at risk of being overextended with the archers. Golden Horn Tower is on the way. And B has built it far enough away that the archers can't possibly intercept. Is B the only player that raids with spears? It's so underrated. Like, especially if Numidan can't show up the archers because of the jabs. Yeah, like, quite often, I mean, it's the blob power. I've seen B do this so many times with, like, a fast castle playing the spears as well. Jabs are going to start intercepting. Numedan just steering towards the gold. Gonhorn Tower soon to complete. We've also got stables being prepped. So Javelin are going to catch up, so archers are going to get sniped. Yeah, and Jav's just nicely split. So Numu just getting blocked out on this range play. Now, the Sofa should be his one MVP. B is spreading quite wide with the army, actually. There's kind of an opening straight in the center here, which would shut down those farms. Ah, but that was crafty. B, he rushed teardrop shields. So now he's got the advantage on chase. Dive comes in on the tree line, but the Sofa are going to be in for a rude awakening. Limitane already in position. They're only hardened, but that's enough to scare him off. Archers need to be a little bit careful about positioning due to the javelins. The cataphracts also muddying the fights for them. Now we'll go into full micro mode, and now the Sofa split off onto the Jav, but a second wave of spears. It's just too many pokey sticks, and with the teardrop, he chases so well here. Yeah, drops the shield, goes to the 1.8 speed charge. Remember, teardrop shields, it gives the extra movement speed on Limitane, extra armor on the cataphract. Both perfect for chasing down and counterplaying archers. The event to be the eventual answer to both of these things. Anything but. Now it's a full dive B. Eco lead is bigger than the effect of the Fulani. You're seeing it in the food income now. And he goes straight for the torchbow with this many spears. He can deny it all. Numu just can't kill him quick enough. Javelin's just trading out against the remaining archers. He's just going ranch to ranch to plow the cow and get the win. B's vengeance begins early and swift. Damn. Great start by B. Now waking up, back on form. Definitely not seeing Numu as a pushover. Not after that performance in the third place. So, early, strong start. B now in the lead. I feel like that one, maybe upload, I'm not sure. Maybe uploader was like the Byzantine build you never see coming. Slow, low damage unit is not popular for raiding because, like, the idea is if you're spamming spears early, your opponent spams archers, right? And we're in, like, an archer meta. We have been for a very long time. So, like, you are somewhat already deterred from doing it. But, yeah, like, if you have good timings, you catch your opponent off guard, it can be overwhelming. All right, game number 2. It's going to be Danube. Yeah, so going into the new map. We don't have it. Yeah, cow, body. Wait, what is Cal doing? Because he definitely had front range on their UI on the weekend. So has he just got like a separate UI sleeve for maps that he updates? He must do. But we're getting Ottomans versus Lancaster. 2 civs that make use of the stone. Thought Malians counter Biz. I think Biz can do alright in multiple ways now, but like the 2TC build is really, really crafty. And Spidey, you change the lens in your gunners and clean them up? What do you mean change lenses? Have you got like one of those pop ones? I know they recently released some of the glasses that you can put the sunglass frame on top. I really need to check those out actually. My boy Lizard used to have those and they looked really cool. Which is funny because if you look kind of like old or whatever, the like clip-on sunglasses things really make you look, I won't say lame, but you know what I mean. It's like an old man's trick. But the thing with Lizard is he's like this very buffed up Slavic dude. So it just looked cool when he clipped them on. I was like, damn, I wish I could look that cool if I'd done that. All right, let's get ready to go. You get spare set nowadays? Or maybe I just don't get that because like I get mine sent for free, maybe. So game 1 win for B. Set up. We all have that map that scarred us deeply, and we all wish there was a better version made. What if you could have a Mongolian Heights that felt a little bit less toxic? One and all, I introduce you to Danube. This is a new map, Danube Divide, coming into the Midweek Muster. This is the first time that this map has ever been seen, let alone in tournament play. And we do so with B versus Numadon. This is going to be a fun one. Second time it's been picked this week, ahead of it being the default map in week 4 of Midweek Muster. And B with the Ottomans, Numadon with Lancaster. You're probably wondering why. This is a lot of different cool details. So for a start, this map features gold on the north side and food primarily on the south, making you choose. But that's not enough on its own. We've got abandoned outposts all around the map to give strong, powerful vision of people sneaking plays. And then finally, this is why both these picks would seem quite desirable. We have got the Forgotten Ruins, a powerful and valuable tool for civs that need stone early on, of which both Ottomans and Lancaster both have use for. Yeah, really cool map. Shout out to Cavallu, who brought this one to life off of, I believe, the plans that Corvinus gave him. Been hard in the work on this one. And we've had one game so far. That was between Court and Voldemar a little bit earlier on in the week. A very interesting idea around the Mongols. I think Mongols sometimes can be a little bit of a bait with Forgotten Ruins. We've seen this before. Forgotten Ruins, those don't know, you capture them, you garrison a villager inside, and then you generate 60 stone a minute, which is much better than like a typical village can do. And thank you for the heads up. Let me flip that around. Numadon is not leading. B is 1 up already. And Ottoman's kind of a signature pick for him, I feel like, these days. One of the most frightening players on the Civ. Minimum Madras is going to be coming in, so no Rax aggro here, but to be expected. Like, you know, Lancaster is very good at Rax spam due to their better gathering rate with the sheep. Looks like he's going to be blocked off a gold, but I think B probably wants to open archers here anyway. Maybe try to contest the timing of Numadon, because normally what you're thinking here is Lancaster Castle. It's a really good spawn for it. Yeah, like, look, we've got placement for a Lancaster Castle probably about here. And that would protect both the stone and the gold. I keep freaking out because I keep looking across the door, and my daughter is standing there shaking a water gun while I am surrounded by electronics. Mom. Mom. Abbey of Kings coming in. Yeah, Abbey of King's interesting. So I guess maybe he's trying to use the shorter map. Yeah, you're so hot. It's very hot. Go play outside, Frey Frey. My daughter has come to ambush us. Yeah. Alright. Now that she's done yabbering at me. Minaret Madrissa versus Abbey of Kings. Is Numadon going for the all-in mass lords build? It's not a bad idea in theory. The only problem I take is that usually it's most advantageous when you play Hobbler. But you'd be playing Hobbler into... You'd be playing the worst light cav into the best light cav. But on top of that, Ottomans love melee fights because their meta has 2 melee armor on it. So I'm not sure I'd advise that route. And I guess the difference here is, like, compared to a standard map, you are organically going to get your way into manas anyway because of the stone gen on the Forgotten Ruins. B is going to be Archer plus Stables, so the 2 best players. And yes, this map is called Danube Divided. Danube River is the original one. You can see here, Danube Divide. This is a very new map. I think it was posted about 2 or 3 weeks ago. It's very unique. I think the closest comparison I can think of in recent times is Avalee's new map called Front Range, with the concept of splitting gold and food. It's very unique and very cool, and I hope more maps are able to do this in creative ways. But with this kind of divide, you have to make a choice, like what's more important to you. And just to confirm for people, there is no shoreline fish. So there you go, an improved Mongolian Heights. Yeah, because Mongolian Heights, as cool as I wanted it to always be, traditionally did just become go fish. And then whoever wins fish wins game. So yeah, the water, more aesthetical plus a way of forcing choke points. Sapahi. Now, this is interesting. Numadon, we talked about the weakness of doing a full melee build. He's committing. And what's even more interesting is both of these civs have an ability to heal. B, he's already gone for the Imam point. Lord's going to try to stand his ground. He's baiting him, though, and I think Numidan knows it. Yeah, if he went out any further, the Lord definitely dies. Second one coming in. It's just going to be a tag in, tag out here. Yeah, it's like watching a fighting game where you can switch heroes. Still, I like this. The Archer's camping on the racks is going to make it difficult for him to get spim and to counterplay. He's at least prepping the Hobbler behind, but this is... Wait. Oh, no. Numidan needs to somehow gather gold. Look at his gold spawns. He'd have to go behind the base, which is a bit further away, and risky against Sipahi. And remember, Sipahi love playing against English and Lancaster villages because the shortbow defense sucks. Yeah, these are the only two civs where when you attack villages, you without hesitation press Q to Fortitude. Because remember, it increases your attack speed, but you take more damage in melee. But English and Lancaster villages can't melee. Nimu has at least got the Lord numbers up big enough that B's going to back up. And we have got him catching him in his own Forgotten Ruins. Not a bad idea here. Just allows him to gradually get into the military schools. And what is that? Incredible OLED displays with a 3-year warranty. You get 5 games for free. Guys, like, quick, click on the link. I can't. I'm busy right now. Where do English villagers get their spears for the boar? Well, that's very simple. It's a one-tapper. So what they do is they duct tape together all their infinite arrows, and then they stab at once. But then by the time they're done, it breaks. Also, it's just dishonorable to shoot a boar, you know? I got a better question. Why do the Lords of Lancaster wear crowns? Now, that's really messed you up, hasn't it? Because basically they're a king when you think about how they're dressed. But there's only one king. Like, even if you look at the English Civil War, Lancastrians versus Yorkists, that would be 2 prospective kings. So, where did the other 2 come from? Why didn't they just call them the Lancastrian princes? See? This is going to be a happy fight. Sipahi jump in. The Imams are a bit far back here. He's going to jump in with him now as the healing starts to come up. Hobblars are hopping to the back of the fight. Sipahi, I mean, are they going to win out here? The spin and the problem right now is B. It's a little bit of a scramble to try and protect his archers, but the Hobblar are going to get sniped down. A lot of bodies from both sides, but at the end of the day, the healing value for B is better. Remember, his healing is consistent throughout a fight. For Numidan's, it is only after a fight. It's powerful because it's much quicker at 6 every 1 second for every unit compared to the 1 aura. But the difference is a matter of presence. Yeah, like this is the brutal thing, right? It's like when B gets in these type of fights, it's just constantly going for as long as the engagement occurs. And this isn't even B's final form, guys. He's missing the meta. If he had the meta, this isn't even close. Numu now just trying to scale into mass yeoman. The problem is, they didn't really clear out the Sipahi. There's still 5 of them alive. If he can snipe the Imams, there's a recovery arc here. But my concern is with the stone generation, yeah, B's now starting to inflate. We've got military schools coming through. Blacksmith timings is maybe his only weakness. He doesn't have undermesh on the way. Did he actually glimpse the yeoman? I would have thought he'd seen it just barely. You always thought there were multiple kings in many regions? No. Well, and they're even called lords, so they acknowledge that this is not a king. It's a lord of Lancaster. But, like, a lord doesn't have a crown. At least not in English history, right? That was for royalty. So technically, these should have really been called the princes of Lancaster. In which case, holy crap, the queen has been busy, because you can end up printing a lot of these guys. Okay, so we have a full slowdown. Who does this benefit more? Nimodon vacated the Forgotten Ruins, so he's not generating for that third mana. I think B feels a bit better about this. He still has the active stone gen. Yeah, and the other thing is, did he go into the military campus? No, he actually did go back for Antonian Hills. So I think he's respecting that Numidon had Hobbler, and there's a risk if you go out for pocketed resources. So B gets the extra lifeline in his base. So he's got the sheep. B, we are now getting that drummer boy. This is a problem for the yeoman. You pay a premium just to have the same base damage as archers. And now with the ranged armor, I mean, there's not really much reason for Numidon to do anything else, right? Melee armor's not needed here. Maybe just the attack speed buff is worth it. Spy. Oh, the slip in there. That is so slivery. B, he's gonna cut him off. There's no wheelbarrow. Fortitude activates. B, able to strike it down. Gets the triple kill and walks away. Untouched. Damn, that is a ratty little hole. That tiny little gap in the tree line. So well utilized, so well leveraged by B. Oh, worker lead realized. Numu has at least got the third mana online. And he is keeping an eye on what B's up to. Maybe be a little bit suspicious that he might try to transition. But we can see that B is still gunning it, at least for now. I think we now got him on passive production. So it might be the time where he tries to tech. Yeah, I mean, we'll be able to give chase to the archers. Got to be careful about overextension here because B is building up a second wave of Sipahi. Tricky part is Nimodon riding blind. He's got the yeoman vision but no scout. B? He might just jump on this. Numu, remember, he's not moving yeoman speed here. The lords are slowing him down. It's going to force the fight. Clash comes in. Ranged armor's been activated. Has to pull the Sipahi back slightly. Spear count not looking great, though. Archers are going to target fire them down. The lords are starting to melt, and this is going to turn into a chase and a kill. Sipahi, jump forward. Fortitude activated. And that's going to be the yeoman going down. Gatling gun attack speed out of these boys. Sipahi able to just keep on chasing behind this. There's no defense left. Its village is exposed. Meta, the only thing really missing for B is he did get that snipe straight away, but it does not matter. Numu throws in the towel. B's revenge is almost complete. B is wasting no bloody time to do it. That is now 2 games in a row. Swift wins. Numidon 1 away from elimination here in Midweek Muster number 3. Good lord. Oh, not good lords. Pretty trash lords in the end. Unfortunately for Numidon. Yeah, I'm just not convinced by Lords of Lancaster strat into Ottomans. I think your best way of using Lords is Hobbler, and if Ottomans just play Sipahi with meta, they don't care. It's one of those civs that doesn't make sense. It's like polar opposite of Japan versus Lancaster. Alright, we are going to front range. This is going to be an interesting one because last week, Numidon kicked off his third place matchup by beating B with this matchup. Oh, by the way, guys, seems we have got 2 minutes. Would you do me a solid and click on this link? Remember, we're working with Gigabyte. We're talking about all the latest and greatest. Did you guys actually know that the mantis shrimp can see more colors than any other creature in the world? The mantis shrimp has better visibility than all of us. But if you get your hands on one of the new monitors from Gigabyte, I would recommend the FO32U, by the way. You would have OLED level of color detail to try and best a mantis shrimp. Isn't that an incredible thought? To be the creature that sees the most color, at least when you're gaming. And if you do grab not just the FO32U, but any one of these listed products here on the website, you'll be able to get your hands on a bunch of free games. You'll be able to get your hands on the new Metal Gear Solid, Silent Hill's in there. They've also got Dune Awakening. I highly recommend all those. I'm going to have to play Metal Gear Solid seriously, like, I didn't take it seriously when it first came out, free originally, but seeing people play it, I want it now. But highly recommend these. Like, if you go through and you have a look at the different ones, so like the FO32, I've been eyeballing this up. I went and talked to my Gigabyte contact. They're going to be sending me one because I'm excited for this. So remember, this is a 4K monitor, but you can use it in 2K, which might be more sturdy for most people's setups. It also does have OLED, as well as 3 years warranty built into the system, and an incredible refresh rate of 240 hertz, which is more than enough for most. These 500, 600, 700 hertz monitors are pretty overkill in a lot of cases. Sometimes it's just better to have the fidelity, which is where this thing absolutely smashes. Yeah, I did. Like, I should hopefully have my hands on this in the next few days, and I am so giddy about it. The cool thing about OLEDs isn't just the color vibrancy, it's also the way it captures deep blacks. So when you're playing dark games, if you've ever like sat there watching like a movie or whatever, and it's like a dark scene, you can't see what the hell is happening, this doesn't have that problem. So definitely recommend looking at OLEDs if you haven't. I think it's probably one of the biggest noticeable upgrades for people's setups that they can actually come across right now. Because you notice the difference straight away. But yeah, big shout out to Gigabyte coming through with that sponsorship. How much will one of those set you back? So the FO32U, the one I'm going to be getting, I think is about $600. But there are lower range OLED models. I believe Gigabyte maybe has ones in there that are like $400, which for how new the OLED tech is pretty good. And you could probably go like a 24. I think they've got a 24-inch model that might be like 350 range. All right, one sec. Can we get predictions set up? Let's get ready to roll. Let me flip scores though. Last time we saw this man on this map, he made Knights Templar look broken on it. Can he do it again? That's what we're here to find out. Numadon is a true believer in Knights Templar, where most people have started to lose faith. But B is going to be putting him to the test here. On Front Range, a map where Mongols have been looking like one of the go-to picks. 3D Clans B, 2-0 up, looks to deliver the killing blow. A matchup that was played last week between these two, and Numadon ended up winning this matchup as the opening game. It's an interesting thought. Has B learned? Has he evolved from this matchup? Can Numadon replicate his success? I mean, Front Range, a map where you don't have much in the way of safe gold, food is limited in your base. In theory, a Civ that can eat the trees should be quite effective. Mongols already eating the deer. Love this from B. I feel like I've seen a lot of players just go straight up board, but like there is value in just playing with the deer. It's very close to your base. Remember, the Gur can move around, so you're very efficient on picking up these deer, compared to a lot of Civs that have to build a mill and might end up splitting the deer in different directions, leading to a lot of walk. Okay, opening stables. A little bit surprised by this. And a Hospitaller choice by Numu. Okay, this is cool. Last time we saw Numu with this pick, it was up against Lash, where he went for the French commandery. He's doing something very different here. Hospitaller is going to give you the healer boys, the men-at-arms. But I do like the Beast playing into stables already. Should set him up nicely for Keshiks. For now, looks like he wants the Horseman. How interesting. Maybe he's a little bit paranoid that his opponent's going to pull into boar. Numadon drafting China and Rus and using neither, facing elimination. True, but like in the tail end of the draft, it makes him very strong, right? He's got China, Rus for game 3-4. And we've got Gorge and I believe Dry Arabia. So his picks do actually make sense for way selecting them. He also has French, which is critically underrated. Yeah, you can see kind of similar from B, where he's holding on to things like HRE. There's definitely not a out of jail if you win this game, but like Numadon understands that he's 2-0 down. You know, pulling out like a Rus or Chinese pick here and winning with it doesn't fix the rest of his games. Just means he'll probably lose in game 4 or 5. But the thing is, like, Rus, China, I think they're not very good here. I think both Rus and China are going to be pretty sucky on Front Range. Possibly China has some value, but like overall, China likes to be safe in their base, and that's hard to do on Front Range. And I don't think Rus benefits much. Like, Pro Scouts is weirdly diluted on this map. Yeah, like, usually you're looking for a Civ that can potentially play boar. on the opening, and that also involves setting up outposts, which, like Roos, for example, aren't going to do well. There's going to be Disto now on the way. Numadon was forced into spears by this play. Yeah, was that what B wanted? It feels like it. And I like what he's doing right now. He's capturing the abandoned outpost because he's playing against a Civ that will Pilgrim. Knights Templar exploit this northern sacred site to get free gold. So now he's just ready to full block it out. And it also makes Numu's life harder. You know, playing infantry, you can't necessarily mirror the same way. You have to anchor yourself. Love the ball pull, though. Numadon goes in for the best food gathering rate. This has been a very big fixation on front range. The ball has dictated so many games' outcomes. In fact, if you guys remember, we had the series earlier today between Vortex and Recon. Sorry, yesterday, where Vortex... Wait, was it Vortex Recon? No, it was Anatan, wasn't it? Yeah, Anatan Voldemar, where they both switched each other with English Order of the Dragon. This is also why I haven't been crazy about Muslim civs here, by the way. Because they can't eat the pig. So, like, we haven't seen a Bastard tried. Iabids has looked a bit wonky. We've seen some Ottoman picks. They might be the exception because they get so much food in their base anyway. But then the other one that's been a little bit wonky has been Malians. I don't feel like Malians has been positive on win rate here. But I have to check the stats. D now with the outpost himself. Ball. Has to be split, of course. Yeah, this is like the immature. If he does it, I want to do it too. The gathering rate is way too good. It would put you far behind not to do this. But Numadon already with an edge here on military. Yeah, if he keeps blobbing spears, he can take out the outpost with ease. This is also like the ideal comp in my eyes to be able to play. Even over the Knight Archer one. The logic being is you gather a lot of wood, you get some extra food there, it pads itself, it balances your eco really well on a map where food is hard to come by. And Numadon, he is going to idle him out here. Yeah, B, he pulled 9 villages? Wait, why has he got 9 villages on ball? Yeah, he realized the error. You can only gather with 8. So Arislit's now on the way. Numadon's going to struggle to get that dive in again. And I believe this is probably where you start considering... Do you, like, look for safe passage here? Doesn't seem like it. I mean, the tricky part is it's nice to get the pilgrims, but what use does he actually have for gold right now? The answer is none. You know, you're building archer spears. You will need a little bit of gold down the line for blacksmith techs. And there you go. It is on the way now. Just safe passage coming through. Got the food in the wood. You know B is waiting. Yeah, he went for Magadai. The best way to kill. Credit to him, though. By going for Hospitaller, little tip for people. It recently got buffed. It not only increases the movement speed and health of villagers, it also increases the movement speed and health of pilgrims. Pilgrims which are going to walk into wolves. Wolves that should buff your movement speed. Unfortunately, Numadon didn't get the wolf spawn here that would have sped him up a lot. Unfortunately for him, B does know. Yeah, Outpost just revealed it. And it is a decent amount of range cav. Yeah, we've got double Khan Hunt at the Khan and the Magadai. So we'll start rotating north side. Wolves coming in. Numadon just trying to hunker down. So he's leaning on the idea that the trade... Because that's what pilgrims are. They're basically traders. Will win out. Is he going to intercept? I think the problem here is he's not using the maneuver speed arrows. So he may end up being slightly late. Nah, there we go. He gets across. So there you go. 1.07 movement speed, but it's just too much firepower. Pilgrim goes down. Great intercept. B starving him out already. Numadon's golden strategy is not looking as much golden as gold rank right now. Because now it's tough. Like, you've played Archer Spears. Great when you're fighting directly. Horrible when you try to play wide. Good switch up. We'll go for the closer Sacred Site. So remember, he goes from 130 gold to 103. It's a decrease, but it's actually not as big as you'd think. Credit to him. That first gold depot is going to be important. Yeah, Steel Arrow now on the way. B, just looking for more Keshiks. Would benefit a lot from the blacksmith, which he has. Undermesh would be #1 priority, I think. He might convince himself it's archers because he's been blobbing them too. But like, if you diversify between Keshik and archer like this, I think Undermesh has a bit more credence to it. And the neutral outposts are just there to give vision. So that's their advantage. Map designers have already been getting creative with this. They've started to leverage them to create an interesting balance around stealth forests, actually, which I highly rate. Yeah, because that's where it matters more, you know, because scouts have great vision in general outside of stealth forest, and then also with the archer meta, look at the range on archers anyway. Even without a scout, you see most anyway. It's the stealth forest that screws you over, so it's been a very smart design choice by a lot of the map creators recently. We sort of Danube divided, same with front range. Numu, an ambitious step up is going to get punished. Has to be careful. That forward outpost has got the Yam, which means if you step up, B will be able to chase you. So you need to make sure you're ahead. And agreed. I've been a big fan of points of interest. I'm really hoping we get more of them appearing, and I also hope we get some traditional maps spruced up with them. Doesn't need to be crazy with some of the traditional ones, but like just maybe, for example, some of the abandoned outposts. Actually, kind of looking pretty decent here. I love the commitment from that pilgrim. Like, I will get the goal. Not quite. And this little spawn here is really frustrating, by the way. Numenon's been getting griefed pretty hard by B being able to use this little rotation. Makes it much easier to just keep 316. What's my favorite incoming Civ? Like, I really should be a big fan of the Sengoku, but I'm kind of excited for the Delhi variant. Like, dude, basically full elephant Civ. How can you not smile at that? I mean, I guess if you experience enough elephants in pub games against you, you actually cry. But there is something very entertaining and enjoyable about the thought of it. It's got me excited. One problem for Numu is he's going to have less food on the map than B. Because the deer on the north side will have to be secured against the Magadai raids. And also, he gave over the central deer to B. It's like, the walls are annoying, but like long-term, B has got more food source. I wonder if Numenon's going to try to add in farms early to contest that. So remember, Knights Templar are phenomenal at chopping trees. When we get Elephant Archer or Elephant Spears, you literally have both of those already. A War Elephant and a Tower Elephant are both of those things. And then you've got the Hand Cannoneer Elephant. So now they've added in the Ballista Elephant. And they've added in, like, a Horseman Elephant. They missed a golden opportunity to add in the Cannon Elephant, though. Nimu. It just feels like you have to step up if you want to get that gold. Luckily for him, B wasn't looking that time. So that, yeah, that was kind of wasteful for him. He just steps up to get a kill that's irrelevant. Gold was already deposited. Imidon. He's starting to scale a lead here, right? Like the archer count looks very strong, and he's starting to hold reserves. So he's considering Castle Age. B, not impressed with the numbers, though, is going to start pressing. Keshiks. Oh, that was a weird micro. Yeah, he went into the line, and the line formation as he turned steered him into the spears. Burn now coming through. Archers with the full dive. He wants some kills. This doesn't look good, though. No. B. He's sniping most of the spears, but he lost so many archers for this. This was ridiculous. B, I think he just thought that he'd be able to snipe the spearmen quick enough that Keshiks would win. Dead wrong. 60 archers now for Numu. He ego-chowed Knights Templar to build their favorite unit and then wondered what the hell happened. A shell shock moment for him now. Has to fall back. Numenor was forced to reinvest instead of just teching. Builds a healthy lead for it now, up 40 military. B did at least keep the most valuable unit alive. His Keshik count is still scaling. But the support cast of archers is what kind of worries me. Yam is going to allow him to gap close fast here. He's trying to bait those spearmen out of position. Yeah, just a handful of Magadai being annoying as well. Movement speed activated. B looks to jump on top of him. Numenor, has he overextended? Spear count is low. B continues to chase forward here. Numenor just trying to start a step away. Trickle of spears are coming through. He really needs those coup de grâces to finish off the heavy cav of B. Remember, B can't really turn around right now. It would be too expensive of a fight. Has to keep that push going, but I think he might be getting pushed to the limits here. The heavy cav line is thinning. It's only 7 Keshik left pushing. Numenor is starting to snipe them down. The HP bar is just getting way too low, so it looks like Numu's defense will be a success. There's no heavy cav left alive. It is still a 30 archer lead for Numenor, and it looks like it is going to be a point on the board and a Knights Templar victory over Mongols for the second time, proving that Numenor is onto something. It's not even like Numu got to have his cake and eat it, right? Like, the pilgrimage wasn't a really big part of this. He's just not able to block the pilgrims in the center eventually, but did at least delay it. But I think for Numu, just props to the Hospitalier play. I think if he played Chevalier into Keshiks, would have kind of opened the door for a better exchange for B. Just trusted in the archer mass, which meant that he didn't run out of food as quickly. Instead of using what little gold he had to go into heavy cav, he used it to get the 2 techs that mattered most. Range 1, range 1. Numu now just to trade out. He's like, fine, if you want to stand your ground, I'll lose a few archers, but my spears are going to come in for backup here. B's just going through the motions. You can try to micro like a god here. I just don't think it's going to be good enough. Remember, we talked before about B having more map control to have more food. That's now not going to be the case. He's on his back resources. He has also snuck up into the mountains. Numenor looking to start coming in to punish that. You don't like units with overlapping unit types? I think it's fine to have some common anchors, but you definitely want to have some unique units. I hope devs gradually add more unique units for sure. But it is tricky because, like, you're talking about a game. Like, I don't think you can actually compare AoE 4 to AoE 2 at all. At all. It's a silly comparison because AoE 4 is deep asymmetrical balancing, whereas AoE 2 is light asymmetrical balancing. You have different units, you have different perks, but the degree to which the civs change from one another is less dramatic, or less drastic. So you do kind of have to have these common units to find an easier balancing point, I think. It also just makes the experience more digestible. As you keep adding in new civs with new units, it's nice to have a few units that are anchored. Because otherwise, like, if I hop in the game... Think about your first experience with StarCraft. You hop in the game, and every unit's different from civ to civ. I imagine if StarCraft had that, but they had 12 civs. Are you learning the game or just clocking out? So the whole idea is that, you know, when you come across new civs in AoE 4, you're like, oh, so that's how an elephant works. How do I counter this? But if you have the common ground of like, oh, archers, spears, knights, right? These are things you at least are familiar with so that you don't feel overwhelmed. When civs are completely unique, it can often be harder to keep players engaged to learn the matchups. Because it's too much foreign territory at once. Especially when you consider that you basically go game to game in AoE 4 and you might encounter 16 different civs in 16 games. Nimu. Now just the full A click and go. Outpost isn't going to last long, and I love this. He just gets on top and he's like, B, you're not leaving. He just gets fully in his face. This series is not over yet, folks. Numadon is going to mark one up on the board. Make no mistake about it. B's dead. Nah, like, he has no archers to counter spears now. At least it's not going to be villager losses from the tower, but there's just nowhere to go from here. He's on the south side with basically all of his economy. Luckily, it's only a wolf over here. Unluckily, it's too big of an army. GG gets called. Numadon looking to begin a reverse sweep. Just like Doa. Doa is very different, though. Doa is you focusing on your one guy and then, like, a lot of different variables. It's a very different experience to, like, Age of Empires. Also, the value prop, like the time investment and return on, like, learning things is very different in AoE4 to Dota 2. Oh, that guy's spell works like that. I died in a few seconds. We went to lane. That took 2 minutes. Oh, wow. It turns out that, like, actually archers don't count at war elephants, but this took, like, 10 minutes to build towards at maximum comp, right? Like, I think it's very different scale points. Also, you very much underrate the value of playing with people, potentially friends, potentially. It's a different style of investment of time. All right, so another map done. Next up, we're going Dry Arabia. It's going to be Roos versus Shushi. So remember, he did reserve a lot of his strong picks. And there were doubters in chat, by the way. Outrageous. How dare you? You starting to believe? Do I play Dota 2? I used to be a commentator on a lot of the S tier events. So if you search Killer Pigeon Dota 2, you'll find the Wikipedia page. So yeah, I am quite familiar with Dota. Yo, what is up? I'm Violent Monka S. Hopefully not to me. Hopefully you just bring me goodies. Appreciate the Prime sub and welcome to the Swarm. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. I know you're all holding out on me. Get the giggles. That laugh, by the way, you asked about Dota 2. That laugh that played right there is literally in Dota 2. It's a voice line you can get. Any team tournaments this year? Still think RTS needs more of those, but it needs to be balanced around it. And I've talked about the flaws of, like, Age of Empires 4. It's a slower paced game, and I think with that environment, it maybe creates a bit too much downtime in team tournaments. Maybe the meta has changed that, though. I don't know. AoE4 civs are like fighting game characters. There's some common moves, but you have to learn all of them. Yeah, that's not a bad way of thinking about it. Very different, but yeah, I see where you're going with that thought process. All right. Sorry, I'm just double checking things in the background. Did I pay out? Oh, let's do predictions. We'll turn them on. So, game 4. I'll have that ready to go. Sorry, I'm just double checking DMs because I keep getting spammed. TV2 maps are way too big. Agreed. And it's like something I've been very vocal about before. It just, like, there's a lot of maps. The way they're designed is, like, you can tell that team games weren't really thought about. You know, like, a lot of maps just kind of feel like they were clearly designed for 1v1s. It's why I don't like this system they created where every map must be applicable. Official map must be applicable to every size. I don't think it needs to be that. A lot of successful RTSs don't do that. You don't need to. It's better to have a map that is focused on being a good experience as a certain size than to have a map that is capable of being played in all sizes but sucks in most of them. Right? Because then you're like, what you're doing there is you're actually not giving your best gaming experience to the viewer, to the player. All right. Let me flip this around. We'll get ready to go. He was one step away from completing Vengeance, but the door refused to shut. One and all, welcome back to the channel for Numenor versus B in a best of 5. That's right, we are here in quarterfinals. Winner of this faces off against Anatan, our reigning champion on our $20,000 esports circuit. And B, he takes to the field with a Shushi to try and see if he can end it now. Numenor, still holding on, will go for the former powerhouse of competitive Age of Empires 4. It's the Rus. Yes, gone are the days where Rus was just the goated pick that needed to be banned at all times. In fact, Rus very rarely gets banned anymore. Shushi is still one of those civs in contest, normally not first ban, but second or third ban worthy. B didn't manage to sleep them through. And another interesting thought, the civ that is most banned first is still there. If we get to a deciding game number 5, Numenor does have the Chinese to fall back on. Interesting one as well, actually. You know, we've been seeing a few players strolling away from Pro Scouts recently. I wonder if we're going to get that here. Like, it feels difficult to do anything but Pro Scout with this type of spawn. It's a disc that Rus have at least got the back one, like, but Rus to me are the civ more likely to Pro Scout than Shushi. Also, do we have any outrageous spawns? Not particularly. He could go double gold right next to his base, but he'd be sacking the food. Might be worth going double gold for the Pro Scouts. Gets you there a little bit quicker, because usually it takes you about, like, what, 2 minutes upon completion of Tech Up to get Pro Scouts. So that means for 2 minutes, you would have been getting extra 50 gold, meaning 100 gold, which does actually accelerate you quite a bit. And also, he's already pretty much there, so you wouldn't have to walk far. Okay, no, he plays it tighter. So just takes the food, plus the stone. Maybe gives him a little bit more flexibility to get the scouts out quicker. Macedonians and Tukulak feels like they were meant to be Danes and Kema, but they reworked them into variants because of budget constraints. I don't know if I'd agree with that fully. I can maybe see the thought process with the Macedonians. I think it was more their attempt to kind of fit the time period while having Vikings in their mind. I don't know. There is an argument to be made that, like, creating variants versus creating original civs is going to cost you a lot more. Because, like, there's a lot of hidden costs I think people don't appreciate. It's not just make a new civ. You have to make a new dialect for that civ. You need to make full new assets for that civ. It's a lot more budgeting. And I know some people are going to make a comment about, like, oh, but Microsoft can afford it. The problem you need to understand about development meta is development meta right now, as in the way that publishers and developers work, at least publisher meta, is that they don't care about this could be you spend $100,000 and make, you know, $300,000 back. They want to win big and bet big. So what you need to do is have a situation where you can say to developers, look, if you spend 5 million, you'll make 20 million. Right? Or even if it's the same ratio, let's say you spend 100k and you make 200k back. If you said 1 mil and make 2 mil back, you take that risk even though it's a bigger risk. Because the upsides are even better. This is a warped thing about most areas of life right now when it comes to investment, actually. Like, I had this with someone who was exploring an esports circuit, and he was going for big investor money. And he said, I only need like 100 mil to make this work for several years. And his friend told him to triple the number. And he said, if the number isn't big enough, they won't even look. Because they aren't interested in small wins. They want the big win, and they're willing to spend big to do it. The thing as well, like kind of to really explain that in depth, the problem is generally the place that you drum up the most sales, the most support, the most power is when you release. That's the big play. And if you actually look at Microsoft, Blizzard, all these people have a history of this. Like Blizzard, you know, they had this huge marketing campaign around Diablo. And even if they made the game perfect afterwards, they weren't invested in like remarketing it after that, right? Age of Empires 4 was the same. Phenomenal amount of marketing budget that went into it. I do wish that we could get back to that. And it is kind of a flaw of development cycles. But like my thought is AoE 4 probably has to kind of truck on. The sad reality of the way that like this dynamic works is you have to gradually build into success long term. If you can prove a sustainable model that keeps growing, it will take time, but you'll eventually get bigger investments. And games like Apex are definitely proof of that. You know, different scale and demographic, sure, but that game took years to build its numbers back up after it had a huge success and then failed to hold it. Okay, so B has gone for an attack point here, by the way. Yeah, I kind of dig this. We talked about Roos being the ones that would want to pro scouts. And B has resisted temptation. He goes for a boar and deer play. And now Chug moved to intercept. But horsemen are on the way from Numidan. Interesting. B hasn't gone for the racks, but he could actually set it up here, which would be pretty sick. I wonder if it's like kind of a feign and then tech, where you play boar, deer, and play castle. That's dangerous, though, because both civs are going to be playing into raiding cav. Lancers versus horse archer, right? And you'd be exposed. The Chug are going to get discovered. And by the way, like, on that discussion, I know some people who like, but KP, we have 14, 15, 16,000 active people on Steam alone, you know? Like, we are successful. Granted, but the problem is the vanity figures of, like, the gaming development. We just talked about $1 million successes. If you're not able to brag that you have 100,000 active users, you can't just expect them to invest millions, you know what I mean? Like, this is not to say AoE 4 is dying, it's actually the opposite. AoE 4 is succeeding. But for those that are hoping tomorrow it's going to just get a quadrillion dollars support, I think you're looking at it wrong. It's a gradual, sustainable growth model that needs to be achieved. If AoE 4 is over 3 or 4 years able to prove itself to continuously grow based off of DLC sales, that's when you get Microsoft talking about making either Age of Empires 5 or doing humongous increases to investing in it. Horseman Clash coming through for B, by the way. Yeah, so he's just trying to slow down the Pro Scouts play, because Numidan has been trying to take the more risky deer. He also done something quite surprising with this wall. I wasn't expecting that this early on. B, I think he is starting to save up. So this is what we were waiting for. Shushi's this type of civ that these days doesn't really like playing long feudal. Chuganu's kind of awkward, because with a lot of civs playing Pro Scouts into fast castle, if you play into Chug, you're just setting yourself up for failure. Because Chug don't play well into heavily armored units at all. And yeah, that's another point is like on the monetary values, like $1 million, etc. The increased cost of living doesn't make $1 million go very far when you've got like a development team of 40 people. You know, like if you, let's say you have a development team of 40 people, 40 people that, I mean, if they're US employed contractors, they're probably going to be making, let's like put a median on it of like $60,000 each. So that per year runs you 2.4 million. And by the way, that's like a very reserved number, because depending on where the studio is, the amount of money they make is higher. That being said, hiring European developers is a smart way of going, because Europeans earn drastically less compared to American software devs. American software devs earn absurd amounts. The 60K number is based on you basically having like outback people who aren't working in San Francisco and New York and those type of places. If you go to San Francisco, you're probably talking about $140,000, $150,000 average earnings per year for developers. That, by the way, like the choice of where Stormgate Studio was a big part of why they burnt through their resources so quickly. Because I believe they were located in, where was it? It was Irvine, right? In Orange County. Yeah, they chose California. They chose like the place where software devs like to be, but also it's the place where you pay the most to exist. So we have got Knights now coming in, B with the tech up complete, but mirrored by the Horse Archers now. Oh, by the way, do you guys want to know the best comical joke? So if you're an American game developer starting off in the industry, like not uncommon to get $80,000 or $90,000 offers. If you're a British game developer starting off in the industry, I hope you enjoy £20,000. I'm not joking. I'd say on the low end, like, you know, as a junior, you could expect like 60K at least in America. That is ridiculous. And it's definitely not a difference in quality, because if you just look at some of the UK game development studios, you see that there's a lot of pedigree and skill. So who's winning this right now? B. Knights plus Chiganu is actually going to scale really nicely into Roost Horse Archers as long as you can condense the fight. But if it spreads wide, Raiders win. That's why B has this double outpost. It makes Numidan's life a living hell because you can't break them with Horse Archers. You just die to it. And props to him, man. Boar plus Deer was smart because it basically means that if you go Pro Scouts and 50-50 split the map, that's 5,000 food. Instead, he's getting 4,600 food here, almost the same. So it's almost like you're getting Pro Scouts without committing, and it does require double outpost, but remember, boar gathering rate is also better than Deer. Relics now coming home. B with an edge there. Yeah, I believe World's Edge is, in terms of location of the studio staff, I think they're a 50-50 split, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, they're based in Redmond, right? But I think they do employ some people in Europe. For example, Nilly is with World's Edge, but he's located in Europe. I believe the core game development team is about 70% NA based. I'm speculating. I'd have to check the numbers. But their main office is in Redmond, which is also not cheap. That's Washington. And by the way, reminder, like where these numbers talk about like profitability, if the profitability isn't high enough, the other thing is like it's opportunity cost logic. Like if you could punt the developers at a different project that would make more potentially, like that's another thing that Microsoft etc. is thinking about. It's like actually, you know, some people might not be happy with the variances or whatever, but the fact that we're getting ongoing support by AV4 is a good sign. Considering they could just say, well, it had a good run, now let's try and make another game. So, you know, the fact that we're getting more DLC is proof that Microsoft is investing. I do wish that they created tools that would make it easier for the community members to invest there. I think what I'm really hoping is when we get the new DLC, there's something in there that enables modders more. Relic game's a big win for B, by the way. This is 4 relics. I don't like Numidan's position in this game right now. No. Lancer spam is looking great for B. Chuganu is making it kind of hard for Horse Archers to raid. And now we have the sneak for the other Deer. Like, this is impressive, man. B has played this game without Pro Scouts, and he has made a justifiable argument that you do not need it. But does everything have to be about money when you're one of the richest companies in the world and do have passionate people, devs, community say? Yes. Like, you're a business. A business's purpose is to make money. And also, like, here's the other thing that you have to keep in mind. You can be the most passionate mother ducker in the world. Microsoft is a publicly traded company. They have what is known as a fiduciary responsibility. That means that you are required to optimize the earnings of your investors where possible. So, for example, let's say someone said I was going to, we'll buy Microsoft at like 30% above market value. It is your responsibility to bring that offer to your investors, right? If you said no, you would actually be liable. Like, that's another thing to keep in mind. And the market we live in is one of infinite scaling expectations, where everyone is expecting stock to go up by 20%, 30% year after year, etc. And if you don't do that, you're seen as a failure. If you need any proof, look at Netflix's growth metric, where Netflix reached a huge market cap in terms of users active. Then they saw a slight decrease, but they're still like huge in terms of the amount of users. But then the problem is, from an investor standpoint, they're not seeing 20, 30, 40, 50% growth. They're seeing 5 or 8. And that then causes concern and convinces them not to invest. Now, my hopes is in the next few years, we'll see more and more investors understand the flaws in this model and shift away. There's definitely been a big wake-up call in the IT sector and in, like, actually a lot of sectors in general. That's why we saw huge layoffs a few years back, where a lot of different companies are less interested in speculative growth and more interested in provable profit. I always remember that clip from, if you guys watch Silicon Valley, I highly recommend it. Hilarious series. But there is a great like clip in that where they start talking about how they're going to make revenue. And the guy tells them they're being idiots and that they shouldn't go and try to make money. Because once you start saying you have revenue, the number's never enough. But if you say you're pre-revenue, the possibilities are infinite. It just shows you how flawed the whole system is. Now, this is kind of proof of speculative growth versus immediate growth. To bring it back to the game, because it's been an interesting kind of podcast talk. Pro Scouts versus no Pro Scouts. B got more immediate value, and he used it to inject more presence on the map, which has paid off. Free relics, free sacred sites, 30 Lancers now. While Numidan didn't get enough to not have to go farms. Like, that's the impressive part. Shushi, between the fact they didn't go Pro Scouts and the extra food gain from the Imperial officials, they've still not ran out of food. And with the great map control, B is now able to play both boars, guaranteeing that Numidan is forced into a shaky farm transition. 12 deep and not looking pretty. Has at least got some berries in the back corner, which have been scoured. B is weirdly enough still not picked up the relic, by the way. And the Knights are looking for that big crunch. I mean, B, with 60 Chug, these horse archers are a joke. Not really a ha-ha funny joke, more of a ha-ha stabby joke. Trump comes in, B's going to move him with the Chug. Kind of front lines them. A little bit weird of a fight to begin with, but now target firing down the horse archers. He's overkilling a lot, however. The Knights spread out, the Saint's Blessing comes in, but it's up against Dudley horses, and this is nightmare fuel. Numidan, you cannot afford to stand still against these Lancers. No, they outdo your damage and health buff because of the extra attack speed. B goes in for the recharge. Commits again. Numu behind on night count. And the horse archers are non-existent. Only 14 left. 57 Chug. And no doubt about it, B will enact vengeance. And poetically does it after getting free-wonned by free-wonning Numidan in response. Mark my words. Pro Scouts is overrated. Props to B. To be fair, with groundbreaking innovations we've shown there's always room to grow. Someone in the 1940s. I mean, but that's like different. That's like tech evolution versus just speculative growth in a lot of cases, right? And also the comment, the shareholder value system is so broken. Stakeholder system ain't perfect, but we should all be more human about it. Okay, but like, say that when it's your money. That's where most people's mentality changes. Right? It's easy to say those things when you don't have a stake in the game. And if you do, if you would be that way, if you had like millions of dollars, props to you. But like, the problem also as well is everyone's looking at everyone, watching for someone to screw them over. So if you create a system so here's a perfect like comparison. Think of it just like the NFT market, or think of it like Web3. There's a lot of ideas thrown around of like good things that could be done with that. But because there's bad actors, you never achieve it. And it's the same idea of ethical investments. Is you might ethically invest, but if everyone else doesn't, you're just screwing yourself and melting your bank account while the others make money off of you, right? Same logic with like rug pulls in like Web3, etc. Is like there may be some good ideas in there, but it doesn't matter because as long as you don't have a way of policing the bad actors are going to act. So yeah, welcome to Investment 101. I didn't realize we were becoming a stock streamer, but there it is. So guys, another series done, but we have got more upcoming. That's right. It is a 3-1 victory for B. That means that he'll be matching up against Anatand in semifinals. Likely that probably gets played on Thursdays. The lads have been pretty good for that. But we have got another series booked for today. We're going to be having WAM versus MSN. And I can confirm that that series will kick off in about 50 minutes. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get well and truly full of food. I'm going to go eat with my family. But we are not going offline. You can stay here for more entertainment. So we're going to stick up a series for you guys to watch, or a game rather for you guys to watch. And then when I come back, we should be ready to roll into WAM versus MSN. MSN, who's on a high after just qualifying for the NA LAN. So we'll have to see. In fact, it might be an early preview of what could happen on that LAN if he's able to slay the reigning champion of King of the Rockies. So let me get you guys a video now. I think. Should we go for the Valiant Lords? Which one was this? It's gonna be an interesting one. Give me a sec, guys. Oh, by the way, there is a concept on like economy that's interesting to look at, which is like the infinite scale concept for economies. Technically, theoretically, it is possible, but like the model is so flawed because of what I just highlighted, where everyone would have to be playing for the greater good. And if someone isn't, the whole model falls apart. So, yeah. All right, guys. Give me a sec. Which one do we want to go for? Oh, dude, yeah, let's go for this one. The EGC Masters, this was an epic one. I remember this. Alto versus Malians. This one was crazy. So, guys, enjoy this game. This is one from the YouTube side. I'll be back after this completes, where we will resume the Midweek Muster Live with our next series, which is going to be WAM versus MSN. So stay tuned. You definitely do not want to miss it. Have fun. Enjoy. That's right, we're going to be watching Marine Lord go up against Louis MT here in a best of 9 showdown to find out who is the damn finest player in Age of Empires 4 currently. Well, it's looking pretty interesting so far, the trajectory this year, right? We opened the year with Beastie being able to get that win in the first EGC tournament. Then we follow up with Marine Lord reclaiming his crown. But now we have Louis MT, who slayed Beastie in the offline LAN finals in Germany earlier this year, now looking to slay the other king of Age of Empires 4. Malians and Ottomans is definitely an awesome matchup, actually. Like, historically, you know, these two civs, they got added at the same time, and when it first came about, I think, if I remember correctly, it was Malians were a little bit lean away from, and Ottomans was heavily used around this archer massing build. But actually, even before that, when they very first got added, when the players were practicing, the Malians like seemed like they might be better. But if you guys remember, when it first came in back in Red Bull Wololo Legacy, the Ottoman build that Puppy Paw came up with was just taking over. Everyone was on board with it. It was the most powerful tool in their arsenal. Then you fast forward over the years, and I feel like this matchup has been passing the baton back and forth as to who is favored. In the current meta, I'd say actually, with the nerfs we've seen to Pro Scouts, Ottomans have risen up in ranks. Malians haven't necessarily fallen too hard, but they've held kind of firm around the mid-tier, mid-upper tier. I think, like, if you look at power rankings, these two civs match up quite closely in terms of generic applicability. But when they face off in games, Malians should, in theory, like, have a very good scale point Donzos into, like, Castle Age for Sofa follow-up. The problem is you're up against Ottomans that are one of the best anti-cav civs in the game, right? So, like, I think for Malians, probably trying to play tempo here makes a lot of sense. You don't want to let Ottomans scale into the late game for multiple reasons. Not just because they've got the gunpowder boys to counter out most of your options, but you also got to worry about things such as, of course, the way that they scale into the Imperial Age and beyond. Now, it's not to say that Malians will have no tools, right? Their own gunners are pretty formidable. The archers will be a great counter to Jannies. I just think when you look at these two civs, Malians are, on paper, and in-game, actually, quite often a quantity of quality civ. So they want to play the game fast and furious. Ottomans have recently found ways of playing very aggressively, but it's off of quality still, right? Usually it's this mass Sapahi that you have to be very careful not to lose or the game is over. Now, opening is going to be aggressive for Ottomans. This is to be expected because of the vulnerability of the pit mine placement for the Malians. But Marino didn't over-invest in this. No, he went for a military school, so we didn't get a Rax rush into an outpost drop.
Now you're
I wonder if he regrets it, actually. Like, the gold spawn was really bad for Louis MT. He got one, the track on the left you'd expect, but the one on the right is rough. And yo, is that my boy Lizzie bringing the Dota 2 people over? What is up, Admir? Thank you for the raid, mate. I hope you had a good stream. Me and him need to catch up. I feel like we end up catching up, and then we're like, oh man, we should really catch up more. We're going to the 2x speed just at the early game. For those coming across from Dota 2, this is, of course, the latest and greatest of Age of Empires. And this right here is two of the absolute best in the game right now. You've got Marine Lord, who is a legacy player, one who's established himself across many years, right, as a dominant force in Age of Empires 4, and before that, a top-level StarCraft 2 player. But Louis MT has just been this meteoric success story. It's even eclipsing that of the Canadians at this stage. Canadians, which started with this game in their pro scene. Same with Louis MT. I mean, this kid, I think he baffled everyone. I think the point where it really just rocketed out of control was in the LAN that happened earlier this year. The German LAN, the small German LAN, where he just, why would he even come? The prize pool wasn't that big. The cost to go, was it worth it? For Team Elephant, yes, because it was finally an opportunity for China to just say, yo, we are a serious region. We are going to dominate this game in the next 2 years. And with the way that we've been seeing more and more of these Chinese players taking over the top 100 on ladder, on pubs, I wholly believe the trajectory is on course. If Dota would pay him to do it, I mean, I'd love to come back and do Dota. I've said this before, like, I've got no problem with doing mobile games. Guys, I'm literally going to Germany next week to host Rocket League, right? I can do mobile games. It's just Dota 2 has become a little bit of a closed circle, so it's very hard to get back in if you're out for a while. AoE 4 has always been an anchored point. It's easy to create content around it, and we have a nice chill community that's been building here. So Sapahi, going to be coming out. So these guys, remember, are like creme de la creme. They are the best light cavalry you'll find in the game. There's no contesting that. Some people say Ghazi, but Sapahi, with the extra range, absolutely worth the extra cost. And something that players have gotten really good at is utilizing that despite the risks associated with it. These are expensive units. They are still technically squishy units because Spearmen counter them pretty hard and fast. But if you are typically top micro, you can get in and out with little to no risk. And what on earth am I looking at here? It's a 2TC Ottoman build. Okay, this is crafty as well because Marine Lord, he went out in the stone. That probably got scouted by Louis MT, but he thought nothing of it at the time. Because if he scouted early, it would have just looked like military school scaling, which maybe is a little bit odd. In the current meta, most people don't want to open military school massing. It's not that good. The military schools that passively produce units, of course. But in this situation, it kind of masked the play. So Marine Lord going in for a second town center scale as economy. Some villagers are going to get sniped out, but Louis MT is not going to stop here. I mean, he's already a little bit unhinged with this. Archers opening from Malians is a rarity. They typically go javelins just because it's overall a better unit to scale in the feudal age, and does counter out archer massing on the other side. The good thing about this for Louis is it means he's put less resources into his range composition. Archers cost 66% of what javelins do, which gives him more economy to work with to go elsewhere, whether it's blobbing more troops or going into rams, whatever you choose, really. Oh, wait, is there a window overlapping? Oh, thank you. You are right. That was me checking on the YouTube broadcast. I gotta get used to that. So we've got a 2 PC setup now, and we capture card through, but that means that, like, I basically have got... Here you go. You can see the cursor change there, and then it comes back here. It's because I've got what is, like, it's a third monitor, technically. The capture card acts as a third monitor. So I have to be careful not to drag things in, otherwise you get little whoopsies like that. Okay, so Sipahi numbers, not too crazy right now, but that's to be expected. Like, Marine Lord has opted to go very greedy here. That's what you have to remember. Like, he hasn't chosen to try to scale into more threat. He's really just looked to actually put the ball in Louis' court to do something. And Louis, well, he would do something indeed. He's going to try to actually outscale the greed. I wonder. Is there a world in which Marine Lord can, like, attack him quick enough to force a reinvestment? I mean, probably not. Like, 2 town centers dries you up pretty fast in the early game. He has got the deer to at least escalate his income, and I believe, did he go for a mill? Well, he got the mill for the Madrissa, right? So yeah, nicely played. That's another nice thing. Because the Madrissa is a mill, that allows you to get survival techniques without having to waste 50 wood. You love cow booms? What? The only people who love cow booms are Malian players. So, like, I've noticed some discussions going on amongst pros currently about, like, the state of things like pro scouts, and I think, like, one fair take I really liked is that, like, the problem with pro scouts is for a lot of civs it's, you know, too viable or not at all. Not many civs have the flexibility of Malian economy to make them feel balanced, if that makes sense, right? So, like, for example, if you think of all the civs that were doing pro scouts before, the only one that actually kept it as a variable was Malians. Because Malians still had cows in alternative. It's very interesting when you think of, like, the design of Malians, because in some ways, like, in certain metas, it feels very refreshing, balanced, and fits well. But in other metas, it is just oppressively boring to watch people build cow again, and again, and again, and again. Talk about the new meta, etc. after the casted games today. I mean, we've kind of constantly been talking about the meta because we've constantly been casting it, right? But we can talk about, like, the evolution. Like, you can see Pro Scouts is just kind of falling off, right? Like, Malians didn't go for it here. Marine Lord even went 2 TC, which, if you guys remember, just 2 seasons ago was the quickest way to lose a game you could imagine. Even the best TCing civs in the game could not do that. Fulani is going to be coming through for Louis, so tech up, rushed. And that means you can get to quality. One tricky thing here, though, is you're probably not thinking about Sofa. Sofa's awkward because if your opponent does now kind of semi-mirror, like follow you up a minute and a half later, he's going to have access to Janissaries, and Janis are designed to count Sofa. Now, if he feels like his archer count is big enough, he could just lean into that regardless, right? Like, if you have enough archers, the Janissary count can't scale. But my concern there is, like, you can't afford to really overblob archers currently with 10 Sipahi soon in the field. Remember, Sipahi are ridiculously effective at tearing backlines to pieces. Pro Scouts become balanced if they bring out the deer carcass food depreciation. Possibly, but I think that just leads to a lame, like, alternative where people just immediately shoot all the deer again to guarantee that you're not a threat later on, right? So it doesn't really solve the problem necessarily. I think with Pro Scouts, like, optimally what needs to just happen is it needs to be a pocket piece of the grander scheme of the map. And, like, what we've noticed is when Pro Scouts is viable, and this has always been the case across the years, when it's viable, it is the focus factor, 100%. So how do you fix that? You add in more food types. I'm the broken record at this stage, and I'm so praying that the DLC we get later this year adds new food types, or I'm at a loss, because it's the most obvious win you could possibly come up with. Yeah, I've heard that as well, move Pro Scouts to Castle, but, like, I don't mind that idea, but if they do that, it should be a temporary solution. Like, they should just add new food types and then return Pro Scouts to Feudal afterwards. But anyway, we'll save that for a game when it comes out. It's interesting we talked about it because, like, Marlians is definitely the correct Civ to talk about it with due to them having more variants than any other previous pro scouting Civ. Marine Lord, for now, is just looking to pressure in. So he's punishing Louis MT for this tech up, which makes sense. Takes out the pit mine and housing. Really frustrating for Louis. Not able to contest that because the archer count is already too high. Marine Lord is going to get ready for the tech up behind. We should be looking at Mehmed Imperial Armory. No matter what happens in the meta, apparently no one is on board with the idea of learning more skills. So it's always the free siege. And it will be no different here for the Frenchmen. Scouts don't auto bring deer. Okay, so Scouts not auto bringing deer wasn't the problem, really. Like, people just kind of forgot that it was good. It's convenient and easier, but like pros would still use it, right? Like, all you do is you alienate the casuals. This goes back to the idea, like, there was a debate a long time ago about whether auto queue should be added to AoE 4, and there's a lot of riot, mainly from like the very, very high level players, because of expression of skills, etc., etc. But like, you know, when you're weighing up these type of design choices, quality of life, you've got to decide, okay, like, is it tedious to have to do these things? If the tedium outweighs the skill expression, then it's not worth keeping. I'm trying to think of examples we had that with these two civs in the past, right? Like, haha, Ottoman late game. Is it not tedious to try and headbutt Sipahi Janissary? Yes, every single... The answer is always yes. There's no offense. Well, at least it's not Janissary yet. The interesting thing is, like, Marine Lord, yeah, he's going to switch to it now, but it's definitely worth upgrading the archers because these archers from Malians will counterplay Jannies. Remember, they get bonus double damage, in fact, against gunpowder units. I think the goal for Marine Lord now, win condition, is just to suck up all the relics. He's already on his way to 2. A very good time here. And then just hunker down for the tech up. The crazy thing here, by the way, is his counteroffensive, where he was in feudal attacking to Louis' base, bought enough time that he could go for these relics to generate additional gold. This is really smartly played by him. Louis now going to start moving in to knock out the TC. It is a 4 town center. You run this risk with your placement, but like overall, Louis MT, his army's not really big enough to stand here long enough. And you're already seeing the disadvantage he has here. Yeah, it's the attack speed. Not just that, it's the tech. He's behind on damage and will be remaining that way. Marine Lord maintains the +1 lead. Has to be respectful of the sofa. He's got a few Janissaries, but they haven't really shown up. There's only one gunpowder boy in there right now. And he is going to be sacrificed pretty quickly. Yeah, get sniped straight away by the archers. Good micro by Louis. We've once again reached this town center. It's not being garrisoned currently. Choke point defense would be interesting here. Sipahi are super effective due to their double overlap, where the second wave can attack as well. The Janissaries, a little bit too exposed and obvious there, will get sniped immediately. So the anti-cav threat is removed. There's still a handful of cavalry here for the sofa count, so Louis MT with just 5 remaining. But that's going to be good enough to thin the herd, and Marine Lord will be forced off of his second town center. Great dive in here. Wallalow to just at least slow things down, but no doubt about it, Louis MT has found the strike point he needs. He just needs to get more torches out now to punish this town center. Alternatively, he could look towards the siege works, just go into the rams. But crazy enough, he just backs up. Yeah, so Louis not feeling like he actually had a big enough lead off that fight, which is crazy. It looked like his numbers had scaled to a point where he could do damage. And there's the explanation. Okay. Now, this is interesting. I think you should be going extensive fortifications here, right? Because the crossbow placements matter a lot against the sofa. He has got a vizier point. He just hasn't spent it yet. No, he went for the healing. He went for the sheep. He done the standard. Healing's going to be nice spread out here as long as you're not losing your units too quickly. And the Sipahi would survive long enough, but the Donzos are still alive. Mango, not really doing enough damage, is going to go down. But compared to last time, Louis' advantage is smaller. Yeah, him backing off may have been the big error of this so far. You could argue maybe he didn't have enough to push through, but coming back so soon after that type of push, I mean, it's the urgency, isn't it? Because he's against 2 town centers, he has to keep pressing. But it gave Marine Lord enough time to get a second wave together. Comes out looking better than last time. And I mean, it's going to be the military campus. I guess we should have really expected this. The problem, by the way, guys, with these new vizier points is that Mehmed Imperial Armory is still too good. If you look at what he's done here, like Anatolian Hills, I don't want to say it's a must, but it is optimal for most game scenarios. The Fieldworks is phenomenal as well, just for the Relic Rush timing. I mean, it's passive gold, right? You want it. And then what are you left with? You're going to want to get Military Campus. You're going to want to get Advanced Academy, right? That does not leave many Vizier points to dance around with. So things like extensive fortifications and the Akinji system, as cool as they sound, you just don't have the points for it. And until we see a meta where people go for the Istanbul Imperial Palace, the one that gives you extra Vizier points, it's very unlikely to change. Because on the west side did at least get found out. LUMT, understand that Marine Lord's comp actually does demand quite a lot of gold. Remember, he does not have the Advanced Academy, so these Janissaries, he's paying for them directly out of pocket. 100 gold each. Does mean he's at least more food lean, which he needs to be. Remember, Ottomans, Malians, like both of these civs actually can't eat the boars, so that's an irrelevant factor. Means the food supplies are a lot more limited than civs such as Rus, for example. The supply count is actually concerning. Lou's going to want to be a little bit careful. Luckily for him, Marine Lord actually hasn't switched over to Springolds. Springolds rocks pretty hard here, folks, against Maston Zone. He's a little bit risky against the archers, but if you think about this combo, you've got big horsemen, and a Springold is just a big archer. It is the perfect comp to try and hold. The only weakness, and I think maybe is why Marine Lord is reluctant to go towards it, is that you're very immobile. He's getting mango, so you could argue he's already immobile. I think maybe for Marine Lord, the bigger goal is like a scale point, but even if you're thinking about mangoes as a scaling unit, it doesn't really get much value there either. Remember, with the mango play, like, when you go into Imperial, you're not going to build mangoes. You're going to build great bombards. They're just the better all around it, right? So the only thing I can think here is that Marine Lord's paranoia is the archer count is obviously so high he has to answer it, but even more on top of that, if he goes Springolds, those archers are just going to kill him straight away. So that's why we're not seeing what feels like the obvious siege weapon for the Ottomans. And that's kind of crazy placement. He builds the farms on the front side of his base. You're probably wondering why. It's because he's right now anchored here. So, like, although it sounds very counterintuitive to put your villagers in the middle of the battle, at least if they're in the middle of the battle, you're in position to guard them, right? Like, you don't have to worry about these annoying backstabs. Whereas if he spreads wider, you're either going to have to wall the map, or you're going to have to set up guards against the Sofa raids. Did someone say walling? It's Louis MT. Of course he was going to wall. And of course he was going to be the first one to do so. I mean, this is a signature Louis MT move. He's even on top of that, moving now into the 4th age. Fort the Huntress is going to be on the way. And Sipahi raid. Ooh, okay. Cool idea. There is a little bit of economy here, actually. Yeah, there's about, what, close to 15 villages? He's reluctant to go in with everything, so he just peels 2 Sipahi. And this is understandable, right? Like, this is his entire, like, army that's scary. If the Sipahi die, he'll get flooded. It's a great game sense just to not take the bait. I mean, when walls go up like this and you don't see where the villagers are, they could come in behind you and wall you in. More villagers could be pulled as well, and then you're just stuck without flexibility to how you escape. Bit of cheeky micro there. Marine Lord actually jumps on in with the fortitude, so would take more damage if struck back, but understands that the Sofas will not do so. Still, Louis MT's done a damn good job here. Just getting the 1-up on the age up. Right, like not really something you'd expect here. Out of these two, you definitely think that you'd be looking at the Ottomans trying to escape to the 4th age first. But like this is the trade-off. Louis understood, you know, I'm up against 2 TC. If I do just try to play the long castle now, like the last 2 dives didn't come out how I was assuming. So I had to play for the later phase. And he's buying the necessary time here. He's backing up. He's waiting for those elite decks. Marine Lord is struggling with the dive here. It's just tricky to get in, and he knows that there's going to be cannon placements coming through soon. He needs to be fast about whatever he's going to do. Janissary count is also starting to look more healthy. Marine Lord did go in for the Advanced Academy, of course. Yeah, so he's getting the passive production of Janissaries, no longer just burning for his gold. Even though he's got plenty to work with the 4 relics that he garrisoned. Not to mention the fact that he could look to stake a claim on the central gold vein in the coming minutes. Digging out those veins. Marine Lord is going to kindly invite himself into the house. Maybe stay for dinner. Mangoes. Whoa! They want to be first to be seated. Be first to be out on their ass. One of them gets sniped straight away. Louis MT does have the upgrades necessary to try and brute force this fight, but the thing's got me hesitant. Of course, it's going to be those mangoes. Not to mention those Sipahi. I mean, even though you've got these elite Donzos, you have to remember that, you know, double the Sipahi count can attack compared to the Donzo. Yes, you've got the hybrid attack, but you're talking about very chunky, light cav, right? 185 health doesn't really make them sound quite light. I hate to fat shame them, but this sounds like the horse that's been eating all of the seed. Greenlaw continues to push. He's actually not far off of the Fulani, which at this stage is pretty much all of Louis MT's income. He has this plus one villager working on deer. Yeah, oh, he forgot to ungarrison, so less food than he actually should have at this stage. Yeah, he's just fully focused on this dive. Marine Lord, quite relentless. You'd think he'd go for a tech buy now, but something we've been seeing more and more in recent times has been this elongated age behind, right? Like, if you're behind on age, you need to find value. You need to punish your opponent before teching up. It starts to look like a sunken cost fallacy the longer you watch someone do this, but I've watched players refuse to tech up for 10 minutes straight, and it win them games because of it. It's actually surprising just how much value you get out of that just added pressure wave instead of just following suit. After all, we are talking about a pretty lofty sum, right? 3,600 resources. You know, that would be, well, about 15 knights, for example. Imagine what you could do with 15 knights. With my micro, eat spears. Maybe I'm selling myself short. Oh, God, I should time you out for that, but that was brilliant. Hell of a battle of furniture, sofa versus Ottomans. All right, take a seat, mate. I'm going to let you stay. Well, that joke wasn't just bad. That was great bombard levels of bad. So we do have the Vizier point. Interesting that he opted for it, and it just shows you how kind of womp some of these other options are. Like, the Kinji not coming out over one free bombard doesn't set himself up for trade bags, though, which is a little bit surprising. You know, you're in a game against Louis MT. You know this player loves late game. You are in the late game. Gold is going to be a finite resource. You're on a civ that needs a lot of it because of the Great Bombard and the Janissary spam. It's very rare we see trade bags, but would have definitely been nice to have just had that as an ace up your sleeve, potentially. I don't know, like, I'm never really sold by this one Great Bombard. I think from Marino's position, he was that freaked out that he was just going to get rolled over. So he wanted all hands on deck. It's gold desperation. LuMT just trying to starve him out. Marine Lord, he's got the 3.2k gold on the back, but remember, he just went into Imperial. He needs a lot of gold. He's got the elites queued up right now, but after that, you're going to want to consider university techs, which are not cheap. Chases on into the second TC. Farm count is looking good now for Marine. He's up to 52. Yeah, and once again, look at the kind of genius of where he's placed them, right? It's all been front side, bar one or two scourings, just because he needs to be in this one central area. What Marine Lord done is he adjusted his build placement to the game state. The game state being that I have a lot of siege. If I have siege, I do not have mobility. So, do I stonewall the map? What's the point, right? Like, it's going to take so long, and now that we're Imperial, it'll just get blasted. He just keeps hunkering down around this secondary town center. But now he does need to do something. Triple Sacred Site locked in. Castle's going to start getting sieged. We do have the army tactics on the way, but LuMT still needs some time. I'm not sure if he wants to fight just yet. They're both at 200 pop, which means this is better for Marine Lord. If he can start scaling into like a little bit more quality, because LuMT isn't really feeling quality. So if Marine Lord could get like more Sipahi, you know, more Janissary, feels a little bit better. But for the time being, LuMT definitely an edge. The other important thing is because they're 200, it means that LuMT is starting to build reserves, even with less economy. Mango Smush is going to get rid of a lot of it, though. What just happened to this army? Oh my god. Flops about 40 dead like that. Louis had like, what, a 30 military lead? Not anymore, he doesn't. Let the push continue. Banker repairs is not going to be your saving grace on that castle at this rate. The Quadra, 5 mangoes just chilling here. Are going to have to back up courtesy of the castle. But that wallop, man, that was ridiculous. And keep in mind, this is without adjustable crossbars, right? That is just raw scaling of mangoes. Great Bombard's going to keep sieging in. Very hard for the castle to kill here. You just see how many shots it's going to take. But the assistance is going to come through. But the villager, it's not going to be good enough. The Bombard, wait, the Bombard? He cancelled the shot. Oh my god, he pulled away. Fractional difference there. Would have lost the Great Bombard otherwise. So we'll be able to repair it up, can keep the pressure up. Important as well, considering that Marine Lord has not toggled the Imperial Armory over at all. It's still building additional mangoes. Is he actually maybe considering adjustable crossbars? Are we getting a rare sight here? You have also got silk bowstrings, which means all Janissaries are going to be in your line of sight. I mean, it's a good thing that Marine Lord didn't scale more of them. Didn't really have a reason with the lack of Sofa. Like, actually, I rate the idea of Louis just doing Sofa archers, really. Because, like, your opponent doesn't really have the Janny answer anymore, and even if he did, you can just disengage, shoot him from range, and gradually enter the field. Like, it puts Marine Lord in a position where he has to brute force all the time with Sipahi, which is exactly what he's trying to do and regretting right now. Back onto the castle. 3 Bombards so far. And Louis MT now going for the premium. We've got Mustafadi Gunners queued up. Reminder, this is the creme de la creme DPSer for the Malians. The gunner unit, and it also has more base damage than the standard hand cannon is. Definitely no joke. Definitely nothing to be underestimated. And let's not forget the Huntress factor, where you can get the first strike out of stealth that gives you double damage. Ridiculous. MT, looks like a good fight here, as long as he dodges the mango shots. Triple Bombard should be enough to threaten. Yep, there is no siege works. Louis MT has got it on his way, but Marine Lord still lacks it due to a raw lack of gold. Yeah, this is brutal. He gets caught in the flank as well, so Pahi will at least shut that down, but the idle time is felt here. You can see it in his reserves. Marine Lord just kind of stuck on food and wood units. More out of a necessity than a choice at this stage. Louis, well, he saw those mango smushes, and he said, you know, those look pretty good. I'm going to mirror it myself. So we do have adjustable crossbars now locked in for Louis MT. That's going to buff up his mangoes in the Imperial, remember. Allow him to just burst down any target. And what's up, ZB0T? I see you the sub, mate. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Osman can get a Vizier point that allowed to build one more landmark from same age. What are you on about? No? Oh, you think they should introduce one that lets you basically be pseudo-China? That... I don't like that. The problem with that idea is, like, Ottomans are still fine in late game. Ottomans are still really good in late game. And what you're suggesting is just a buff to late game. Louis? He's in a little bit of trouble here, Marine. Look, he snuck in with a Sipahi. He's murdering the cows as well. Being optimal about it. He's still at the Fortitude, chose not to activate it. Doesn't want to just melt to the Donzos. Great strike in here. Shuts down half the cattle value. Maybe thinks about hanging around for more. So they're just going to keep riding by. And that means all of a sudden... Wait, what? I was about to say, all of a sudden, Louis MT's unprotected on the front side. But we've got classic Louis MT shenanigans. Yeah, this is a familiar sight. And I don't know if it's a good thing that it is. He's up to his old treatments here, the walls. Honestly, I don't think anyone in Age of Empires 4 walls quite like Louis MT. This man is a breed all onto his own. I mean, it is a marvel and a spectacle to witness, that's for sure. And remember, the goal with this, like, you just keep walling as you go. You create, like, entrenchments upon entrenchments. Marine Lord, smart to start moving up now. You don't want this to scale. You want to shut it down before it can. It's going to be a little poke at the backside, but I believe... Wait, there's a gap there. I mean, in fairness, it's a tiny gap, and you waste so long running around that you just die to do so. And Marine Lord, did he really just aggro this? Oh my god, I can't believe that. He full-on just tried to send it. Big regrets now as he just basically gets wiped on the archers. Louis MT now able to start just moving forward. The town center's already been taken out, remember? So he's already started to affect the farming area here. Unbelievable. I mean, Louis still has an economy issue. That's the big concern I have here is, like, despite the good trades in the fights, Marine Lord has a lot more food to fling at this. It's not just a 400-ish food difference, guys. It's much more than that because remember, these military schools. They're pumping out Sipahi. It's full breeding season in the horse farm. Every 1 minute, he's getting an extra 120 food. And times that by, what, 4? 5 at this stage? It should be 5. Yeah, so all of a sudden you're getting extra 500 food there. When you think about what Fulani provides, it's actually not a bad competitor to it in the hyper late game once you have got the Istanbul Observatory. Well, now with 2 great bombards. Louis MT, he's got 3 mangonels. He just needs to address the Sipahi more so now. Has got some gunners laid in here. Villagers are also just going to be like cannon fodder to absorb some shots here, even though that's not ideal. At least it means your military stays alive. The great bombards are fully fixated on that castle, trying to bring it down. Are going to have to pull away due to the snipes from the enemy bombards. And this wall just needs to go, man. Like, just kill it. Right now, it's kind of griefing you. He does get the freebie, though. Louis, he chased under the great bombards looking for that coup de grace, and it costs him dearly as all of them go down. Marine Lord, he's playing him like a fiddle. Man, that was so well played. Louis MT, this wall, it looked like it was going to grief Marine Lord throughout, but somewhere in there, Louis was just caught not looking. Even that, we just truly believed he'd be able to get in and out without losing all that siege. He was dead wrong. Marine Lord is forced on the retreat again, though. No more flank raise, just kind of straight down the center from both. Sofa are going to try to jump in, but the great bombards are quite tanky. Don't get the name great without surviving quite a few hits, but apparently too many hits on that one. Second one to be targeted down, and great snipe there. Louis MT resets the siege. Gives Marine Lord a taste of his own medicine. Even gets an opportunity to keep pushing here. Can he crack this egg? Remember, for Marine Lord, he kind of wants to be in this situation where he's around 180 pop on average. You're playing a Civ that just replicates its losses for free. But the military schools that give you those units for free cannot do so unless you have pop space. So it's important that you're always losing something. Kind of sounds depressing to be a military member of the Ottomans, but yeah, actually it is. Welcome to the sad, sad life of your existence when conscripted. Trip Mango. Might actually beat out the Great Bombard. Does back it off just in time. And the front line is kind of lacking here. Louis MT, I think one of the big errors we're seeing is he's still producing from all the way back home. And you're producing into the enemy population line now, right? So, like, it just gives inherent defenders advantage, which is why we're going to see a forced retreat. Still more presence, more progress earned than before. So it definitely feels like Louis is leaning in the right direction. I think really all he needs now is just to get some forward production. You know, get some Raxes up here, for example. Just get like 5 Spearmen producing Raxes just to get that trash wave that keeps Sipahi back and keeps brute forcing. Because the other thing he's doing I really like, he's got the Musafadi gunners coming, which is going to be your optimal late game comp. You want to be up to like 30 of these. 30 to 40 is really good. Cool thing is, like, you know, you think about Civs, the hyper late game best comp for a long time, for years, was 40 hand cannoneers. You know, if you guys remember in the old days, like, whoever won the race to 40 hand cannoneers won the game. With Malians, I don't think you want to go above 40. 40 is good enough. But the cool thing is, because you have things like the Fulani, you have extra military pop to put elsewhere. So, makes it a lot harder, actually, if you're gunner wave to get. Louis MT, just trying to get the lay of the lands and also draw attention. Marine Lord's not going to take the bait too heavily. Just sends a group of Sipahi, pulls the rest of the troops to the east side. He has locked in more gold. Reminder that Marine Lord has been struggling with gold. That's right, he's been stuck in silver. No, so if it wasn't for the relics, I think Marine Lord would probably have died by now. The 4 relics have gone a really long way in this game when you remember he's had them for like, what, 25 minutes at this stage? So, you know, let's be generous in a like reserved way and say it's 20 minutes. You have 4 relics for 20 minutes. It's 160 resources per minute. That's 3,200 gold across that span of time. So that's a small gold vein. Well, not even small, sorry, a standard sized gold vein in that time extra that he's had. Sipahi. Oh, taking a long time to kill these Sofa, by the way. But this is the issue. You know, unless you have walls, Janissaries aren't going to be able to get there in time. Now, we do have walls, but they are the pitiful ones. Marine Lord hasn't tried to set up for the hyper late. Yeah, stone walls just feels very hard to justify, especially on maps like Dry Arabia in the current meta. You know, once you're in Imperial Age, you know, you're just inviting your stone to be crumbled by a cannon. And this matchup, like as we've seen for both sides, it is about who can get more cannons. Question is, guys, what's the highest count of cannons we're going to have in this game? Because so far, I believe it was 3 bombards? 2 great bombards, right? I don't think we've had more. It's a bit of a weird one as well for Louis, because actually, like, in some ways, it's better to just scale additional mangoes and try and get in range of the great bombard, as it does have a very slow redeploy. And, well, I asked for stone walls, and apparently, it's being obliged here. Yeah, just on the east side for the time being. Now, we are deep into the game, though. 38 minutes, approaching 40. You're seeing the desperation for wood. Like, this is a very interesting spawn for a game where they've been trying to play long. If you look at the map, you can see what's happened here is, like, all the wood has been kind of pushed into the center. I love this. This is fantastic, right? Because, like, if this was a more defensive spawn where you get the tree lines in the corner, you're like, oh, yeah, this will be an hour-and-a-half game. It's very hard to imagine we crack past an hour in this type of game, even with, like, a stalemate late, just because of lack of wood is going to become the biggest problem. Mangoes. I'm going to have to retreat because this is not a reliable hold for Louis MT right now, and he knows it. Let's pull the villagers across. He's going to try to provide support fire now. Rightly should be. That's a little bit overkill for 3-4 archers there. Maybe just spread out this archer counter a little bit. Instead, he just keeps A-clicking his mangoes onto individual targets. Very unusual for Louis. Kind of a bit of a weak micro play for a player who's renowned for actually being on point with his micro. Marine Lord. Oof. How is Louis doing so abysmally on food? Wait, did he? Okay, no, he did fill the gaps. He's only got 9 farms, though. 22 food workers in total. I mean, this is fine, right? Like, you're spending a lot of gold instead of food by going gunners. And you're going siege as well. So, like, he doesn't realistically need that much food income. The gold's probably going to be the more concerning thing as the game goes on. As to whether he can just afford to keep remaxing on gunner plus siege. As when you can, like, compare these two sides, it's very clear who's burning through more gold faster. Also, successfully burning through more structures and villages. Louis, now with the villager lead, by the way. This is a crazy turn of events when you consider where we were at, you know, half a game ago. Was it not like, I want to say 70 eco to like 110? Marine Lord, with the relics, with the passive gen, doesn't really need as much villager count in reserve. Even more so if he's not planned to play into heavy Sipahi. When you go full spam Sipahi, that's where you just see your food evaporate. So you need just so many workers. But here, he's leaning full infantry. I'm just not sure if that's, I said it's a good thing. This feels more desperation than good. Castle is going to get dropped. Bombards, they can try to snake out the Great Bombard. Going to take 2 rounds of shots here. Great Bombard. Oh my, the siege stack. Pulls it back before a second shot can come out. Same goes the other way, though. Clash, definitely favoring Marine Lord. Overwhelming defense here. This count looking so good. And Louis may be at risk of having too much siege here. 27 military pop into siege, which means, you know, with the current scale of things, that's over a quarter of his possible population for military. Going into something that's got a lot of firepower but not a lot of defense. Still got these little raids on the back from Louis. Marine Lord, it's not really doing enough damage for him to go super paranoid about it. Louis almost tapped the gold on the front side dry. But still, once again, like the way that Marine Lord has played this, he's just not... He's not draining his own resources that fast when you think about it. No, you wouldn't really believe... Like, if I said we're in a 45-minute game with an Omen player, you wouldn't believe me if I said that he's had 2.5 gold veins. He had the starting gold vein right and the one to the west, I believe. I think that was it. And when you consider the amount of Janissaries and Great Bombards he's been pumping, but this just shows you the power, really, of the passive generation of units. Because the Janissaries, like, I wonder what the count has been at the end of this game, how many have been built. But in terms of how many have been built for free, I'd put it at like 80%, 85%. So let's say, in that case, he built 100 Janissaries. To keep it simple, 100 Janissaries. That means 85 of those Janissaries didn't cost him any gold. That saves him 8,500 gold. That's freaking ludicrous. Now that, ladies and gents, is Ottomans. Louis still just trying to play for the siege war to win, but Marine Lord is now leaning more into it. We saw active production of Great Bombards. He's now up to 5. Not just that, this is where the Janissary comp starts to make more sense. Yes, you've now got counter archer play coming your way, but the cool thing about the Janissaries is they are a repair crew for the Great Bombards. You know, at this stage, kind of pulling villagers feels like a no-no. You need to keep them gathering to reproduce the army losses. So allowing the military to just do it for you gives you a lot more push power, whereas Louis MT always needs to kind of be fighting around where a resource is, so that he has villagers to repair all that siege. Great Bombards are starting to be pressured a bit. Does bait the Donzos forward. Actually kind of perfect here. On the Great Bombards is about to get sniped down though. Looks like Marine Lord isn't pulling it away. He just goes for the trade out. Louis, he's too clustered. It's a traffic jam. Oh no, disastrous traffic jam. That tree line griefed him fully. Marine Lord pulled back to force them to just hug each other on the edge. I guess a remarkably good trade there. I think like what Louis had was it almost double the military pop in a siege. A few Great Bombards have been lost at least, but Marine Lord able to now start pushing into the gold again. The gold vein is just going to be gone entirely. A bloody good hold by Marine Lord. A reminder to Louis MC that he needs to be paying attention to where these siege weapons deploy. Great Bombards. In on it again. The castle almost dead already. At this point, though, Louis is like, it's kind of a shrug. It's no resource gain in this area, but the negative now is like, it's proof that Marine Lord can start pushing out. Before now, Marine Lord has always been stuck here. Never really been able to go beyond it. An army this big, this healthy. I think it's time for the full divide push. Does have the attack speed buffer as well. Just a lot more DPS coming out from his army in general. Louis going pretty heavy-handed down to the mangoes. Soon up to 8. And villagers, they're going to be in trouble. They get found on the tree line. Not just them, but look at the extra workers in the area here. Louis, this is a third of his economy. Pulls the second wave him away, but you just look at the body count. Neck and neck on villagers now. Military lead still remains from Marine Lord, though. Gotta be careful with the staggered formation, as it is allowing the Sofas to just run in onto the Great Bombards. Marine Lord, I think he was looking for a rotation onto the mangoes, but with the spearmen there, no movement speed, so it does get forced back. This game just feels so back and forth. The tug-of-war never ending, really, between the two. And Marine Lord, maybe starting to regret that Great Bombard point. We talked about the idea of trade bags down the line. Well, we are down the line, okay? And to have to go trade now and to have missed out on a 40% buffer is absurd and painful. They're going to be kicking himself a little bit about that. Louis, however, has not gone for trade. He has a big edge now. If he can win a siege trade out in the next fight, Marine Lord will be in the middle of a trade transition. while Louis MT will still have over 4,000 gold in reserve to work with. A reminder, even though Marine Lord has got 4 relics, Louis MT has got all the passive gen from pit mines. Man, he's been putting to good work. He's already back up to 10 siege weapons. Still, the hilarious part to me is like after that type of fight that we saw here previously, Louis MT's instinct is to still push into that exact same location where he lost all that siege. Because, you know, like, lightning doesn't strike twice, right? You know, if I stick my hand in a toaster and it burns, and I take it out, if I stick my hand in a toaster again, does it burn? If I lick an iron that's on and it burns my tongue, and then I wait 5 seconds, I lick it again, does it burn? Yeah, it burns. Guys, the only reason it wouldn't burn still is if you've lost all nerve endings in your hand and tongue. Please, please stop sticking your hands in toasters and your tongues on irons that are heated. In fact, just don't stick your tongue on irons ever. Thank you. Look at this siege line. He's genuinely just committing to this tree line again. I mean, in some ways it's advantageous. Your opponent can't see the initial shots, but very dangerous as well. Who knows? At this rate, this tree line might not be here very long. Louis MT is hungry for the wood. Chinese woodpecker, if you will. And he's still got a decent amount of wood. And nah, I guess not. It's like half tree lines, straggler trees. So he does have to play into this area. By the way, like, I get a bit concerned if this is going to be the norm, because we're almost an hour in to game number 1 of the Grand Finals. Grand Finals are best of 9s. This could be a 9-hour series. Oh, God. I mean, that sounds like music to Louis MT's ears. And neither player would get weaker. Like, they actually kind of play on the same... Actually, not the same time zones. It's just Louis MT has got the energy of a child pumped up on 5 cans of Red Bull a day. He will start playing around like Dumu time and even come into practice around Marine Lord time. And Marine Lord time, for those that are wondering, is midnight for Europeans. Yeah, guy just sits down for a power nap for an hour or 2 and comes back at it. Spy Flood is real though. Marine Lord, where did this come from? 45? Donzo Khan is not really looking impressive against this. The mangoes are going to take ages to kill him as well. He's breaking him. Oh my god, Marine Lord. What a timing here. Siege is starting to move in. Great bombards to siege onto the castle. He's going to retreat with the spy line for now. He's already got another 15 in queue though. Louis, he's going to try to return to Sofa. But your opponent already has Janissaries. And you see the hesitation now for Louis. Like, this Horseman comp is big enough to run through and just disintegrate all siege. You have to be very careful about where you take the next fight. Once you have some great bombards, it's usually over. You need to make a huge mistake. Yeah, just build Sofas. Nice strike here. Oh my. Look at Louis' worker count. Guys, he's not going into more workers. He's going into more army. It's in some ways, yes. But, like, here's the problem, guys. The quality of the army. For Louis, it's just the siege. Really just the siege. If he fails to hold the right position and loses that siege ball, his army is not worth the loss of workers. Marine Lord, on the other hand, great bombards, the Janissaries, the Sipahi, these all sound like things that are worth their own weight in the late game. I wonder if Marine Lord just says to hell with it and goes looking for the economy. Because Louis MT is backed up quite a lot. Apparently, he says to hell with it and A clicks into the army. Sipahi dive in. Great bombards are going to have to retreat. Marine Lord, I think he just realized how little economy Louis MT must have. Like, this army is huge. They'll start to snipe out the mangoes. Sipahi is flooding through. He's got a secondary contingent on the way. Because the cavalry, they should arrive quick enough here. The great bombards are just going to completely forfeit the fight. So it gets them out of the chaos. But the bombards... No, Louis, not again! Not again! It's happening again! The siege pulls forward, chasing the Great Bombards, and the Sipahi are breaking him! Mango's overextended. Louis MT needs to get out of here fast, but it's not going to be quick enough at this rate. He's resorted to Warrior Scouts, feudal Warrior Scouts, to try and have something in the way. It's not working. More siege fallen. It's just crumbling before his very eyes. Louis MT loses it all. I mean, he's still got 6,000 gold in reserve, but the wood may be a little bit more challenging for a guy who's been spamming Donzos on a map that is fast running out of wood options. It's not going to be gold that kills the Malians. It'll be the lack of anything to throw through that wood chipper. And indeed, we are looking to cast through the entire series here. Especially if it's going to deliver epic games like G1. Oh my goodness. Louis MT now just rescaling into the gunners, which makes sense. We said he has gold, not wood. Gunners going to be food and gold. So if you can rebalance to just leverage your 5,000 gold reserve, makes a lot of sense. He has been gathering stone here and did just see the markets, but no. No. These are Sipahi. Only a few is all it's going to take to run these people all the way to the afterlife. Does get bogged down on the backwards ones, though, so maybe Louis MT gets away with this. Kind of crazy as well, actually. Like, Marine Lord, I think if he gets in front of those workers, more than half of what remains is dead. Let's be real, what remains is not much. Louis is now down to 58 workers. His military count is abysmal. He couldn't afford the losses he took in that last engagement. Remember what we said about Louis' strategy here? He built up reserves. He was 200 pop. He can afford some losses and keep scaling, but he can't afford an army wipe. Losing the siege was essentially an army wipe. Even if the rest of the bio had gotten away. It's enough to burn your economy, and you're already seeing it. Louis MT is looking flaky. And I don't know how he's meant to hold on much longer. Great Bombards just trading out. Bombard's not able to actually kill them fast enough, so the Ottoman cannons just don't care. At this stage, Marine Lord is just kind of in an A-click motion with a lot of his army. It's going to temporarily retreat the Great Bombards again, but the Sipahi are into the base. Not going to find any workers on the gold, but they can find the back farms easy enough. And at this stage, Louis MT is overextended. This is it. You can feel it. Marine Lord just has momentum on his side. But what an effort it took. Louis MT desperately trying to contest the ridiculous Ottoman powerhouse in the late game, unable to do so, and takes an early lead in this best of 9. The question now is whether Louis can get it on track and pull it back. Well, exactly spoiler alert. Nah, I'm going to spoil for you. You can go find the replays of that. We are back, and we are back with live series. Hopefully you enjoyed the epic game number 1 of the EGC Masters Summer Grand Finals. Of course, that was a replay we were watching. We are rejuvenated, full of food. I hope you guys are the same and ready to sink your teeth into another live series. Because up now, we have got WAM versus MSN. Kiddo taking on the Canadian. Best of 5 between these two. And MSN on a little bit of a high after qualifying for the NA LAN. In some ways, you could consider this a preview because WAM is the guy to beat when it comes to the King of the Rockies being the winner of the previous edition. So he already auto-qualified. MSN did make it through via qualifiers in the end. And it looks like we should have map draft being set up and sorted now. Yeah, they've already rolled into the maps. So opening game is going to be on Cliffside, and then we've got Dry Arabia, Gorge, Pigeon's View, and Front Range. Yeah, WAM banned Danube Divided, interestingly enough. He won't be able to avoid it next week, though, as it is going to be the default map. But what I find funny here is because he banned Danube Divided, it allowed the Pigeon's View pick, which MSN knew was going to happen because he didn't ban it. And the reason that's quite comical is because WAM doesn't really like stealth forest maps. He's on record saying this multiple times. He's not actually a big fan of Stealth Forests. I personally love their addition. I think they add a lot of depth and importance around vision, which is why I enjoy their inclusion. Then again, also as like someone watching content, absolutely I enjoy their inclusion, but I think he usually finds them pretty frustrating. Rainlord is so durable, almost as durable as these amazing glasses, which you guys shouldn't buy yet. I'm sorting out the code. I'm hoping to have a response in the next 24 hours. These nice, bendy, cool glasses. Whoop, whoop. That was quite the segue. But they need to get my discount code working again, otherwise they don't get that much praise. Because if you guys were, because I know some people were asking about it, I am working my butt off to get that sorted ASAP. I think Americans were on holiday on Monday, maybe, so I'm hoping to get a response today. Because my code will get you 15% off them. Okay, so draft underway. MSN does get the roost. Honestly, like this type of opening, I'm not crazy about. I'm a much bigger fan of this right now. Byzantines and HRE just feel really, really nice to start off your draft. I will always back that. I think Byzantines has just been rising up and up and up. And you know how some people are like, oh, Japan's so OP. Yeah, I get the appeal, but I think Byzantines is a civ that's just not getting banned quick enough. And if you get it through, you've got a huge smile on your face. Most map polls have a lot of viability for this civ, especially once you get towards like best of fives and beyond. What's up, Sedative? Thank you very much, man. First time chat, hopefully first of many talks. Appreciate the support. I'm glad you enjoy the streams. Yeah, we've been fortunate enough to build up quite the awesome community here, and I hope this continues to grow throughout the year. Whoop, whoop. My hopes is the amazing positivity of so many of you. When the DLC comes out and a lot of new people are looking in the directory, I'm hoping we're able to be towards the top and just kind of give them those eyeballs on and that positive injection, because I think KPMM has been a big part of that. I'm actually looking forward to seeing if maybe, if we continue to grow, it might be possible to start doing community games again, which I think would be another awesome way of welcoming people in. And what is up, Macabre? I see you with that gifted sub. You're a legend. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. And now Sedative has to keep coming back. That's the way it works. Labor Day in America is like Palestine celebrating Yom Kippur. Okay. Wait, is that what, like, what? No, well, it's not. What is today's bank holiday? Because we have it here, and I'm pretty sure it's not Labor Day here. We just call the August bank holiday. Oh, no problem, buddy. Well, we got you to come out of the cocoon and say something. So, welcome. Yeah, I think we just call it August bank holiday. I can't find a name for it. In Papua New Guinea, it's the National Day of Repentance. That's an interesting one. But anyway, draft's complete. MSN has gone for his Middle Eastern civs. He loves going for these. Abbas's Ibids. I was wondering when it was going to pop out. I do like the Ottomans. Ottomans has actually been growing in popularity. Very powerful pick for those feudal pushes. Opening map, though. Let's find out what the boys are going to be taking us. HRE Ottomans for Cliffside. Yeah, HRE, I kind of rate them pretty highly here. I think they get into feudal really quick and ramp up aggression. Yo, Snores! What is up, mate? Appreciate the Prime sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. You've already paid. You paid someone else. You paid Amazon, so you might as well take some money back from them and smash that sub button. And Horsey Highwind coming in as well. And another one. Can we get another one on top of the other one for the choo-choo train? I'm sure you guys got it in you. So HRE. And also, we'll mark that one in. And I think the boys are getting ready now, so let's get ready to hop into game. Dude, I got so excited for a second there. I saw something on Steam, the Steam TPS Fest, and it looked like it was Tau in the backsplash. And I think it was just meant to be AIM Labs or something, so I'm really disappointed now. Yo, Sanan! Yo, you're a legend. 5 gifted subs. What a baller. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the support. Glock's House as well, coming to the Prime sub. Have we got a train? We have got a train. I think people right now are thirsty for some WAM versus MSN, which is why they are smashing the subscribe button to encourage it to happen a little bit faster. We're loading in now, so we should hopefully, probably about, I reckon, 3 minutes out from live and in-game. And props, that has increased us now up to our plus goal. We're 84 over 100 for subs. If we hit the 100 goal, it means we actually steal money from Bezos, which is a win. Like, that's why everyone wants to do it. Nice content. Thank you, man. Do you also compete in official tournaments? No. My content around AoE4 is focused on commentary. I have promised to do a Road to Conk series if we start averaging 750 people watching across streams across a month. So, you know, not going to say we're going to go pro, but to inspire the people to suffer in the trenches. I don't think it's that hard. Yo, Capital GG. I see you, mate. Thank you very much. The 10 gifted. Legend. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we still need to talk about that thing we had going on DMs. I've just been very busy at the moment, so maybe we'll have to do it towards the end of the year. I wouldn't mind doing something cool over December, actually. So we'll have to talk about that and figure out a direction to take it. But the boyos are getting ready. Reminder, best of 5, by the way, which is someone that MSN should be used to, considering the entire bloody qualifier for King of the Rockies was a PO5 setup. Those days were so stupidly long. That's why we've struggled to get the other part of the bracket ready to go, because I think Myriad was playing both days, right? So he had very long days. So we're figuring that out now. My hopes is Kilyadi, Myriad, Vortex will probably have the option to play his quarterfinals tomorrow, which is only fair to him. It's really not Vortex's fault. The others dragged it. But yeah, let's get ready to roll. Can I run some ads maybe? If I get the ads out of the way. Oh, no. Well, it doesn't matter. A bunch of you, like, you know, I tried to run the ads, so you don't have to worry about them in game, but Twitch's system already automatically ran probably 30 seconds, which means you'll get hit mid-game unless you're subscribed. So that should be enough protection. You do it for your own sake, you know? Don't forget who McKay needs to go on timeout. Oh, thank you. You're right. Bye. PMA, chat. PMA. Where am I from? My mum. Yeah, so my dad and my mum, they decided that I was going to be the only kid they planned. And then 9 months later, I came from there. Yeah. That's the child-friendly version of the story I can share. But no, yeah, I am from good old UK. On the playground, where I spent most of my days. I'm going to start predictions, so you guys will have 5 minutes to do your predickies. So game 1, WAM versus MSN. Yeah, hit thumbs up off the game. Forgot it wasn't YouTube. Whoops. The pea-tinted glasses. I mean, they're quite nice. I think like they have a cool, fashionable look about them, you know? But like if you don't like them like this, Gunner does have different grades, different tints. You can even get Clear Pro, where it shouldn't really show at all. But it's got blue light filtering, so the whole idea is meant to help with like the amount of light that's coming off your PC, which is meant to be like better for the health of your eyes. The other thing is like I think some people report that it helps them get tired slower. One thing that also helps with that is like these glasses by Gunner are intentionally curved more, so that you get less air hitting your eyeballs as you're watching a screen, you know, not closing your eyes and blinking. So it's pretty cool. It definitely has some value. Some people will be more impacted than others. It's just naturally that type of thing. It's kind of like contact lenses. Like some people will benefit more from contact lenses. Some people find them to just dry their eye too much. But we are sorting out the discount code for that now. So I'll let you guys know when that's fixed, so that if you guys are interested in trying some yourself, you can get hands-on. Blue light filter is good. No, it helps your brain be active. But the thing you have to keep in mind is when you're looking at a screen and it's flashing you in the face constantly throughout the day, across a day, the sun and natural light will be like a different vibrancy, right? And like as it sets, the sun it starts to dim. But when you're like on a PC, especially if you're someone who's at a PC later on in the evening, you're not getting that transitional effect to your lighting level, right? So like, you know, we've all had this, like a piece of advice I keep having to give Emma, because she's terrible for it, is she'll get into bed and she'll go on her phone. And I keep telling her not to do that because she complains that she can't sleep. The reason she can't sleep is because in a dark environment, she's staring at a flashbang, right? So she's tricking her brain into thinking it's daytime, it's daytime, it's daytime, right? Her like brain is screaming it's daytime, and then she takes ages to get to sleep. Windows 11's got built-in orange screen. Interesting. Didn't know about that one. I used to use Flux back on Windows 7, and I got rid of it because like one thing I didn't like is the way it would like keep changing and altering the color of like the games I was playing, essentially, right? But like, I'm usually a bigger fan of their of Gunner's more subtle ones. So not like these are the orange. These are like 60%. These are like I think the highest grade ones they do. Whereas I'm usually a bigger fan of like the clear ones, just because like they're helpful for when I'm out and about. Like these are great when you're in front of a PC, but the clear ones are really nice because they still have some blue light filtering. But they're great for when you're going out and about, because you don't really need blue light filtering as much when you're not in front of a screen all day, right? So like when I'm on stage, for example, I prefer the clear ones. All right, let's get to it. Welcome to a preview of the upcoming NA LAN. We've got the reigning champion from the former edition, Wham, going up against the fresh qualifier in MSN, who's riding on a high after qualifying for his first LAN. This is a good test. If he can take down Wham, the Canadian, in this best of 5, it's sure to bolster his morale for the NA LAN later this year. But it's not going to be easy. We start off with Ottomans versus HRE, and we start off with unbridled aggression. HRE out of the gate going for the Rax Rush. A ballsy maneuver usually you'd assume against the Ottomans, who are a civ that loves Dark Age fights, but it's all about timing, folks. HRE tend to benefit from the fact that they just have a lot more gathering in the early phases of Dark Age. It allows them to bolster troops much faster. And looks like Wham, he's gone for a bait and switch. Check this. It's one Spearman. He wants MSN to react. Crafty Mother Ducker. And MSN actually might, considering his position in the game. He's got the wood necessary. He's already gathered the gold. Okay, props to him, actually. 3 on gold was smart there. Because if this was 2, MSN might do something about it. It might freak out a little bit. So it looks like Wham has wasted his efforts going into the racks. But I wonder if he'll make up for it by going for the mine work. Mine work's an interesting thought here. The reason I think it's quite desirable is when you play against the Ottomans, they're going to have the better like cav. But with your blacksmith timings plus the +2 damage tech you get for spearmen and horsemen, called all pikes, HRE actually can contest Ottomans in that feudal age brawl. So we'll say, I mean, in fairness, he has got a pretty good tree line to just think about Arkan. The gold is nowhere nearby, which does kind of devalue Arkan a little bit because you lose some flexibility to rush castle. Minaret Madrasa is going to be on the way from MSN. Wham, ready to age up in a second. If you guys are wondering about ranks, Wham needs no introduction. Ranked 6th in the world right now on the leaderboard, but props to MSN. Dude's been leveling up. You know, this guy was on our radar as a little blip a while back, but he's currently sitting 24th in the world. Only 29 games played, mind you, but this man's been pretty persistent and consistent. Season 8, 35th. Season 9, 58th. Season 10, a little bit weaker at 88th. The point is, this kiddo has been doing decently well. Fresh out of Denmark and also still in school. So has to balance that element in life. And it looks like we are going to be getting the Arkan. So yeah, Wham does do it on the tree line as anticipated. Meaning we'll either see him play, what, archers into a semi-fast castle, or maybe look to try and flood men-at-arms early on. Wait, did I get text? Huh? What are we talking about, Willis? And straight up into the archer range. So he does react to the racks. I think you're kind of happy with that if you're Wham. Like, forcing the archer range straight away. Like, sure, you got the racks, but, like, you can switch up into archers and horsemen easy peasy. Did he get enough food for horsemen? No, he didn't. Oh, God. This is like a classic Wham. I unfortunately see him encounter this problem a lot. He gets sheep grief. Sheep grief. Grief on the sheep. Get up the third attempt. He's sitting at 7 sheep. Meanwhile, MSN has got 16 as well as more food via the Madrasa. So MSN, actually, pressure is his best friend. What's up with that Arkan? All about farms. All about bows. I think that Wham is expecting to play defensively here, and that's what he's going to get off of doing this, right? You just kind of hunker down, try to set up farms as you go. Has a really nice area to wall back here as well, so it's a pretty secure area. Like, you can technically wall here into here, and then build your farms behind the TC. Wow. Well, actually, no, this is Pro Scouts. Okay. Now, that surprises me a little bit. After the rack's opening, he's got to be assuming there's going to be a reaction. What is it that he likes about this so much? Maybe the deer placements? One of them is between the two bases, though, so it does minimize one of the obvious options. And this does make a bit more sense to the Arkan, right? Like, I thought he was just taking, like, a bum situation and just dealing with it. In fairness, though, like, this definitely makes a lot of sense. Like, if you lost the sheep game this hard, you're going to need deer anyway. And this is, like, a common thing. I think we talked about the idea of mine work. I think if this wasn't Pro Scouts, mine work could make some sense. But Arkan tends to be more popular with Pro Scouts because you are inherently going to be buffing pretty much all the economy that matters by 35%. And because of how long Pro Scouts last, you're going to be buffing 20 plus workers as time goes on. Also pads you really nicely into farms afterwards, which, by the way, Wham has started to add in. Yeah, he's getting him early. Despite the fact he's going Pro Scouts, he's being kind of doubly greedy here. So pretty much just throwing the ball in MSN's court and saying, you will need to attack. You'll need to punish me for this. MSN is going to be prepping some gold. So it should be a priority into blacksmiths here. Well, it could also just be about getting, like, what, wheelbarrow? I honestly would have loved to have seen MSN play forward onto deer, but it's really scary to do against HRE because of their speed. Yeah, blacksmith now coming through. Already got into the military schools in Sapahi. Are rotating around the back. He will get eyeballs on. Now he has confirmation. This is where it becomes obvious what's happening here. Yeah, because with Arkan, why would you really want to do horsemen into Otto? Knowing that they have better horsemen. Good undermesh timing, by the way. Yeah, I like the Wham's prioritizing this, understanding that, like, he's going to have to fight for the Pro Scouts. The first one might be for free, but the additional is going to cost you. And yes, Ottoman production buildings are indeed cheaper. They only pay 90 resources, and that applies across the board except for military school. Siege Workshop also gets discounted down, but it's not down to 90. It's down to 166, which is still quite nice little savings there. Normally you pay 250 for those. And that, by the way, is why Ottomans have been seen as a desirable civ on water maps, or at least maps like Canal. The idea is that you can do a cheap racks opening to spam spears, or you can go for your own docks. Either way, you're paying less than your opponent would do to do the same. I think it's a pretty big lead when you think about it. Like, paying 90 resources instead of 150, that's basically 3/4 of your first spearman for free. Yeah, this is a bit wacky from Wham, man. I guess it's because he didn't think he'd be able to get the deer home quickly, so he decided to play scouts and farms? It's wild how good HRE economy can still feel that he's able to do this. The other side, Anatan, I'm too used to saying the VES, I'm thinking Anatan. Well, I'm saying instead is going for more military schools, but maybe a little bit early here. He has got the Imam points. So MSN is definitely looking to send it. Spying numbers are getting high, but the spear count for Wham is strong here. Yeah, it's not really a dive that feels feasible, even with the meta. He can at least try to intercept on the deer, but like that's where these spears are going to do remarkably well. Remember, HRE spears are faster. They've got an extra 0.1 tile range of movement. It's a lot. Especially when you consider the snowball effect of charging. But nice melee armor there. So MSN does contest him to start off with. He even activated the Fortitude, which feels really risky until you consider the fact that it's double horse to spear count. And he needs them killed quick. That was really smart. So remember, when you activate Fortitude, you do take more damage while doing more damage. But the logic here is if you outnumber, it's kind of similar to Varangian with Berserk from Byzantines. Like, if you have more, then yes, Berserk can make sense. So when you're outnumbered, it's illogical. But this is crazy. MSN, he needs to sneak out. He will find a way. Craftily well done, because Wham was cutting him off on the west side. So good dodge. Horseman will be able to chase down the meta. A meta who does not have melee armor on. That was weird. Yeah, MSN had no aura at all. So we'll switch it on now. That's important because it allows him to strip away 20% of the damage he'd be taking. Does that make sense when there's no range units? But it also makes sense when you outnumber your opponent, is the other thought. Because Berserk can hurt you just as much in melee as it does at ranged, to be honest. So the idea of what MSN done there, especially knowing you can heal afterwards, like, you know, you have 4 Sipahi compared to 2 spears. It's kind of the similar logic of, like, you know, having knights versus spears here. You want to have more spears than knights because then you brace and the other ones do additional damage. And Sipahi are indeed close to horseman speed, but not quite as fast. 1.75 compared to 1.88. The problem there for MSN, as you just saw the meta go down, the meta is slower. Yeah, so usually gets caught off easy peas. Actually, wait, no. My brain. I'm getting mixed up. I could have... Okay, chat. Maybe I'm just imagining this. But when Ottomans first came out, the Ottomans meta, he was 1.62, right? And then I think they increased it to 1.88. Which ever since they've done that change, we just don't really see the meta drums anymore. Maybe I'm imagining it. But yeah, the thing that would have slowed him down, by the way, is the scout. Because you always send a scout with a light cav, but the problem is the scout is 1.62. So that's why the meta was getting caught there. Because meta also always gets pushed to the back. Seeing those horsemen hitting him up, they have actually tied it towards the goal. So they're trying to pull MSN to the back of his base, which makes sense. Because Wham is splitting him. Look at the size of this army. Pro scouts... plus farms, man. And just look at the military force. It's crazy. Wham was just miles ahead. 51 to 28 military. MSN was trying for castle. But the problem is that raid around the back, Wham saw him on the gold. It made it dead obvious. Wham is going to back up, but only because he knows he can mirror attack here. Yeah, it secures the deer. He's prepping for his own age up. I imagine we're going to be looking at Regnants. But MSN, that idle time on the gold hurt him bad. Yeah, he's ready to go, but his gold isn't there. So he pulls 14 across onto gold. And the crazy thing is actually Wham probably could have sent it. Would have been an expensive fight, which is why he's showing respect, because it's 16 Sipahi to 17 spears. And he doesn't quite know if MSN's reinvested after that push. So instead he'll take the safe play. And the Pro Scouts has most definitely paid off. Yeah. I mean, the deer stack, like, there's barely anything left here, so he's almost achieved 75% of deer on map. There's still another deer pack to go. This is a problem, folks. Normally at this type of point in the game, you're talking about a need to go into mass farms and how bad it looks for HRE because very strong civ, but anyone doing a farm transition is going to be in a bit of trouble. Not with Pro Scouts. That's why it subtly remained a powerful pick for HRE. You know, not necessarily something you're going to do against Rouge, Shushi, Chinese, other civs that Pro Scout's faster. But against a civ that will ignore the deer the entire game, it's incredibly valuable. Means such a thing as too much greed, apparently. Wham. It's going to mirror the timing here, actually. Regnus is going to be coming through same time as Imperial Armory. Hey, guys, do you want me to tilt you quickly? Have you noticed that the bars for progress shorten or lengthen based on the length of the name of the landmark? Yeah, let that mess with your OCD a little. You're like, oh yeah, this one's going fast. Wait, is this one going faster? Horseman. Not the best of trades. Does find... Whoa, okay, that makes it better. He found 5 Sipahi? That's crazy. Wait, no. 6? I think that was 6. That's a fantastic hit. Damn. Damn, what a start there to the age up. Remember, the horsemen are worth a lot less than Sapai, especially for scaling into Castle and beyond. As you can see, MSN is still prepping more of them. But for WAM, it should be a switch up into something a bit more healthy. We've got some men-at-arms in the litter. Makes sense. It's going to be mainly about the spears because it's Sapahi, right? But the idea is the men-at-arms make it very hard for MSN to counter you with archers. I do like MSN's idea here, though. He's got the Mehmed Imperial Armory, and he's immediately queued up Springles. Springles is king. It's chief to trying to deal with the spear blob here. Especially effective in maps like Cliffside, where you're talking about these thin choke points. So units tend to blob up in waves. Relic game looking good for MSN, by the way. Yeah, he went for the Imam point, right? Yeah, Imam point into extra Imam. So he's winning Relic game. In fact, it looks like he's been snatching from Wido as well. Wham's going to make it a bit better. Manages to get 2 on his way home as well. Takes the 1 from the center. Okay, that's huge. And gets away on 5 HP. All right, so 2 relics, nice. Would have liked more. Now MSN looking for the dive through. Difficult to hang around with these veteran, fast-running spears chasing. Final relic is on MSN's side of the map, so that's an advantage. It feels like raw disadvantages elsewhere. Meta gonna get sniped. Gold. At risk. I mean, there's not much left of it anyway. Archers will keep giving chase. Thinks about turning around, but doesn't really want to contest against the men-at-arms. Knows more spearmen are coming. MSN, I mean, crossbow idea is good, but the problem is the archers counterplay him right now. How did MSN get outmassed that hard? He chose military schools, WAM picked HRE. There you go. Like WAM picked HRE and went pro scouts. Like, those are the key details you need. No. MSN just looks lost, man. Like, this reaction, pulling the villagers away so late. Against marching drill, HRE. He's going to try to switch under the tree line on the north side. He's out gathering the deer in the meantime. And... why is there a relic here? What? What? I am so confused right now. I think MSN lost track of that. Into the base, though, and MSN isn't just going to lose track of things. He's going to lose game 1. He's got shivs out from the villages. It's all futile. WAM's HRE able to stomp and annihilate the competition, and HRE, I don't think they've lost so far on Cliffside this week. Scary thought. Yeah, that was just impressive, man. Like, the scale of that army was disgusting. Pro Scouts plus farms, and somehow, just somehow, he's able to blob up uncontested. I think what happened is the initial raid that was meant to come in from MSN, his Sapahi whiffed, he didn't hit, and then he spent way too much time trying to get them out, so he wasn't doing anything to block Pro Scouts at a key moment. So game number 1, WAM into the lead. Game 2, Dry Arabia, Byzantines versus Abbasids. Sometimes MSN can betray himself with comfort picks, and this does feel like a bit of a comfort pick. You think Flux is better? Yeah, but like, Flux doesn't have this style, you know? Look how cool these glasses look. Look how cool these glasses look. The thing about Flux is, sure, you know, it's there on your PC. But when you want to make a statement, you want to look nice. Like, come on. It's obvious. You gotta get your hands on some fancy looking glasses. So I just go through all of them. I've got a lot of pairs. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? 7, I think. Not all prescription lens, though. I need to get them to send me more prescription lenses, actually. I try not to be greedy. I tried to test the frames. Actually, it's annoying because it feels wasteful that way. But, like, testing the frames and then order the prescription. Because, like, prescriptions cost a lot more to make than just the frames, right? You ever wear these outside? I've been wearing them at the moment. These have my updated prescription in, whereas these ones like outdated. These are for what people who want to look a bit more standout. Like, you know, the styles where it's a little bit more standard. I mean, these ones, for example, you can get in prescription lens. I've got them in sunglasses right now. But you got these ones as well. I like these ones, by the way. These ones look sick. Yeah, you can get these in prescription too. Blink. What benefit do I see wearing these? It's actually a big part that drew me towards Gunner is I actually like the look of them. I rate a lot of their different styles. They're very, like, some of them are much more bold, so not for every person, but I think their glasses designs in a lot of cases have a lot of character. And, you know, whether it's I'm an eccentric person or whatever, like, I like to look how I like to look, if that makes sense. You know? I don't know if I'd say, no, I guess different. Like, some people are just normies. I mean, you're talking to a person who, if I'm going to suit up, you're never going to catch me in a black suit. I think that's lame. Sorry, those that do enjoy it. Right? I'm like, okay, how do we make these colors pop? So, for me, it was a natural. But Gunner do have more tame styles as well. Did B win the last series? He did indeed. 3-1 in the end, so he's got Anatand in semis. And you keep glasses clean? Every single one of these comes with little what's it called? Cloths. In fact, I really like this. Usually with the different like Star ones, like the Fallout ones, you get it all Fallout themed. There's even a little tin can. You even get like the little. That's how you keep them clean. Like, these ones are specifically designed to, like, be better for clean glasses, right? And they actually do work. Like, compared to just wiping with your shirt. You can use your shirt, sure, but the microfiber cloths tend to be a lot better at actually getting smudges and crap off. I feel like when I try to clean with my shirt, I just go round in circles over and over again, trying to get that final smudge off. I mean, okay, like, the more you speak in general, the more you do sound like that normie person who wears, like, a very expensive Milano pitch black suit and just, like, you know. The fact that you even chose the word goofy straight away kind of makes your opinion clear. Have you ever considered being less of a negative Nelly? It would mean we'd have to put you down less like a fiber shirts. All right, dude. Next time, no, this is a thing. Chat. Remind me next time I'm on the line with Kilyadi. I'm just like when he's ready on stage drafting. I'm just gonna walk over and just take my glasses off and rub them on his shirt. All right, let's get ready to go. Our $20,000 weekly esports circuit delivers all kinds of wild things, and we really have outdone ourselves today. Abbasid's got picked in competitive. You can gasp now. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for MSN up against WAM in a best of 5 quarterfinal showdown here. Winner going up against either Vortex, Kilyadi, or Myriad. WAM with the Byzantines gets a powerful pick, though. I think this is the pick to look at, folks. Byzantines making it through drafting regularly that can be picked first. And I highly rate this, even higher than Japan, actually. I feel like this is the go-to one that delivers so often. Versatile pick, barely any maps where it feels bad. And I want to say, like, barely any matchups where it feels terrible, especially ever since the Hippodrome build got discovered. MSN. I wonder what he has in mind here, because Abbasids have been looking a little bit unreliable. Right? Like, this is almost like better in every way Civ versus worse in every way Civ. I mean, even the idea of, like, going 2TC here is a little bit awkward, because Byzantines have their own kind of 2TC effect off of the system build, which we are indeed seeing coming from WoW. Wait, so sorry, I'm just gonna like clarify this in chat. So Humaka's like, I'd rather be myself unapologetically after flaming people for being themselves unapologetically. Basically what you just done. And yes, we are welcome with Gigabyte again. Always click that link when it pops up, folks. In fact, !Gigabyte to check them out. I'm so excited to get my hands on that OLED monitor, man. I'm so excited to see what MSN's got in mind here. Like, how does he make this work? What is the different play for him? You know, those that don't know MSN, he's a little bit obsessive with the Middle Eastern civs. This guy highly rates Iabid as well as Abbasid a lot of times in drafts. And quite often, I will be honest, it feels like it's to his downside. You know, people have comfort picks, but I do feel like he often just tries to shoehorn them in. Being one game down feels like an awkward place to do so. But maybe there's a logic here, right? Like, throw out the Abbasids. Maybe you have a interesting strategy, but you find your opponent's draft, right? That will be HRE and Byzantine's picked by Wham. His two high prior picks. MSN. So he's got 11 sheep. Wham, cozy at 13. And we have got an interesting... Whoa. Interesting was my first choice of word. I'm just going to call this what this is. This is BS. What? Look at that spawn. Oh my god. Wham. Did he marry Marino's mom? Like, how did he come across the spawns? This is ridiculous. Double tree line, tiny wallable area, deer plus berries behind it. I mean, this is the dream, man. Wham's loving life. Oh my god. I mean, this berry is a little bit more risky to the north side, sure, but who cares? You got plenty to hunker down with. I mean, you could actually open up onto this as your second berry patch, considering that Abbasids are probably going to go for 2 TC. We are going to get opening aggression out of the Abbasids. But I don't know if you really have to... Yeah, actually you will. I was about to say, I don't know if you have to care, because you could technically just get your Lombos. But the Lombos are going to take some time. So for that reason, it might be that, like, Wham has to outpost here instead. Not a bad idea to kind of block this route. Ah, he's going to go for the wall instead. All right, props to him. I wondered if he'd do wall because this can be broken through gradually. But it probably feels a lot more secure than going outpost, because if you go outpost here, your opponent can sneak by here and then get around the back on the gold. So then you need a second outpost. But these walls, like overall, are going to be cheaper than building 2 towers. Probably take slightly less time too. Might want to be quick about this though. Wham does get the info of the scout. MSN, not to be deterred. He has split up though, so he's got archers going to the left side. And the walls, it looks like it is going to be quick enough. Wham ends up with one on the outskirts. Sorry. I think you didn't get the memo, sir. We are on the west. And the scout, oh, he sacks it. Wham, loses the scout to buy more time. More walls are coming up, though. And the gate, he's seen it. Guys, this wall isn't complete. Wham's walls may actually come to be a big fat L. But the cool thing, actually, is MSN. He sent the archer the other way. Yeah, he sent him on the left side. I don't think Wham realized it at first. He actually could have probably repaired that wall fully. He's going to try for it now. MSN is not looking. Oh, God, no. MSN, come on. No, he doesn't realize. So walls will be complete. Wham is doing everything possible to not have to build archers. So for anyone wondering, like, why doesn't Wham just, like, build a few units? He's trying to get the olive oil for Lombos. Because Lombos fully solves this. And he knows that the Abbasids have a really powerful play here, where you go military wing into horsemen. So your opponent wants you to build archers. He kind of needs you to build archers to justify this. What Wham's trying to do is get 5 Lombos and then straight up go probably horsemen here. Nice snipe there. First blood drawn. Bit greedy on assistance, by the way. But he has already got the walls up. So once he gets these guys out of the back of his base, it will be good. The problem is, how the hell do you get these guys out of your base until you start building troops? There you go. Western contract queued up. Was this really worth it? I guess because MSN's all-inning, kind of. Also, MSN seems to have forgotten that rally points are a thing. Wait, what? Huh? Oh my god, he's so focused on the micro, he's not moving anything. What? You've got to be kidding me. What? No, this must have been a misclick. That is disastrous. MSN, I mean, this idea is cool. It actually works if you have extra troopers coming, but... Bro, like, come on. Oh my god, no. Someone's gonna be like, this is to surprise him. He's gonna bait Wham into overextending. I don't think so. I think Wham just sits. Good doggy, you know? Like, why rush out? You've already set up walls to be defensive. Lombos are slow moving anyway. Unbelievable. Hey, I'd get up from my chair and have a walk after this one. The thing is, for anyone who's watched an MSN stream, there is like probably 40% probability that his brother's just standing behind him in only his boxes. Trying to distract him. And there you go. Groin watch finally over. He said. Oh, come on. Just the archer play is... Wait, why are the horsemen not moving? MSN. This build feels as out of touch as the actual MSN instant messaging service, yeah. I think like this idea works if Wham comes out, but like if not, doesn't Wham just chill? You think he's doing this on purpose? Yeah, but the part that feels a bit weird. Actually, I guess like the archer standing here isn't too bad because of the scout, right? The scout died. But yeah, the archer's just got seen. Okay, he's hiding the horseman all the way back. I don't know if the archers were on purpose, though. And Core is right. We have seen him do this a lot. I just don't know if I rate it here. I guess the fault for MSN is that Wham will tech up. And then he just dives him and kills him. Now, he's going under mesh. Yeah, good call out there, Core. Like, I remember we actually watched him do this to Dumu. Where he built, like, I think it was 40 or 50 horsemen. And actually, dude, I kind of want him to, like, prove my concerns wrong completely here. I thought that Wham would build Limitane. Because, like, normally you expect the bastards to do horsemen. But Wham losing that scout means he never confirmed it. And I think he still hasn't because the stables is back here. Oh, this is disgusting. MSN. They're ready to go. The horsemen. They're marching across. I think the reason as well is like MSN didn't need to rally them to the corner or anything because of that scout loss. Like, I wonder if this was always the idea or if it's specifically because of Wham's loss of scout. But here we go. Wham. He gets the bad news. The horsemen, they're here. Golden Horn Tower, half built. MSN. He's going to ride right past. Panic mode from Wham. He tries to rush it up. But the horsemen already here. Akratoy activated just to try and run away. This is actually happening. MSN. Who was that was saying 3-0? No. Archer's horseman now moving across. The Lombo's in danger. He was looking to try and secure the veterancy to allow them to fight back. That's now not going to be there. The archers get ran away. The villager count is down to 22. 1 TC Abbasids. All right, dude, I bow down. MSN, man. I've seen him try these plays, and I've seen them fail a lot in the past. I think you won't mind me saying. Some people will be deterred. Some people would stop. But not MSN. What a game of Age of Empires 4. Oh, man. I'm like, what do I cause once? Like, I had my doubts. Oh my god. You know what the thing is that like made me wonder if he legit had forgotten? There was a moment where he like rallied the archers and then starts moving them. I'm like, so did he actually forget? I think the thing that like debated me as well is like, especially the archer range did not rally anywhere. But in fairness, like in hindsight, if you remember, guys, the stables rallied very slightly behind it. So like he had clicked somewhere at some point. Cheeky son of a gun, man. Oh, what a cool game. That is sick. An Abbasid win. Wow. How do you time it so perfectly? Because it was just a fast castle biz build. It's like, when you consider the walls, you may be like 30 seconds or so out, maybe. But like, I think that scout kill was huge. That scout kill was huge. I love watching games where I get things wrong. Yeah, like it gives the haters something to go whine about in their secret discords. But also, like, I think I've talked about this before. I hate being right. Like, if the meta is in a position where I can call a game start to finish, it's boring. So boring. And this is why I love that we have Midweek Masters. We have upcoming aspiring pros with different approaches. And, like, you know, we said this is one we've seen MSN do a lot in the past. And it's failed a lot. There's a lot of situations where it's backfired. I feel like, off the top of my head, it's failed more than it's worked. But that may be his best execution yet. That was sick. That was so cool. What a game, too. All right, next up, we have got Delhi versus Roos. We're going to high view. Oh, Pigeon's view. Oh, my chest feels a bit rough. What the hell? And Roos versus Delhi, right? I really like Delhi on this map, actually. NA Age of Empires 4 should be scared right now. Because MSN has made them bleed. Wham, who would be considered by far the favorite here, just got walloped by MSN's Abbasid pick. We now hop into game number 3 to split the tiebreaker, to see who's going to be on match point in this best of 5. Wham was able to get the first, but MSN with a quick strike back, and now MSN into the Roos versus the Delhi here on an improved version of Highview. Gotta say, I'm a really big fan of Delhi here. This map feels really good for them because of how easily you can constrict with the sacred sites. Upsides for Roos, we're talking about a map with a lot of stealth forest. Roos are very happy with that because of the additional scouts they build into. Scouts that are already on the way, and I love this beginning from MSN. He moves out for the hunting cabin super wide because on this map, you want to embed it in the tree line, in the fog, because you get extra gold. And he leaves a sheep here so that he doesn't have to rush the villagers home too quickly. What's different on Pigeon's view? We fixed a lot of problems. So, for a start, relic placement overall feels a lot more balanced. You can actually see it's like a perfect Z, actually, almost. Or S, I guess. The other thing is sacred sites. Sacred sites and trade. So instead of having 3 sacred sites like old Highview did, we fixed it to 2, and then we also moved the trade post to the center. You know, we decided to test this, by the way, because they did update Highview. And I remember I was talking to Cavallo about this. We like looked it over and we looked at the details. And like any ego aside, we just came to the conclusion that Pigeon's view still was better balanced spawns on average. Which is why we still use it. And in fact, we're not alone in that. Guys, like we're seeing other tournament organizers start to use the map as well. So, must have done something right. MSN. What isn't going so right is the sheep rotation. No. Wham demolished him there. 15 sheep. There's probably about 5 more up for grabs maximum. Right now, MSN has like, what, 11? He has been gathering from the sheep as a difference, right? But like, this is still great for Wham. And also this... Yeah, this continues to be great for Wham. Oh my. Also, let me flip those names around. Wham the double deer back this tight together, he can just open spears to defend this if he wants to. Might be he just goes Ghazi to try and raid. I mean, it's very weird sometimes to like open Ghazi into Roost just because you can block the pro scouts. One on this map it might be difficult, whereas spears is a better direct counter. The other reason why you really like Ghazi is so you can dive your opponent. But like, how do you dive Roost? I know English gets the rep as the hardest civ to dive, but like in some ways, Roost is harder because they never gather gold. I thought I didn't want like it seemed weird to say at the time, but I thought maybe he'd done this to pull them across onto gold. So he's massing knights then, or is this about a much more aggressive timing into pro scouts? Okay, no, it's just getting a little bit weirder. So he pulls the 2 villagers back after finishing the sheep. I mean, this has to be knights, right? I guess you do get a quicker pro scout timing. I mean, he kind of has to because he done 1 hunting cabin. It just looks very odd to see Roost doing this, like actually exposing themselves. Yeah, because you got 25 gold. Normally you get like, what, about 30 or so off of double hunting cabin. Arch range beginning. And you're right, he actually bought wood. Oh. Can I just say how much of a joy MSN is to watch in this? You know, the thing is, anyone can do a different build and lose. But last game, he done a very different build and won. And he made it look so trivial. Like, just don't show your troops for a few minutes and then bum rush him, lol. And now we've got almost what feels like he wanted to pick Iobids but didn't want to. Does that make sense? Like, he's gathering gold to trade 100 for 150 wood. Like, it's kind of like he's getting a mini industry wing effect as Iobids. It's so odd, but so intriguing. MSN. Now just getting eyeballs on. And wham. He did open stables. Okay, so wait, did he scout? Uh-oh. Yep, it's all been seen. So Wham already has Ghazi. He could just go Ghazi Spear here, right? This is a tricky thing. I think Wham's going to be on watch this time. After what happened last game, he doesn't want to repeat. Last game, if you remember, guys, his scout got sniped, which is what allowed MSN to get that insane one-up over the Canadian. This time around, that scout is staying far, far away from the threats. Wham, blacksmith on the way. MSN is walling up. I think it's because he knows he needs to be the attacker here. And the wall... Oh. Oh, no. No, he stops him. Wait, no. Ends up on the wrong side. Whoops. Okay, so wall is going to go up. Ghazi will move away. If he just scales Ghazi, you can kind of pinch knights one by one. Especially on a map like this. And that also does give you this flow to jump between sacred sites, which MSN's probably not going to feel safe with unless he goes for the abandoned outposts, which you're going to have to fight to get anyway, right? But there we go. Rax is coming in. So one cool thing about going with the Rax is you can actually wall in the sacred sites eventually. Can't Roost go both Pro Scouts and Feudal Knights? Yeah, but they can't achieve like a Knight Archer time like this, right? So MSN is valuing the earlier presence of Knight Archer as a combo over Pro Scouts. I'm not entirely convinced by it. It does feel a little bit odd. Because right now he hasn't been able to do anything. Now, last game when we saw MSN stockpile into this big push, everything was hidden. He started military wing with Abbasids. He hid the archery range because the scout died. The stables was intentionally hidden. But in this game, Wham already has all the info. So there's no bamboozle effect. And yes, you can stay competitive with Pro Scouts because the idea is the better gathering rate allows you to recoup the loss. But, like, you're going to be exposed early on, and Ghazi's going to like pressure. Oh, you mean Sacred Site? Yeah, like I see the discussion now being talked about. Yeah, like Sacred Sites will be given over for sure. We have some mixed success with these Knight builds, by the way. Sometimes Roost players have just been straight up choosing the Castle instead. I do rate the Knight play. Even when we've seen it lose, it's looked impressive in ways. Like we had the Vortex versus CSO series several weeks ago. And the Knights, whoa, hold up. Textiles is there, so Wham was anticipating. But his reaction, a little bit questionable. No, the villagers weren't able to get away from that. MSN with the pin. Gets a triple kill. And only costs him, I think that was the scout? He's happy with that, but the Ghazi now trying to mirror the rotation, but Wham won't be able to find it. On top of that, it looks like Wham may have had an idle TC. Yeah, what? Actually, no, that's probably just the textiles with the, like, 25 if you don't have a scholar inside, maybe? Yeah, 3 worker kills in a little bit. Like, it's like 4.5 workers. If I remember correctly, textiles without any scholars garrisoned is 25 seconds. That would explain it. It's a good strike there. Wham is now going for Sacred Site timings. I like this. Sneaking in. Hello. Oh, God. Archer villagers against Ghazi. Could you come up with a worse 2-point combo? Villagers just trying to run by, but Wham does get his revenge, so we'll be able to strike down 2. Might even be able to make it a 3rd. In fact, yeah, he's going to target them down. Make it a 4th. And loses nothing for it, bar 1 Ghazi. Wow. Not just that, look at what it done. Knights have to come home. Sacred Site now gets control. Wow, that was a beautiful one too. Baits his opponent to react behind, and then takes what he really wants. Knights are still playing upfield. They're looking for those villagers, and Wham, this time he has enough spears. Yeah, this is where it gets scary, because like MSN, with the comp he's chosen, he's a little bit exposed if he brings the archers up right now. So he's just trying to raid Wham to death to build a lead. It's just not working though. He's the one getting raided to death. I know, like, someone can definitely fact check me, but I'm pretty sure that textiles for Delhi is 25 seconds without any scholars. I think. Yes. Just confirmed it. It is indeed 25. The crap you remember. Ghazi. That wasn't a great trade. The follow-up's going to be better, though. Yeah, even with the TC there, I think... Is MSN out of food? He is. He's down to 2 sheep, and I think Wham realizes it, which is why he keeps pushing. Spears are following up afterwards. I mean, actually, like... We got surprised so much by the goal, we didn't talk about this. What is this spawn? Okay, this is both the best spawn ever and the worst spawn ever. You know, when you're winning, this is a great spawn. But when you're losing, this is nightmare fuel. Double berry and deer bag. Oh, good God. Wow, I'm now just going to lock in both sacred sites. I mean, MSN, if you could wall this maybe, but how do you wall this? I mean, this side he probably should have walled, but like this is very open. Knights are going to catch Wham. Hello. Guten by. It's difficult. She gets his ships out. I mean, with textiles, you kind of can afford. Like, that's crazy. Is he going to lose a single villager? The spears show up! MSN gets 1 for all that effort. Loses 2 knights. And the Ghazi are already diving into pressure again. Not just that, guys. Wham is going castle. All right. Everyone who's been like K-Pig pogging, hyping, they're like, MSN, what a monster, what an incredible player. Game number 2. He's going to do it. It's going to be a 3-1 sweep. It doesn't look like it. MSN's army is baby level. Meanwhile, Wham has substantially more military and is about to go castle. This is brutal. I think we're probably going to see a quick wave of the white flag at this rate. Yeah, Wham gets the final drop off. And tough one is actually, like, Lancers of Delhi can contest even Castle Age Roost Knights. You know, it's Boy's Fortitude versus Home Blades. Home Blades being +3. And in a fight, you're probably going to take about 10 hits to kill. So that's an extra 30 damage versus Boy's Fortitude at 25 health. So Delhi Lancers, even if this was Castle on Castle, can win. I don't think that detail is going to matter. MSN gets caught coming out. Archers will get ran down. They're not able to run away from the Ghazi, and that means it's just going to be, what, Spearmen versus Knights? Not a good look for MSN. Double Sacred Site is ticking down, so it's got some way to go. I mean, MSN could technically find a decap. My concern is, Wham, is he already in position? 1 relic, 2 relics. Doesn't even matter. GG. MSN, the way that I guess I describe this right now is he has some interesting openings. We usually talk about this idea of like tactics versus strategies. And I think Dragavan was another example of this. We used to talk about him for this. Like he has really cool ideas, like tactics, but you need to flesh them into strategies. And I think the problem for MSN is the strategy that would have led from this tactic relied on a lot of subterfuge. This wasn't meant to be seen, right? Similar to game number 2. Wham! He may make that mistake of getting caught off guard like he did in game 2 once. I'd be surprised if he makes it again. I think Archer was a mistake. Yeah, and that was like his opening play, right? I think the thing that's weird about Archer as an opening is he probably assumed that Wham would have expected him to go Pro Scouts. And because Wham expects him to go Pro Scouts, like normally, you know, a good blocker to Pro Scouts is Spearman. But I think Delhi can just Ghazi. Like, Delhi quite often are fine with opening Ghazi. They're very good at killing Scouts. And then you have a unit that is robust afterwards, right? Like, you definitely don't feel like you want to build Spears into Roost usually anyway, because, like, it's an Archer Civ. Archer Knight Civ, right? It's a little bit of a tricky one. Like, cool idea, I guess, but I like to see that he's trying to play these civs in different ways. Next up, we're going to Gorge. It's going to be Shushi versus Mali. I think this is a pretty close matchup in terms of civ picks. Gorge is an interesting one, though. Like, actually, I think that might favor Shushi a bit more because of the split nature. And, like, getting the extra pit mines can be harder. You see Mali winning this matchup, usually? Interesting. We were just talking to one of the other pros about this, who also talks with like Marine Lord a lot, and we had a split. It was interesting to hear the different thoughts. It's like I felt more like what Marine Lord said, which is he said he thinks it's like quite even, and I think the other player, I think it actually might have been Wham, I believe he said that it was. Did he say it was Mali in favor? Let me find it. Yeah, I think I can't find Wham's thought on it now. I was looking through the chat logs. I think this is like execution based though. Like the magic one we saw was brutal for the Malian pick last time. But that was Coastal Cliffs, that was Magic versus I think Voldemar. And Magic just wasn't well enough first in it. But let's see what we're gonna get here. Actually, I'm a little bit surprised by this. We hop into game number 4, and MSN has not picked the other Middle Eastern Civ. No, he's saving it as an ace up his sleeve for game number 5, if he can get there. But it's going to be tough. Wham, proving he's no pushover. In the last game, he's picked Malians for Gorge. Meanwhile, it's going to be MSN going to the Shushi. I think Sushi, I quite like them on a map like Gorge because of the split nature of the deer. Like, Pro Scouts is very hard to block with this. Especially considering that, like, Mali usually plays anti-Pro Scout. But they do so via Scouts, not so much Donzo. The other thing that can sometimes feel weird with Malians on this map, which is why I'm still surprised it gets picked so often, is the gold. Your second gold is a mile away, no matter where you look, right? It's actually very tough to secure that second vein. I guess 1-4 is like, this is a pretty good defensive map. Gorge is the type of map that you can block forward resources, but you can't easily dive on. With exceptions being made, maybe with like Byzantines. Like, we used to see Byzantines was really good into Mali on this map, with the Merc rush timing into Akira Siphon. Yeah, it's interesting to hear like different people's opinions on this matchup, right? Like, I think we just had Core saying, what's it called? Were you saying you think it's like Mali favored? And then we have, I think the results I've been seeing like is a little bit mixed, depends on map. And we were just saying Marine Lord thinks it's like very close. I think Wham was leaning this being Malian favored. I guess the difference actually, like when you think about the comps you go for, so far Poison Archers has been looking like the bread and butter that you want to aim for. And I think Sushi don't necessarily do a good job of stopping you scaling that earlier. Because, you know, normally you're talking about civs that will force you into Donzo Javs. We've seen a few players trying to do Sushi Chuganu recently, but it hasn't been that impressive. You definitely like don't want to have to do Chug against this civ. 15 sheep to begin with. 16 for Wham. And it looks like they have perfectly cleared the map between them. It's a pretty even game. Meditation Garden is going to be boring. Underwhelming. It's not MSN's fault. It's just the nature of Medi Gardens these days. I mean, he could have gotten double stone over here. But, well, are you really worried about Mali diving you before castle? Probably not. So he'd rather have the food and gold. And looking with the 4 and gold, this definitely seems to be a Pro Scout timing. Wow, Mansa's being built. A lot of wood gatherers. Likely going to be seeing a stable beginning into opening scouts. Normally what this does, and I think MSN is already maybe prepping himself for that, is it forces a Rax reaction out of Sushi. Because if you don't Rax, your scouts lose to Mali scouts. What's Sushi's win percentage in this matchup? I mean, this matchup and these players is two very different questions to give to Core, though. Like, if you think about, like, win percentages, I'd put Wham at, like... You put him at, like, 85% here. I think the record these two players shows that. Because, like, I think the small, like, percent for MSN, I think his edge isn't in just, like, the straight, organic, normal play. Like, Wham has the edge there, right? It's the curveballs he throws. I just don't know what your curveball is with Sushi. Because I feel like 9 times out of 10, anything but just trying to get Pro Scouts fast castle feels bad. Yeah, okay, he's going to go straight stables. Now, that is interesting. So, Wham has no desire to play into Pro Scouts himself. It's just going to be a straight up blocker. Is he going full send? Donzo are pretty good at sniping out the scouts, remember, because the javelin throw is actually a ranged attack, but it gets bonus against cav. And scouts have no resistance whatsoever. Yeah, maybe he's also worried that Sushi was going to open horsemen, which isn't unusual, right? Like, quite often we see Sushi go 1 or 2 horsemen, especially if they think it's a pro scout and pro scout game. And wait, what is MSN up to? He's got 127 gold. I guess he saw... Wait, did he see anything? Okay, so he's got, like, Pro Scouts coming in. 127 gold. What does he want the gold for? Undermesh, maybe? Yeah, dude, like, Core baited me as well, dude. I was like, does he not already have Pro Scouts? And I realized he picked up a deer. Okay, so he's going to get hardened, right? And then I guess, do you prioritize Eco or Blacksmith? we'll forgive Core for not seeing the Pro Scouts, because, like, in fairness to him, if there's any Civ that you often don't notice it with, it's Sushi in China, because it only takes them 24 seconds to research, which is still absolutely bonkers. So this is an interesting position for MSN to be in. He's confidently believed the spears would cover him because he's probably been expecting Warrior Scouts, as is usually the norm for most Malian players. And now it's going to force him to Chug, but look at what Wham's already done. He's got Javs. Yeah, and you do kind of need a switch here as MSN. You can't just spear blob into spear, because your spears are piece for piece worse. The Donzos may cost more, but they come with a lot more effective HP via the melee armor. On top of that, they get that hybridized attack. Wham, by the way, has forgotten to upgrade these Donzos. Oops. Yeah, they've got less health right now, less damage. Maybe he just prioritized the javelin timing instead. But it's starting to feel like a little bit of an oversight, as it's only 15 food, 35 gold, and he definitely has enough for that. And this is what I was talking about Pro Scout Sushi feeling really good. Even if you get blocked on one side, you have variants. You can play east or west side. Get it? That was a variant joke because, like, it's a variant civ and I hate myself. Cheek massing up, though. Is MSN looking for a horseman switch? Or is he straight up just going to Chug spear into Javs? Which sounds like some truly unhinged gaming, by the way. Oh my god, Wham still doesn't realize that these Donzos aren't upgraded, does he? There's no world in which you scale close to 10 Donzos without getting hardened, unless you forgot. It's a pretty big deal, actually, because it means that these normie spears can actually beat Donzos 1-to-1. Donzos will still be good against that. And finally, there we go. Hardened on the way. I love that Wham's just taking a bit of a different experimental approach here. Like, Jab plus Donzo is not uncommon to see. I think also part of this is the map. Like, Gorge is... I think people rediscovered that the Donzo Javelin aggro build was really good back in the peak of Pro Scouts. Especially if your opponent is going Pro Scouts like this, right? And finally, we do have the reaction we were waiting for. So MSN's going into Horseman now. Now, I think in the early days of this channel, we experimented with, like, having our face on camera versus not. And the feedback was that people didn't want the camera up. So I don't know. And yes, Malian pit mine is bugged. The Mansa Quarry counts as a pit mine. Which, I mean, is technically correct. It is basically a pit mine. Yo, let's rebalance Mansa Quarry. You have to build houses around it to get the full gold. Javs. Villager's going to come in clutch here for MSN just to kind of dodge the shots. And in fairness, if he weathers the storm long enough here, remember... He has got Pro Scouts. He has got Deer Gathering Rate, which is powerful. I believe... Has Wham been gathering cow? No, he's been adding them in. So yeah, he's played out into Deer to mirror the rate, but doesn't have survival techniques. But he does at least have ranchers. So he's keeping up with the value of Pro Scouts. Second worker going down. Taxman's a big deal here. Remember, the taxmen cost 150. It's not like China, where you actually accept tax losses over villager losses. And the javelin, for the love of God, please stop attacking the meditation gun. They've attacked it a few times so far. It's just so awkward to play Chugin or Javs. The problem is you're so much slower. Here we go. This is meant to be his surprise mother ducker moment. Springs into action with the horseman. Wham in full retreat, panic, and researching the Donzos, but he's going to need time for that. He may actually have to throw the Donzos at this. Turns around with the stab right now. The Javelin just dive in for the trade. Says, screw it. I'll lose if I keep running. So he gets rid of the tube to enable the Donzo. 6 of them in the fight right now. There's a lot of javelins being sacrificed. MSN, is he doing this again with Horseman? Game number 2, Horseman ambush. Game 4, he does it again. Can he find a win off of those? The real question now. Wham is a very different game. It's not like MSN got up to 20 and then says, surprise mother ducker. He does still have a standing army, but this was expensive on the losses. The javelins are 120 resources each, and they all just got wiped. Dane says, I ain't done yet. Marches home. Eco looks good. I think this is now where he's thinking about Castle Age, and wham. He was not expecting that. No, you could tell he was not ready for the timing. I mean, the panic reaction of more Donzos really gave it away. MSN. What a legend. I mean, even just like for anyone getting one game off a wham, if they're not in the established top 16, that's impressive. If he forces a 5th game here, then it would definitely be fair to say that the MSN's in like his best shape ever. But he does have a challenge. He's thinking about Castle, but so is Wham. Yeah, the problem is the Horseman push was good, but ranches were set up. Right, Wham, he's got 11 cow now. MSN's at least gonna go for the burn on the flanks. Remember what we talked about? Gorge sucks for this. Gorge puts you really exposed with your pit mine placements. So at least get some strip value there. The Donzos are on the way. He won't be able to secure the pit mine before it goes down, but the more important thing for Wham is that Fulani is coming in. And MSN hasn't even started the age up yet. So we're getting what? Lancer spam versus G Sofa Muso? I mean, the more obvious thing is Sofa Donzo, right? But the true Lancer builds for Shushi have been looking decent recently. Wow, he's going Shaolin Monastery. Okay. Interesting, because I wouldn't say that like MSN has full reliable map control. It kind of looks like it for now, but with Sofa coming into the play, that's the problem. Like, Sofa's very threatening here. Especially once vetted. I mean, Chuga barely going to register damage. Instead, the weirder part is that he prioritized Donzos. Yeah, he just straight up upgraded them. And I love this, though. Imported armors before Veterancy, because Veterancy only takes 30 seconds. So he wants the power spike of 2 upgrades on the Sofa at once. Donzos are going to get found. Chug chase them down. So we'll better start burning out all the houses. Deer is almost ran out here for Wham. And, interesting cut there. He tried to hold both sides. So Wham just runs out the other. Stabs his way out. Now the Sofa looking for a stab at it. Imported armors just 25 seconds away. Wham prioritizes additional Sofa over getting the Veterancy. This play, I think, has been the best in the tournament. What, you mean this week? Anno has been looking clean. So clean. B, definitely not without his weak points, right? Like, as you can see, the hits he's taken. I think Anatan is the cleanest one. I mean, like, you can't argue with a 2-0, 3-0, right? A lot of houses burnt down over here, and there's the veterans we were waiting on. So, Wham, now very scary. Repeater crossbows haven't been upgraded. They're just going to be thrown away. There's no getting away from Sofa. Yeah, he's already been reduced down to just 1 damage per shot. Wow, props to him on this. He's already prepping the monks. Did he scout the monastery, maybe? Quite possible. Like, he only has the 1 warrior scout. And it feels like he's been on the backside, but it may be that he got a glimpse of it. So he knows that relics are win con for MSN. For Wham, he just needs to deny them. Like, if you split them plus the cow, you're in a good shape. And the Shalamong. Hey, that's mine! No, you get out. Lancers will at least block it, but I don't know if they can stay here. No, Donzos are coming. So wow, I'm looking like he can at least deny 2 relics at this rate. Actually, what? He's going to make it free. Yeah, trip relic denials. He's bringing another one home. So somehow, despite the Shalamong build, MSN is going to end up with the pennies left over. Has also started moving out the flanks onto the ball. Balls are coming up. The guys, the sofa numbers are crazy. 16 sofa to 9 knights. This is the new meta for Malians, right? I feel like it's been there as an element, but it's become the full focus point in recent times. You know, we don't really see 50 Donzo, 50 Javelins as much, but Sofa are king. So far have been the cherry on top for the Malians. Well, actually, not even that. They've been the main ingredient in the cake. It's a little bit scary into Lancers with the Dali horses. The Donzos are going to come out to make that a little bit better. The problem right now is the Chuganu are getting a good trade. Yeah, a little bit of a weird breakaway. Wham, he didn't steer them into the Chug. He's worried about the spears. Finally, his Donzos do reinforce, but MSN with the target fire down. So for numbers were there at the beginning, but MSN will turn it around. A discombobulated fight out of Wham. As he ended up stuck with his troops on the wrong sides of the engagement. Donzo were getting sniped by Chug on the separate side to the cavalry. As a result, Wham does come out battered and bruised, but he's got an archer switch on the way now. It's a good start for MSN, but he's still got problems to resolve here, right? Like, this is still Cow after all. Wow, even sneaking the berries to bolster further. Yeah, I think this is like the obnoxious thing, is like getting 1 win isn't good enough against Mali. They already have their farm transition. It's just you can't see it because the cow ate all of the seeds. MSN, I mean, we're talking about Civ that has to make a farm transition at some point. The scariest point in the game for them. He's at least delaying with the play onto the boar and the berries. But it's going to be inevitable. Like, at this rate, unless he can get a fight win, he will have to solve the food issue, the infinite food issue, which Wham's already done. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that Wham already has more troops again. MSN just seems to be Lancer onlying, but he's Lancer reacting in his base. There's zero pressure onto Wham's side. I don't think MSN realizes how big Wham's army is. Was he maybe expecting only Sofa again? Because the way he's been positioning his Lancers feels like he was expecting Sofa, but then why not just switch spears, right? I know you're going to be up against archers, but it has to be better than building mass Lancer and staying at home. And oh my god, he gets a glimpse of it. He's like, wait, didn't I kill that army already? I could have sworn I beat that army. He's trying to get the Chug numbers up now, but I mean, Toxin archers, Sofa. This is going to try to pick some reinforcement lances. I mean, this is what I was hoping we'd see a little bit earlier from MSN, onto the exposed resources. He wasn't able to do it, and I think he's now starting to realize just how ridiculous this is getting. This is classic Mali Zerg. Archer, spears, making up the bulk of it, and just enough Sofa to keep you doubting yourself on what you're building. MSN, it's a full retreat back to base. Villagers? Okay, so this is the type of thing we want to see from MSN. Lancer raids. Finding a few villager kills here or there. The question now is, was this too little too late? Because Wham has double the military power. If you go for raids, surely Wham can do the same. Maybe some emplacements could help him out here. Yeah, He's at least got the gathering in the back corner, which isn't being harassed right now. It's a full steer to the east side. I think Wham is just showing respect until the next wave gets here. The numbers are definitely on his side, just not in the fight right now. Lancer count up at 22. But the Donzos hiding behind the tree line. Archer standing their ground. Wham refuses to budge. And the pushback might be real here. I mean, yes, a decent amount of archers removed, but now the Sofa get access to the Tube because the Donzo are chasing. MSN looks for the recommitment, down to just 12 Lancers. Poison Arrows is doing a lot of work here, and this is gonna be the break. Wham may bleed, but he will not fall. It's gonna be a 3-1 victory for the Canadian. Props to MSN for that game number 2. I mean, he tricked me as much as he tricked Wham, but in the end, the experience oozes through as Wham will take it 3-1. Commiserations to MSN. A bloody good effort and an interesting game number 2, though. You can't take that away from him. Lan had me doubting myself throughout the whole thing. And clearly Wham had his doubts about what was really happening. But in the end, it is going to be Wham making it through to semifinals. So we know Anatan B. And we still have one more semi-finalist to be revealed. So it looks like, I think, Myriad, Kilyadi, and Vortex are going to try to rush those series between them rather, probably tomorrow. And then we'll probably have, I don't know, I guess both semis on Thursday seems quite likely. Why did Scout FF? He was unavailable. We were very close to calling for like an FF on the Myriad Kilyadi one, but I think they're going to play tomorrow. And then Vortex should be available for quarterfinals. And like, I think the thing we're going to say is if they aren't available when Vortex is available, then like they will be FF'd out because like Vortex has been waiting. So he's definitely not been holding it up. But yeah, just going to add in the scores. Still impressive though. Like props to MSN. As you're going to see here, he did manage to get a game, which is no more small feat against someone like Wham. Especially the way that the MSN was able to do it. There you go. Update coming through. So, what does that mean? Kilyadi should get to play Vortex. I mean, where is the problem? I haven't seen what the full scheduling availability was. So, I'm leaving that to my admin, who has full vision, full transparency on the whole process. Because it could be that, like, maybe Kilyadi wasn't available at a certain hour. I don't know fully. Based on public info, like it would seem like Myriad was very busy on the weekend with the other tournament. But I'll trust Tommy to sort that one. But guys, that is going to bring us to a close. We've been live for 8 hours. If you guys aren't following the channel, that's absolutely free to do, and I recommend doing that. You should be doing it already. You should also be sharing around, letting people know. When you see the Reddit threads, make sure you upvote them. Clips, send them onto Reddit. Send them to different Discords. Let everyone know that this is the place to be for your Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Because next stream is going to be on Thursday, and it is going to be a fun one. We will have Finals Thursday once again upon us for week number 3 of our 40-week esports circuit. Anatan versus B, and MSN versus either Vortex, Kilyadi, or Myriad. It's going to be phenomenal. You don't want to miss it. Reminder, we will post out in the Discord as well as on Reddit when that begins. So make sure your bare minimum in my Discord is what I recommend. Because not only do you get all the information, you'll also be able to meet like-minded gamers to play with. !Discord for that. And then finally, reminder about ! Gigabyte. We've got one of these awesome monitors coming. So join me in grabbing one and let me know what you guys think. Or just bare minimum, go check them out. It's good to be in the loop and understand OLEDs and why they're so valuable as the next step for an upgrade and a big value upgrade at that. But reminder, we're doing a campaign with Gigabyte. It's an awareness campaign. So if you click on that and read the info, or even just click on the page, it helps us immensely in getting Gigabyte to come back and sponsor us more, which, you know, you guys do an incredible job of making it possible to stream. Like, your sub support goes a long way, and please do keep subbing. But on its own, it can't be enough. So like having sponsors, valuable sponsors, such as Gigabyte coming in, AMD, etc., that is what makes it feasible for me to put food on the table for my kids, to put money in the pockets of players playing these tournaments, and to afford the electricity to keep doing all of this. So thank you to all of you and all you guys do. But that's going to be it for today. YouTube, Kick, I'm going to say farewell.